Okay, I think we've got most of our members. I think all of our members are here in Fairbanks. Looks like everybody has joined us online. So welcome everyone to the day 2 of our public session for the 2026 preseason Yukon River Panel meeting. I'll go through a brief overview of today's agenda and what we can expect. We'll start out this morning with the results and reporting out of our Restoration and Enhancement Fund Committee meeting discussions over the past several days. It'll start with an overview of proposals submitted for the current call for 2026. Then we'll report out on the funding decisions that the panel made for projects to be funded for the upcoming season and upcoming year. Then we'll have some presentation and discussion about the 2027 call for proposals, any changes to near-term priorities, and an update or any changes to the call for proposals itself, deadlines, schedules, etc. And then some discussion and reporting out on guidance for project proponents. Through the remainder of our agenda, we'll have a series of presentations. The first one will be a presentation from Brandy Mays on Kwanlin Dun First Nation salmon stewardship programs. That presentation was given at the January meeting. Unfortunately, a lot of technical difficulties were encountered during that presentation. It's comprised of a series of videos primarily, and just the videos we had difficulty playing. So we've been working on that and testing it and trying to make sure that they'll play correctly this time for you, Brandy. I'll make another announcement when we get to that presentation, but at that time, we'd ask that all the folks that are online, including ourselves, that we're going to shut down our cameras to try and save as much bandwidth as we can to ensure that that presentation and those videos can play smoothly over the Zoom platform in particular. We'll then go into our first public comment and testimony period just before we break for lunch, so shooting for that 11:30 timeframe. We'll take another 1.5-hour break for lunch after public testimony, returning at 1:30. And again, we'll continue with a series of presentations and informational and research presentations this afternoon. Starting after lunch with a 2025 Bering Sea pollock fishery salmon bycatch summary from myself. That's comprised of an annual report that's submitted to the panel on the status of salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. We'll then have a presentation from Ben Gray with the Salmon Ocean Ecology Program within the Department of Fish and Game, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, on marine salmon research that's been ongoing for many years. So it'll be focusing on a variety of different programs that we've been working on in the marine environment of the Bering Sea and the North Gulf. We'll take our afternoon break and we'll return. And unfortunately, I do believe I mentioned this yesterday morning, Courtney Weiss, that had been scheduled to give a presentation on Yukon River juvenile salmon outmigration research that she and YDFDA, Yukon Drainage Fisheries Development Association, she unfortunately had to cancel due to some medical complications. So we will then move into the Slims River glacial recession and water diversion associating considerations for chum salmon production from Adam Odell with Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And then that will bring us to our second and final public comment period of the day. I suspect we may end up being ahead of schedule. Somewhat hard to judge that all the time. So we may be able to provide more time for public comment, and we'll see how the day's proceedings go. After we conclude public comment, we'll then have a wrap up, excuse me, before closing the meeting proceedings on the dates and locations for the next 2 Yukon River Panel meetings. So that'll be the 2026 postseason meeting in January of 2027 and the 2027 preseason meeting in April of 2027. We'll then have some closing remarks and a closing prayer and looking to conclude the meeting by around 5 p.m. I do want to note that multiple folks here in Fairbanks are going to have flights that they'll need to catch. They're still hours away, but we won't be able to go too late this evening if we do get delayed and behind on our schedule. Again, I hope we'll probably be ahead of time. in that regard, or on time at a minimum. But we will need to conclude at some point if we go long so that folks can catch flights. Mr. Chair, any additional comments on the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the overview and again, emphasizing that we have made some accommodations in the agenda intentionally to seek to avoid running overtime today. For individuals that are interested in providing either commentary or testimony, either prior to lunch or at the end of the day, we really do encourage you to sign up as early as possible. And so those are individuals either in the room or who wish to provide testimony virtually. That really does help the chairs with managing our meeting time when we know how many individuals are signed up for the meeting and testimony in order to provide sufficient time and orderly administration of those opportunities, Mr. Chair. So do appreciate your diligence and attention in that regard. And then finally, not so much reference to today's agenda, but on behalf of the Canadian delegation, did want to extend our sincere appreciation to the Alaskan delegation and to Department of Fish and Game for your hospitality yesterday evening at the public reception. As always, the reception event and the hospitality provided was exceptional. As is always the case here in Alaska, and certainly making delegates and members of the public feel welcome. So sincerely appreciate the time and effort that goes into arranging for the reception event and the benefits that it does provide to the panel to facilitate some of those informal conversations outside of the regular panel session. So thank you for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Always appreciated. We try and be a good host, not just to our Canadian delegation, but to all members of the public that are able to make it here to these meetings to attend in person. So I hope everybody had a good time, some good food and good conversation. So thank you for that. One other quick note on testimony, just a reminder that for anybody wanting to give testimony that's here in person in the room, there are sign-up sheets on the table in the back with some pens. And you can hand them off to either Amy over there waving or Sasha next to her. And we will make sure to get you on our testimony list. For those that are planning to provide testimony remotely and online, you can go to the Yukon River Panel website under the meetings tab of that website, and there will be a link and instructions on how to submit and request to provide public testimony for today's proceedings. Any other questions, comments, or clarifications from panel members before we proceed with our agenda items? Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the benefit of our virtual and online participants, in response to some of the feedback received yesterday, we have repositioned the meeting session camera to face the podium. And so for those of our participants online that are wondering why you can't see the chairs, so we've done our best to accommodate online viewing with regards to being able to view the podium itself, Mr. Chair. So I did want to point that out for those members participating virtually who may not be able to see us speaking, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Disembodied voice, I guess, works as well. So. Okay, let's go ahead and proceed with our first agenda items. Again, we'll be reporting out and providing overview information on the Restoration Enhancement Fund Committee decisions and results. We'll start with our overview of 2026 proposal submissions from Sasha Bent with the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sasha Bent, and I am the Grant Program Manager at the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat. I oversee the Restoration and Enhancement Fund for the Yukon River Panel. And I'll be going over a few items today regarding the fund that the panel went through in closed session. So to begin with, the overview of the 2026 proposals. For 2026, the panel did receive 31 proposals for consideration. Those were 18 under the conservation category, 7 under the restoration category, 5 under the stewardship category, and 1 communications project for roughly just under $2.4 million requested. Since the panel last met, 5 proponents did update their funding requests. 4 of them reduced the overall ask, and then there was 1 increase as well. I will pause there to see if there's any questions, so that is the overview on the proposals received.
Not seeing any questions or comments. I guess I do have one quick one. If I missed it, I apologize, but I'm assuming that all proposals that were received for this cycle were all on time.
That's correct. Everyone had submitted by, I recall the deadline was November 3rd, 2025.
And all proposals are received utilizing the new online portal as well?
Yes, over 90% of proposals came in through our online grantee portal.
How much engagement, was it fairly straightforward, I guess, for the proponents, or did you get a lot of inquiry prior to submission to get clarification or further instruction on submission through the portal?
For the benefit of the room, I'll just give a quick overview. So in 2025, the Secretariat launched a new application process for all of our grant programs. We administer 4 programs. So we rolled that system out last June. Part of that process was having educational sessions, so webinars and videos available to proponents that were going to be utilizing any of our grant programs. So the Secretariat was available to assist and guide anyone that had questions through that. All the links to apply were posted on the Yukon River Panel's website, and the video was shared through the panel's website to the Secretariat's YouTube page as well. I think we had over 100, 150 views of that instructional video. Around 30 people joined live on the webinar as well. Anyone that did reach out, it was minimal. We were able to troubleshoot and answer any questions throughout the process, but no major issues throughout the process. I think it was a fairly successful rollout in our minds.
And that portal system, thank you for the additional information for the participants and viewers' benefit. The portal itself is something that is used for multiple different grants and funds and programs. And so it's basically all proposals submitted to not just R&E and the Yukon River Panel's grant fund, but it's essentially being used for all of the different grant programs that the Secretariat oversees.
That's correct. As I mentioned, there are 4 programs that the Secretariat oversees. There are some proponents that may be proponents of multiple of our grant programs. For example, we have the Southern Fund, the Northern Fund, the Mark Selective Fisheries Fund, and the Yukon River Panel. There are proponents of both the Mark Selective Fisheries Fund and the Southern Fund. So it helps us track those proponents better. They have one place to log in and they can access all of their historical applications, as well as the successful grants provided, as well as any upcoming reporting. So it's a one-stop shop, for lack of a better term, and provides a full 360, process where applicants, proponents can access all of the historical data and information. It gives us at the Secretariat one place to do it. In case people weren't aware, this was a very manual process. Before that, there was a lot of data entry. The Secretariat at any point in time throughout the year may be managing over 200 grants. And we're a small team in the grants team of 225 people. So if you can imagine that that takes on a lot of effort. So having that available to us in one place is very beneficial.
Has it been fairly well received by other grant programs and participants and proponents?
From my understanding, yes. We've not proactively reached out to proponents, but always open to feedback from people, always encourage that feedback. For the most part, that has been fairly positive. For the other programs we manage, 100% of the applications came through the online portal. We gave a little bit of leeway to the Yukon River Panel proponents and still allowed email application. And as I mentioned earlier, 90% came through this online process. We had a bit of a soft launch in 2023 and 2024 where we eased folks into being able to use an online submission form. And 2025, we rolled it out 100%. We work with a software company who are very responsive to any suggestions and feedback, and we have been able to take on some of that feedback that we get, that we provide them directly, and also from successful applicants that are utilizing the system too. And always happy to take feedback. This is a new process for us, so please send it through, good, bad, in between. We are happy to listen as needed.
Any further questions, comments from panel members? Okay, thank you, Sasha. You can proceed.
So the panel did meet this week and made funding decisions for 2026. There was 20 projects selected by the panel, valued at just slightly under $1.2 million. I've rounded it up on the slide here. It is roughly $1.199 million, so very, very close to the full amount that was made available to the panel. So proponents will be getting notified within the coming weeks of that, and we'll be working on getting agreements and money out the door in the next month or so for those folks.
Any comments or questions from panel members? I guess I'll add a little bit in regards to the 1.2 million by comparison to the total dollar figure of proposals received and requested, or funding requested from those proposals in that regard. The panel last year in its call for proposals had indicated that it would be capped for this coming season at that 1.2. That would be the target, starting with the call for proposals last year. So that when we did initiate our deliberations, going all the way back to January in initial discussions, and in particular during today's or this meeting sessions, that we had some difficult decisions to make. There were quite a few very good, well-written, highly ranked and scored and reviewed proposals that were submitted. But given how overprescribed the submissions were, we definitely had to make some difficult decisions on which proposals could proceed with funding for this coming year. So I do want to note that to any proponents that did not get funded this year, it was a difficult choice, to be sure. I hope I don't get and feel too discouraged by that. But we'll hopefully be able to find opportunity for funding of those types of proposals again in the future.
I would just add to that too that all of our programs were oversubscribed this year. So this is not unique for the Yukon River Panel. Many of our funding committees had to make similar decisions as well.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the summary of the 2026 Restoration and Enhancement Fund project proposals, as well as the panel's decision. Mr. Chair, as you emphasized, the Yukon River Panel did receive a large number of requests seeking effectively double the amount of funds available, which on the one hand is advantageous, as it really does enable the opportunity for the panel to select those projects or initiatives that are seeking to most closely advance the panel's priorities and objectives in the near term. From a project funding decision and selection perspective, having a very large number of project proposals does make the panel's job of selecting those for funding a bit more challenging. I do want to acknowledge that the panel's decisions are not made in isolation, that the panel does rely heavily on advice from the Joint Technical Committee, the Traditional Knowledge Committee, and the panel's Communications Committee in informing funding decisions. And during periods of time where the fund is oversubscribed and we do see a large number of submissions, that advice and associated recommendations is particularly important to help the panel make the best decisions for the coming year, Mr. Chair. The one element that I did want to take the opportunity to emphasize, and this is more of a procedural element, but one that's very important for the panel, is that in the context that I've provided, obviously the panel intends to make its decisions in an informed manner as possible. Within the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, the procedures for the panel's decision making and project selections are outlined, and there are numerous references to the types of information and supports that are provided to the panel in ensuring that the most informed decisions are made. The one element that I would like to take the opportunity to perhaps emphasize or bring attention to is the opportunity for public comment and public review of proposals. So procedurally, the panel is obligated to seek and provide the opportunity for public comment on proposals submitted to the panel for consideration through the Restoration and Enhancement Fund. As I mentioned, procedurally, the panel then is required to consider any public comments received on project proposals, as it would consider recommendations and advice from the Joint Technical Committee, Traditional Knowledge Committee, or Communications Committee. And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to take the opportunity to emphasize that the panel has created the opportunities for public comment and feedback. We have solicited input from the public, and I'm going a bit from memory here, but I believe in the past decade, the panel's received perhaps public commentary once. And so this is really an opportunity to emphasize as we look towards 2027 that as the panel's decisions become increasingly difficult with large numbers of requests, every piece of advice or information that can be afforded to the panel is beneficial, and it can have meaningful influence on the outcomes and specifically the project selections that the panel makes. So for 2027, again, I would just encourage that the panel continue to communicate and convey the opportunity for members of the public to review and provide comment on projects or programs that are proposed for funding through the Restoration and Enhancement Fund. Because as much as the advice that we receive through our panel processes, Mr. Chair, I feel that it's equally impactful to hear from people throughout the Yukon River watershed and better understand the perspectives around the types of projects, of course, that align with the panel's near-term priorities, but then would also align with community interests and community support. And for members of the public who may be following the proceedings here, the Yukon River Panel does post a summary of each of the project proposals that are submitted for consideration in the fall of each year, and the opportunity to provide public feedback or public comments is provided through the Yukon River Panel's internet site, and those comments can be provided essentially at any time between approximately the late November and mid-March period. So there is a number of months where that opportunity is available, Mr. Chair, and certainly would encourage members of the public to take advantage of that opportunity, because it is something that's very important and relevant to the panel, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And perhaps by way of some initial thought on you highlighting the interest that the panel has in receiving that public commentary on proposals and how it would benefit our decision-making process on an annual basis. Perhaps we could consider if there's other ways to highlight that opportunity in some form, perhaps even adding some language in the call itself. Just to build upon Mr. Chair's explanation of how public comments can be submitted, that's not incorporated into the portal process. Is that correct, Sasha?
So the process is that we receive the applications. In the application questions, it is noted in, I believe, question 1, that the overview that proponents provide will be incorporated into the public comments. Usually it's a page or a couple of paragraphs. We take that and we publish that. So we draw it from all of the proposals and publish that on our website. Right now, it's a downloadable PDF document. And then if anyone does want to comment on it, they can simply email us their feedback.
Yeah, thanks for that. So I perhaps don't need to take specific action, but if there's any comments from our members on this, they can feel free to weigh in. But just a kind of a standing action item to maybe have discussions about various ways we could further encourage public comment on annually submitted R&E proposals. Mr. Chair, does that sound acceptable to you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if it provides additional insight or context for members of the public participating in these proceedings, the panel did have its deliberations in respect of selecting 2026 Restoration and Enhancement Fund projects with at least, I'll say, 2 or 3 projects. There was some information that was brought forward during the panel's bilateral closed session that really emphasized some relevant considerations with regards to individual project proposals that were linked to, we'll call it, broader community or public interest. And that type of information, again, is invaluable for the panel to receive. We did receive it through the grace and the goodwill of delegation members that advanced those perspectives to the panel on behalf of, we'll call it, communities or public organizations. But again, wanting to really promote this as an opportunity in 2027, and happy to discuss, Mr. Chair, other ways and means of soliciting that feedback, and perhaps is something that we could bring to our communications committee for some advice as well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That sounds acceptable, and always trying to make effort. We don't want to become too complacent in our efforts, especially when the amount of public comment that we've received over the years on annual R&E proposals has been somewhat minimal. So perhaps we should think about how we go about that to help improve that interest in submission. I guess to wrap up this topic, just for the benefit of both our panel members in the room and online, as well as anybody listening in remotely or in the room here, we will be developing a press release as an outcome of this meeting as soon as it's completed. It still might be another week or so before that's completed and published, but that press release will contain a list, and typically does contain a list of all of the proposals that were accepted and approved for funding for this cycle. And we should have that posted to the Yukon River Panel's website for people to access and review within a week, within the next 2 weeks at most. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So by way of procedural decision for the Yukon River Panel, the Canadian delegation recommends funding 20 projects selected following consideration of the Yukon River Panel's near-term priorities identified in the call for proposals, as well as the broader Restoration and Enhancement Fund priorities plan, advice from the respective committees, as well as considerations for other elements that the panel emphasized in its plan, in its call for proposals for 2026. So recommend the panel select 20 projects for funding valued at $1.2 million US, Mr. Chair, for the 2026 funding cycle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the U.S. section concurs with that final decision, and we will make it so. Any further insight or information on our final decision, Sasha?
Nothing on that. Just to reiterate, the proponents will be officially notified through the Secretariat in the coming weeks.
Thank you. We can move on to 2027 call for proposals topic now. Thank you.
So moving on to the 2027 call for proposals, in closed session, the panel confirmed that priority consideration will be given to projects which advance one or more of the priorities identified in the R&E Fund Priorities Plan from 2024, and or specifically incorporate public awareness, stewardship, and or youth engagement components. So it doesn't mean they have to incorporate all of those components, but potentially incorporate one of those components along with advancing the priorities identified in the R&E Fund Priorities Plan. And I'll pause there if the co-chairs wanted to add any additional context there.
Maybe just briefly, that this is very similar to the panel's priorities from last year in that regard. The public awareness is kind of a new addition this go round, and to perhaps provide a little bit more context on that, it's any programs or projects that provide awareness to the program that for public dissemination in some form, one form or another in that regard of the project itself or the R&E Fund, the Yukon River Panel, so on and so forth. So just raising that awareness of what we do, of what you're doing in your project. The R&E program itself, it could cover a variety of different topics, but it is something that we had some discussion on and felt that it would be beneficial to try and get the word out and spread the word a little bit more about what we do, what your project is, and the R&E Fund itself. I don't know, Andy, if you wanted to mention anything more on that in the communications context.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, in regards to the communications strategic plan, that is one of the pillars or objectives of the Communications Committee. And I think it would be very helpful to the Communications Committee if proponents could develop a brief summary of their projects that could be incorporated and disseminated out to the public through the Communications Committee efforts moving forward, both in the rebuilding plan and other aspects of communications to the public. So that would be the recommendation from the Communications Committee as in regards to our strategic plan to try and build greater public awareness of what the Yukon River Panel does and the R&E projects and process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that, Andy. Any other comments, questions from panel members on the near-term priorities for the upcoming call? Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there additional information forthcoming, meaning after this slide, or is this the entirety of what's presented in respect of the 2027 near-term priorities?
I have 2 more slides.
I will hold my question then, Mr. Chair.
Okay, not seeing any further comments or questions, please proceed, Sasha.
Okay, so for the 2027 call for proposals, there are some minor updates and changes coming as well. The deadline this year will be Monday, November 2nd, 2026. That's similar timing to the previous, I think 3 or 4 years of November 1st or November 3rd. We've just selected Monday as a weekday, so Secretariat staff are available to support any last minute questions as people are building their applications. We do encourage people to start building them beforehand if they do have any issues with the grantee portal, that we are available to help in the lead up to that deadline. As mentioned, we are utilizing as grantee portal. We expect 100% of applications to come through that. We are available to assist on email if needed, and can guide people through that as in any other year as well. There are also going to be some minor updates to the call for proposals and the application questions that will be referencing the rebuilding plan, as well as an additional question regarding if traditional knowledge will be incorporated into a proposal and how proponents will utilize that. So that has been received at the guidance of the Traditional Knowledge Committee too. And before I move on to my final slide, I'll just pause there. The next slide is just on the guidance documents that will be available.
we could perhaps go back to the priorities again. There was some additional priorities that was functionally a carryover from retaining those statements from last year's call. I'll just kind of read it out here a little bit. In addition to the priorities, the priorities listed here on the screen in that regards, priority consideration will also be made for proposals that demonstrate local community involvement or partnerships, particularly with First Nations or Indigenous groups. And additionally, stewardship proposals from the U.S. and Canadian applicants will be eligible, provided the proposed programs are focused on the stewardship of Canadian origin salmon stocks. Stand by 1 second. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I believe Ms. Bent alluded to this, but it does warrant clarity as we develop the 2027 call for proposals. In addition to the considerations that you've conveyed, Mr. Chair, the 2027 call for proposals will also emphasize two elements of the agreement between the state of Alaska and government of Canada respecting Canadian origin Chinook salmon for the period of 2024 through 2030. And specifically, the panel wishes to emphasize the following elements. So firstly, that projects seeking funding from the Restoration and Enhancement Fund should be cognizant of clause number 6 from the agreement, which makes reference to minimizing lethal sampling and minimizing take of Chinook salmon associated with scientific experiments or projects that are seeking resources from the Restoration and Enhancement Fund. So again, clause number 6 will be emphasized as a primary consideration in the panel's review of project proposals. Again, projects must avoid or where possible minimize to the greatest extent any sort of lethal sampling or incidental take of Chinook salmon. And then secondly, the panel wishes to emphasize in the 2027 call for proposals that projects which are likely to provide insight or assist with the panel's development of a rebuilding plan for Yukon River mainstem Chinook salmon, that those project proposals will be afforded priority consideration. Again, the panel had extensive discussion on this particular element of its, we'll call it work plan and work for the coming year, understanding that a significant portion of the panel's time and attention is being focused on the development of a rebuilding plan for Yukon River Chinook salmon. And so in the 2027 call for proposals, we would like to emphasize that there's an opportunity there to assist with the panel's advancement of that work through any such project proposals seeking funding through the Restoration and Enhancement Fund, Mr. Chair. So those were the two other elements that I wanted to emphasize as components that will be identified in the 2027 call for proposals and reference to near-term priorities. There are some subsequent administrative elements, Mr. Chair, that will be new for 2027 as well that I'd like to take the opportunity to reference at the appropriate time. And I don't know if that's associated with slide 6 of this presentation or not, but reserve those comments till the opportune time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that additional clarification. And maybe just a little bit more information that the concern for and focus on reducing or eliminating any mortality on Chinook salmon associated with R&E programs is something that the panel has had concerns about for several years. So that is a continuation of a pre-existing priority or focus. And that component of what Mr. Co-Chair described, while the inclusion of any projects or programs that may further advance or provide information towards the rebuilding plan is new for this year. and is clearly an outgrowth of the panel's focus and continuing work on the development of that rebuilding plan. And as simplest of terms, that if R&E programs can help contribute to that as well, that's an excellent source of information and input into the development of that rebuilding plan. So I think it's a good addition. And we had, as Mr. Co-Chair mentioned, some very good discussion about that in our deliberations on the upcoming call. If there's no further questions or comments on the priorities, we can go ahead and proceed. Sasha?
Okay. Just briefly on, again, the guidance that will be available for proponents. There will be guidance documents available on the website and accessible through the grantee portal. And they will be the general scoring criteria, the guidance for sonar proposals, the guidance for stock restoration proposals, guidance for stewardship proposals, and the communications committee proposal scoring criteria. All of the panels committees, the JTC, the Communications Committee, and Traditional Knowledge Committee were tasked with the reviewing and identifying if there were any updates to any of those documents. There were none that came through. Just to note, the Traditional Knowledge Committee will be working on a traditional guidance document, but that will not be ready for the 2027 call for proposals, but that will help inform their review process later down the road. And as I previously mentioned, there will be an additional question added to those proponents that may be using traditional knowledge in their projects as well, and to incorporate that.
Thank you, Sasha. And just building off of the ongoing work of the Traditional Knowledge Committee to further enhance guidance associated with traditional knowledge oriented or focused proposals in that regard. The stewardship guidance document, just for the benefit of any proponents listening in, is still a very good resource for that. It's kind of recognizing that many, if not all, stewardship projects are likely to have some component of traditional knowledge associated with them. That was taken into consideration and recognized from the start of development of that stewardship guidance document. So any proponents that are going to have a traditional knowledge component or focus within their proposals, that is still an excellent resource for you. And as the Traditional Knowledge Committee continues to make progress and have further discussions on perhaps further enhancing that, or perhaps even developing a separate and focused traditional knowledge oriented guidance document, that's still a good resource for any proponents to utilize in their proposal development and submission process. Any further comments or questions on guidance documents? I do encourage all proponents to take advantage of those documents. They are of high value. They might be a little weighty at times. You might have to kind of read through them and choose those components that are of interest and value to you, but they are available and they can definitely assist. Sasha, we can proceed.
That concludes my presentation if there's no further questions.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for, I guess, the benefit of the public session, the Yukon River Panel did have an extensive conversation around the 2027 call for proposals during its closed preparatory session. One of the changes that will be announced in the 2027 call for proposals, which isn't mentioned in the presentation here this morning, are some specific considerations around project initiation or project start dates. So in the past, the Yukon River Panel has not been overly prescriptive around how early or when projects that are seeking funding from the Restoration and Enhancement Fund may be initiated. In recent years, we have experienced a few administrative challenges and considerations where the project start dates were identified as very early, we'll call it, in the funding year, and very soon after the Yukon River Panel's spring meeting. And so in order to ensure that the panel is communicating effectively and being transparent around expectations with respect to project initiation dates under the Restoration and Enhancement Fund for 2027, the call for proposals, and this is 2027 ongoing, the call for proposals will clarify that for Canadian projects seeking funding from the Restoration and Enhancement Fund, the earliest project start date that will be considered will be June 1st. There is no end date specified necessarily, Mr. Chair, associated with that. But again, for sake of setting appropriate expectations and to provide further clarity for project proponents, Canadian project proposals will have be limited to a start date of no sooner than June 1st. And Mr. Chair, we had committed to you and I discussing U.S. Initiation date proposals, or excuse me, a U.S. initiation date for project proposals. However, I think that warrants some additional discussion following this meeting session, Mr. Chair. But we did reach clarity on the Canadian project initiation date of June 1st, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps to further that placeholder with respect to why it warrants further discussion for a start date on the U.S. submitted proposals is in recognition of the timing with respect to the runs. Certainly, it's a month for any of the Yukon River salmon and when they enter the river before they would make it to the Canadian border into Canada. So the timeline for implementation of programs in Alaska would understandably be earlier by comparison to the timeline for implementation of any programs in Canada. I think it does warrant some further discussion, as Mr. Chair described in that regard. And I would also note that, and certainly if there's inquiry on this from proponents seeking more clarification, we'll do our best to try and give that guidance in the call for proposals when it goes out, work with the Secretariat to characterize this component of the equation that's somewhat new to the call and the R&E fund in that regard. But if any proponent, once we land on these start date deadlines, for lack of a better term, recognizes that, well, the project I want to do has to start earlier than that deadline. They can certainly reach out and engage, but the option that could be available is that they might be submitting their proposal not for start for this year, but the following year. We can think about that further, but I just wanted to get in front of that a little bit, that I could see some confusion coming up depending on what the intention of the proponent is and the project that they're proposing. And if it is not aligned with the deadlines that we are outlining and discussing or informing here, that there may be some other options to consider. Was there anything further, Mr. Chair, you wanted to specify?
Nothing further of substance, Mr. Chair, only seek to confirm a decision in respect to the 2027 call for proposals. So from the Canadian delegation's perspective, the Yukon River Panel supports initiating the 2027 call for proposals, identifying up to $1.2 million US of available funding in the coming year. There are a number of near-term priorities that were discussed here this morning, specifically emphasizing two components of the 7-year agreement between Alaska and Canada. So clauses 6 related to incidental mortality, clause 8 pertaining to the rebuilding plan, focusing projects or encouraging projects to focus on activities that involve communities or First Nations. And then likewise, ensuring as much as possible that projects that are proposed to the Yukon River Panel include an element that brings about greater awareness of the project work and the linkages to the Yukon River Panel. So really promoting public awareness, stewardship, and youth engagement. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the U.S. section concurs, and we'll look forward to proceeding with our 2027 R&E fund call for proposals and receiving the proposals for the upcoming year. Well, for goodness sakes, we are well ahead of schedule compared to our agenda items. Mr. Chair, I would propose that we go ahead and take our mid-morning break now and perhaps give a full half hour and reconvene at 10 a.m., where we will then go into the first of a series of presentations from Brandy Mays on Kwalendon First Nation Salmon Stewardship. Does that sound acceptable?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so concurrence from Canada that we will move into a 30-minute recess, reconvene at 10 o'clock Alaska time, 11 o'clock Yukon time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we will go ahead and proceed with our next agenda item, which is the Kwalendon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Program, a presentation from Brandy Mays with Kwalendon First Nation Government. As I mentioned earlier, if folks, including us here in the room, could turn off their screens, not you, Brandy, although let's see how it goes. Maybe we could keep that as a backup in case we still have some technical difficulties. But if everyone else could have their screens turned off, try and save as much bandwidth as possible. And as soon as you're ready, Brandy, you can proceed.
Okay. Oh, why am I echoing back? Okay. Good morning, everyone. For you, those that don't know me, my name is Brandy Mays. I am the Operations and Fish and Wildlife Manager for Kwalendon First Nation. That's what hat I'm wearing today. I'm also on the Yukon River Panel and the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. I'm coming to you from Whitehorse, Yukon, the original people of the Tagish-Kwan, my ancestral lineage. I am from the headwaters of the Yukon River, which we call Chitikwan here, which means shiny waters. I just wanted to give you a little background on Kwalendon. What that means, Kwanlin is water runs through a narrow place, and Dun is people, furthering that we are people of the water and the river. I'll go to slide 3, please. So I want to recognize that this is not just Kwalendon that I'm bringing you some of this, our projects on is a partnership. So Kwalendon First Nation, together with the Carcross-Tagish First Nation, Tonquitchin Council, are working to connect the Broken Salmon Trail through Indigenous-led stewardship and salmon across our traditional territories. Where we're building the Yukon River Chinook is a shared responsibility that requires coordinated action, knowledge sharing, and sustained partnership from the Yukon headwaters to the Bering Sea. By aligning efforts invested in solutions and combining traditional knowledge with science, we are just demonstrating the power of collaboration on the ground and putting our feet in the creek. Kwalendon First Nation is committed to working openly with partners, contributing our experience and capacity and celebrating collective success as we restore salmon and strengthen pathways for future generations. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. Next slide, yeah, there you go. So here's a number of our projects that we have. Takini Salmon Sonar Project, the Mitchie Creek Salmon Monitoring Project, Carcross and Snorkel Surveys, Connecting the Broken Salmon Trail, which is our plan, Southern Lakes Salmon Treaty Simulation, it's a pilot program, Salmon Stewardship Center, annual salmon ceremony, also working with Tonquitchin Council on the Chinook Salmon Restoration Investigation, freshwater fish monitoring, and Yukon Energy Corporation monitoring adaptive management plan implementation and presentations for education, awareness, and outreach. So next slide. Play the video. I pray it works.
The Yukon River Chinook salmon have the longest migration on the planet, swimming upriver for 2 months and 3,000 kilometers, passing dozens of indigenous communities to reach their spawning grounds.
My name is Brandy Mays. I am the Operations and Fish and Wildlife Manager for Kwalndun First Nation. This area around here, my family has a trap line. They've had this trap line forever. Yeah, and they tell stories back then about that the river was ran red with salmon.
Chinook salmon have been spawning in the traditional territory of the Kwalndun First Nation since the beginning. But today, our salmon are in crisis. And so our goal is to get our feet in the creek.
You guys with a Kwalndun First.
If we see a carcass, we sample the carcass. If we see a live fish, we record the live fish. Any red sites, we document with GPS.
There's 2 here before we blow this up.
We were walking along the creek. We saw a few carcasses that got chewed up by the bears and the eagles and the different animals. And the one thing you could say about this creek, it's perfect habitat for salmon.
As salmon stewards, the Kwalndun, with the support of the Ta'an Council and the Carcross Tagish and Champagne Asiac First Nations, are working in restoration and salmon enhancement projects.
A lot of work goes into it.
We are clearing Chinook spawning barriers, doing carcass surveys and egg counts, monitoring salmon through the Yukon River sonar, and building a salmon stewardship center in Whitehorse.
Even though we're not fishing, this is how we keep our connection, is by coming out and doing these projects, saving the salmon, like the salmon saved us when they were feeding us many, many years ago.
And it's to give thanks to citizens for not fishing on the Yukon River. Our salmon numbers are low, partially like a substitute, but it's mainly to give thanks.
There you go, Howard. Okay, welcome. Have a good day.
Never give up hope. Never, ever, ever. Because they are resilient and they will come back.
As a salmon, for thousands of years, took care of us, and it's our turn to take care of them. We love them. We want them to come home. We want them home.
Next. So I'm going to go right into it. Next slide there, Sasha, when you're ready. So the Yukon River Sonar Project, it's on the ground. Connecting the broken salmon trail means generating strong Indigenous-led data. In 2025, Kwalndun First Nation continued sonar-based Chinook enumeration on the Yukon River, now in its 5th year. This project provides high-quality data that supports coordinated salmon recovery from the headwaters downstream. Using sonar and drone technologies allows us to estimate escapement accurately while minimizing impacts on fish. Just as important, the project builds community capacity, training First Nation youth, creating meaningful employment, and strengthening long-term salmon stewardship. The work is deeply rooted in community. Chief and council visits, along with staff visits, help to ensure leadership remains connected to the project on the ground, reinforcing shared responsibility and transparency. The project also extends into local schools through classroom visits, giving students the opportunity to learn directly about salmon stewardship, science, and Indigenous leadership. This initiative is strengthened through collaboration with key partners, including the Carcross-Tagish First Nation, Champagne-Yajiak First Nation, EDI, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, the Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance, and CPAWS. Looking ahead to 2026, the program will expand to include additional culture component. Salmon harvested from the Taku River will be prepared and smoked, then distributed to Kwalindun First Nation elders during the annual fish giveaway, further strengthening connections between stewardship, culture, and community care. The importance of this work has also been recognized nationally, with the program featured on The Current by CBC and also on APTN. Together, this work contributes both knowledge and leadership to Yukon River Chinook recovery. Next video, connecting the Broken Salmon Trail. Oh no, sorry. Sorry, that's not the one. It's our turn. Sorry, Sasha.
There's a pause on salmon fishing on the Yukon at the moment. My name is Alberta Sam. I am Kwalindun First Nation. I'm from Whitehorse. I've lived in Whitehorse my whole life. I guess I've always had an interest of being out in the land. I'd, do my own thing, hiking and walking and biking. Did a bunch of that growing up. I got hired and then I was really just hands-on right away. Being on the water, getting to know the camp.
My name is Emma Hoogland and I am from the First Nation of Nacho Dun. Well, I studied natural resource science in school and I was kind of interested in the wildlife side of things. But once I got on the job and learned about all the salmon work, I think it's really cool I get to do this job that helps bring back the salmon.
Yeah, not only for us in our traditions and way of life, but just for, I think, almost every living being that lives along the river or by the river really benefits from the salmon.
Some of the elders said the salmon ghost and we're no longer going to exist as a people because we're culturally and spiritually connected. It's a wake-up call.
One of the projects we do is carcass surveys, and so we go and collect salmon carcasses and we open them and count the eggs to see if they've spawned or not. 49.
The dam is killing juvenile Chinook. We are blending Western science with traditional knowledge to help us understand the impacts of the dam.
We have little sensor fish, which we will send through the dam. Someone will have a telemetry device to track where the sensor fish is, and then we'll use nets to catch it. And then it's to tell us the likelihood of them getting hit by the turbine.
We set up a sonar at our base camp and we count a bunch of fish. It requires a lot of work. Every day we're there just about 24/7. We have a crew. This would be my third summer being a part of the project, learning more, getting more hands-on work with it. I really enjoy doing it. Camping is always so much fun too. I think the main focus is getting younger people to come and join.
Last year we had 332 go up the Takini, but this year we've already seen 400 go by, so I think it gives hope for the future of salmon. The salmon come and they spawn and then they die, and eagles, bears, other animals will come and eat the salmon. As the salmon decay, it's feeding nutrients into the ecosystem. The more salmon come back, the more it feeds the ecosystem, and that's why often in like salmon creeks, you'll have like big lush forests. They've been feeding the ecosystems of many places for thousands of years, which I think is really cool.
We got fresh whole salmon for today's event.
Like Atlin purchase some salmon, take it down to the fish camp and let the kids cut it and teach them, to smoke and everybody else, and say our prayers and everybody else. And the stories around the fire and everybody else had to keep that part of growing up in the culture and the spiritualism and everybody else alive.
We purchased over 750 pounds of salmon to give away to the community.
Hey, hello, Howard. Okay, welcome. Have a good day.
It's to give thanks to citizens for not fishing on the Yukon River.
A lot of our people have lost that connection. And when you lose your trail, you have to find it again. They don't have a voice, but we do. And it's our sacred duty to speak out and to do whatever we can to help them.
Getting hot out here.
Randy's broken.
Moving right along, we're going to get into the Mitchie Creek Salmon Monitoring Project. The 2025 Mitchie Creek Salmon Monitoring Project embodies the spirit of connecting the broken salmon trail by bringing together Indigenous leadership, science, stewardship, and community responsibility to restore salmon across the Southern Lake system. Grounded in Kwalendon First Nations' vision for respectful land and resource management, the project reconnects the critical stages of the salmon life cycle by protecting access to spawning habitats, monitoring environmental change, and tracking Chinook from juveniles to returning adults. By generating long-term local-driven data and sharing it with management partners, the project strengthens coordinated recovery efforts across the upper Yukon River Basin. Equally important, it builds lasting capacity through hands-on involvement of Katie Finn land stewards and citizens, reinforcing cultural relationships with salmon while ensuring informed land use planning that protects habitat for future generations. Now the next video is the Mitchie Creek Salmon Project.
This stream's like, it's not a ditch, it's a freaking organism.
This place here is called Mitchie Creek, which is one of the longest spawning creeks for the Chinook.
Mitchie always has been historically one of the greatest producing streams in this traditional territory.
My name is Lars Jessup. I'm a biologist based in Whitehorse and the Silver Lakes. If we see a carcass, we sample the carcass.
Let's get going. Colin Dunn, First Nation.
My name is Brandy Mays. I am the Operations and Fish and Wildlife Manager for Kwon Dun First Nation. It's about an 8-kilometer hike from here to the confluence of Pin Creek and Mitchie Creek.
I'm Dennis Zimmerman. I'm a fish and wildlife consultant that works with Kwon Dun First Nation.
How many reds you got here?
We're all working together to help rebuild and use the science and the traditional knowledge and, just talking to people. And we're using photography and we're using film and we're using story and language and song to keep us engaged, and let's let the fish do what they need to do.
This is part of a project that's been going on for 25 years.
All these ties we talk about, we are all Tagish people and we are all closely related. We have to know our history and to realize how we do have these ties. Thank you.
It's wasn't the carcass yet. It's still weird. So Lars, there's 2 here before we blow this up. 1 there.
And then one just went down there. I know my grandpa would say, you have to save the salmon. You have to do this. I mean, he saw the dam come in. He saw the gold rush. He saw all of it, the highway. He talked about all the impacts from that and what happened to the First Nation people that were living all through here. I know that he would be saying this is what you have to do to make sure that we have salmon and all of our animals on the landscape. That's what we have to do.
The numbers are really low, incredibly low, but we're still seeing fish, and we're seeing reds. And there were years where we didn't see reds or didn't see salmon. So I'm feeling optimistic. It's hard to tell, like it's the moment of truth.
Oh, geez, it's a beautiful stick.
Like a 6 handling practice, keep it in the water, release it.
I don't even know what our count is at right now. 77. Last year we got 23, and before that, we didn't have any since 2019.
Not bad.
It's hard. You think about it. I think about Nick DeGraff walking that creek for 24 years. We got picked up in a helicopter. But it's hard. It's still hard. We walked that 8 kilometers down there and we're thinking, oh, next bend. Next bend we're done, but it's not.
I'm just gonna go up, look around the corner. If he's not there, we can start working our way down.
So when you see salmon, it almost gives you like this extra energy to keep going.
Here.
And just be like, we're doing this for that. And it's just, it's all worth it. It's all worth it. Check it out. Let's see.
Is that what you call them?
Now we're kind of waiting to see whether or not.
We're finally coming together to do what's best for salmon. You look at all that hard work and then you actually put your feet in the creek and see salmon, it's worth it.
We've done a lot of bad things to fish. We've overharvested Chinook salmon and across the Pacific, but in the Yukon drainage, high harvest rates for a lot of years. We need to now lean on the salmon themselves, understand that the hope is in the fish. They've been doing this for years. The hope is there. We just need to give them as much of a helping hand as we can. And I think we've got a lot of hope if we can just remember that they've overcome worse than this in the past. Even for the birds.
This is the most fish we've seen in here probably in about 8 years. It's wonderful. Gives you hope.
What?
Good job. Never give up hope. Never, ever. Because they are resilient and they will come back.
Moving right along, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the videos. Talking about carcass surveys. Since 2022, Kwallen First Nation has integrated carcass surveys into the Mitchie Creek Salmon Monitoring Program, strengthening Indigenous-led knowledge and stewardship while building long-term capacity within local First Nations, with both returning and new participants involved. Each year, the program supports hands-on learning and reinforces cultural relationships with salmon. These surveys contribute vital knowledge about salmon health and spawning success, while directly advancing the goals of connecting the broken salmon trail. To restore and honor the essential role of salmon in cultural languages, landscapes, and laws of the Southern Lakes First Nations through coordinated community-driven action. And now we'll go into the salmon carcass video. And this one, Sasha, just let it play through the credits too, please.
Around 2020, we started building our team to see what we could do in our traditional territory to be, real salmon stewards within our system, to understand what's happening, and also, just addressing what our elders have been asking us. They said that we need to get more involved, and so we built up our program, and we have a really great team, and it's amazing in such a short period of time how our program has grown, and some of the information that we found out by doing what we're doing, what's happening, and we've made some changes, which is great. And that's what we're trying to do is, if there is impacts, what are the impacts? And we're out here monitoring every day throughout the spawning season. We're either doing our sonar, or we're doing carcass surveys, so we're doing snorkel surveys, so we're doing aerial surveys, so we're walking the creeks, we're removing barriers. It's a real holistic looking at salmon, their whole migration, in and out migration, what they're doing, what's happening, and what are the impacts, and how we could possibly look at making changes through regulatory systems, working with our partners, working with DFO, and being part of this rebuilding strategy, being done domestically, but also feeds into the whole bigger international rebuilding strategy through the 7-year moratorium.
When you come up to Cooswell Lake and you're closer to the entrance of the river, it's a little bit more clear, so you can see all that fish activity and you can see the Chinook spawning, and it's probably the only place on the Takini that you can actually see the fish visually. Today I'm here with EDI and we are doing the drone surveys, and basically what we're doing is we're looking for reds and we're looking for live salmon, and pointing out if we do see any carcasses. Red is basically just like a salmon nest. So the female salmon will dig in the gravel, she'll lay her egg. You can tell a fresh red from an old red because algae will eventually grow on the red. And so if you see an oval in a suitable area, so like a gravelly area, and it's like perfectly clean rocks, that's usually because a salmon was digging there. And that's why a lot of times people will look at a tail to see what the condition is, because with females usually you can see a bit of deterioration happen.
When we started doing these surveys, we noticed a lot of the female salmon on the Yukon River around Whitehorse had a unusually high amount of eggs. And we thought this was slightly concerning, but also recognized that this is a really long migration and it could just be sort of a common thing for fish that have to migrate 3,000 kilometers from the ocean. And so we've checked out a few other sites throughout the Yukon River with similar migration distances to see if that's a common trend across different streams. And so that's what we're doing here on the Teslin. We're looking at a river that doesn't have a lot of the same sort of human influences that Whitehorse does, to understand if you sort of take away the human component, are salmon having higher spawning success. The salmon that have made it here, they've migrated at almost 3,000 kilometers to get here, and we're finding them right at their spawning grounds. When we see a dead salmon that's completed its life cycle, we pull it up, we take a bunch of different measurements, photographs, assess the condition of the fish, and then the thing we're most interested in is whether they spawned or not. This fish here, that's like it's what carries the milt, and it's quite small and bruised, which is a good sign that this one spawned fully. And then this one here, you can see they're quite a bit more noticeable and white, so that's the milt still inside. They definitely get way larger, so like this fish, this male, definitely attempted to spawn. What we're finding is that yes, in a system like this where there's less human influence, they do have higher spawning success compared to the more urban setting in Whitehorse.
There has been some work that's done with the Whitehorse fish ladder to have the flow rates and attraction to the dam a little bit modified to have them be able to get up the ladder, and it seems to be working this year. So what we are doing today is we are doing a snorkel survey of the Yukon River, looking for spawning salmon, looking for live salmon, and possibly reds. What this is for is just to give us an idea of how many fish might be spawning below the dam for future work, possibly of restoring salmon. The reason why we really focus here, because we're looking at what is happening to the Chinook. Are they spawning? Is it hatchery fish? Is it wild fish? This year seems to be a little bit better because we're not finding a lot of carcasses below the dam. So obviously things are looking up for us, that they're actually making it through the ladder. There was so far 800. I believe that was as September 6th or 7th. And that's the most we've had since 2017 through the ladder.
People across the territory, across Alaska, that want to see salmon back and are putting that effort in. I think as long as that belief and passion and commitment is there, that we'll always have salmon coming back, and that gives me some optimism.
We're always out here doing our part as salmon stewards to make sure that the salmon are respected and the water is good and taken care of. We'll do this as long as we can. Through this program, I hope that it keeps going for the next generation and next generation, and I hope that our future generations will be able to fish in this system one day again. Generations could fish for salmon and have that relationship and know that what we've been doing here through this decline to build them up is that they know that we did that for them. That would be my dream.
It's actually, there's not a ton of eggs.
Oh, it's so fucking gross. I bet it's full of eggs.
You think?
I'm not even breathing.
Oh no, they're hiding.
I can't even help you. That's so gross. Oh. I'm sorry.
I still get the giggles, so we're recording that. Anyway, moving along. Am I missing a page here? Just a second here. Oh, the community-based salmon plan. So the salmon plan, we're still following the Connect and Broken Salmon Trail. It's still in collaboration with Tonquitchin Council, CTFN, acknowledging our traditional laws and ways to reconnect salmon. This year, we'll be working on updating it with some future projects and future initiatives, working with our communities to ensure that we continue to hold this plan and implement it. It is a living document. It is not something that will go on the shelf. Next slide. Last year in 2025, we did, thanks to the River Panel, we did receive some more money for the Southern Lake Salmon Treaty Simulation Project. We call it a pilot. Anyway, this is part of the Connecting Broken Salmon Trail. Our way we are building the future of salmon stewardship is by investing in youth. The FH Collins Southern Lakes Treaty Simulation offered a hands-on learning experience grounded in Indigenous perspectives on salmon relationships and responsibility. Students worked alongside elders and salmon practitioners to better understand how decisions about Yukon River salmon are made. Can I get the next slide there, please? Sorry. By stepping into roles of Kwalendon First Nation, Yukon government, and Canada, youth experience firsthand the realities of power, negotiation, and collaboration. Supported by Yukon River Panel Restoration and Enhancement Fund, the simulation helped participants see treaties as living tools, not just documents for protecting salmon, culture, and future generations. As you can look at the picture, you can see that's probably how it looked back in the day when they're negotiating. You know, the young girl there on the DFO side going, oh my God. Anyway, next slide. The Salmon Stewardship Center, we just completed we're still working on it a bit, but the third year of feasibility. This proposed center along Whitehorse's waterfront would serve as a living expression of connecting the broken salmon trail, reconnecting people to the ecological, cultural, and historical importance of salmon in the Southern Lakes by sharing the salmon story from migration and ecosystem relationships to First Nation stewardship and pre-gold rush use of the waterfront. The project restores awareness of connections that have been disrupted over time. The salmon trail along the Millennium Trail with interpretive signage would guide residents and visitors through the journey of salmon while highlighting the leadership of Kwalendon First Nation, Carcross-Tagish First Nation, and Tonquitchin Council, and addressing impacts from the Whitehorse Dam. Together, the center and trail create a place of learning, reflection, and responsibility, strengthening public understanding and support for Indigenous-led salmon restoration efforts. Next slide. The annual salmon ceremony and giveaway. An important part of stewardship is ceremony and sharing. The annual salmon ceremony and giveaway honors salmon as more than a resource. It recognizes them as relatives and teachers. It is a time to give thanks, reflect on our responsibilities, and ensure that salmon continue to be shared in a good way within our community. These gatherings strengthen cultural continuity, reinforce why we do across watershed matters. The salmon giveaways not only help supplement our diets, but it also serves an expression of gratitude for refraining from fishing on the Yukon River and its tributaries. Next slide. Next is our freshwater fisheries and food security program. While salmon are central to our work, they are not the only fish that sustain our people. Kwalindun First Nations Freshwater Fisheries Program is guided by Chapter 16 of our final agreement and by citizen direction. It focuses on protecting the freshwater fish as a cornerstone of food security, governance, and self-determination. As salmon are no longer reliably available for harvest, species like whitefish, lake trout, and grayling, and the habitats they depend on are increasingly important. Protecting these fish helps ensure our citizens continue to have access to local healthy food while also asserting KDFN's authority in freshwater management. This work directly supports connecting Broken Salmon Trail by recognizing that salmon don't exist in isolation. They're part of an interconnected freshwater system that sustain our culture, our food systems, and our future. Next slide. The Yukon Energy Corp Whitehorse Rapids Generating Station in the monitoring program. Upstream passage improvements of Whitehorse Rapids represent a critical step in connecting the Broken Salmon Trail by addressing one of the most significant barriers to Chinook migration in the upper Yukon River. Through careful information gathering, monitoring, and research, this work is grounded in understanding how salmon interact with the altered river flows and existing infrastructure. The phased approach from feasibility and design through permitting, construction, and long-term operation reflects a commitment to responsible planning, sharing, decision-making, and sustained stewardship. By improving fish passage on both the west and east sides of the river, enhancing attraction flows, and planning for an eventual replacement of the fish ladder, this project works to reconnect salmon with upstream habitats while aligning engineering solutions with ecological and cultural priorities. Together, these efforts support Indigenous-led salmon restoration, strengthen collaboration among partners, and help rebuild a continuous functioning salmon pathway for future generations. Next slide. And there you have it. This is a quote from our community. The salmon are in trouble. They have told us for many years they are hurting. We need to listen, pay our respects, and make every effort to give them a chance, no matter the cost. Ganeshjis, Shonithan Masijo. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Brandy, and I'm so happy everything went smoothly this time. Thanks to all the staff that helped to support and make that happen as well with the videos. Very, very good presentation. Questions, comments from panel members? Andy.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Brandy. I have to say that's one of the best presentations overall that I've seen on the Yukon River Panel in my time on the Yukon River Panel. And I really recognize the team that you've built to do the work that you're doing, and it's very impressive and critical. I did have a question for you, and I'm not sure if you're going to know the answer, but do you remember the year that Mitchie Creek project was first initiated? Approximately, maybe.
For Quinlan, with Nick DeGraff, it was 2003, but there was some previous work before that. And then I would like to say that it's gone back ancestral lands forever. This is something that my people have maintained this system since time immemorial. But yes, Quinlan was 2003.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to reference that because I can remember the discussions at the Yukon River Panel in talks about rebuilding and identifying that stream, and many of the discussions about the viability of it and the time that it would take for us to see salmon returning to that stream. And I just wanted to highlight that because at the time, there was a lot of discussion and a lot of doubt about that project. And there was a lot of, let's say, impatience. And people wanted fast results to bring salmon back. And these are my recollections from a lot of those discussions at the panel. And it's really good. It makes me feel really good to see that being patient has paid off, and that that project has been so successful, not only in bringing salmon back, but teaching us a lot of other lessons in salmon restoration and commitment. And so I just wanted to highlight that because I think that's really important moving forward into our rebuilding plan. There are some things we can do fairly quickly, but salmon are on their own cycle, and salmon have their own way of doing what they need to do. And we as humans always have to remember that, which you bring to our attention all the time, Brandy. I really appreciate that. So thank you.
I just want to highlight, this is from last year, but we did get close to 200 returning Chinook back to Michi. So that's a good story that we got in 2025. That video was from 2024. Also, you know, we did talk about that video, or that the salmon, you know, that it was, you know, a low female return, but still seeing, you know, over 200 or close to 200 salmon, and returning to that system was a big highlight for us, and it's really, really great to be a part of that. So, and the support from everyone else. Thank you for those remarks, Andy.
Next, we'll go to John Lamont, then Charlie, then Virgil.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'll start off with a question. There was a dead female Chinook that was dip netted or dragged from the bottom of one of the spawning streams. Did you all research and find out if that died of ichthyophonus or any other type of disease?
We're testing, we're not testing for ichthyophonus. They died from spawning after they're just doing their natural life cycle. We test for other things such as age classification. We take a few things from them, but we don't test for ichthyophonus. Take some eDNA samples, that kind of thing, but no ichthyophonus, not that we could tell. And sometimes some of them are pretty far gone that, as you could see in that one last video, it's kind of hard to tell we know that they spawned, but yeah, or they didn't spawn, but they just died of natural causes as per the migration.
Thank you for that. Now, my comment is more, I guess, serious about, you know, salmon being our food source, and thinking back on my late uncle, Gumgalak. If I showed him a film like this, he'd say, "Why are you guys playing with our food?" And then if we laugh about a dead carcass, "Why are you laughing about that? That's part of us. We're all one as a family, and we shouldn't make this a funny thing to laugh about, but we need to show that salmon respect, whether they're alive or dead." Thank you.
We weren't laughing about it. It's just really hard for sometimes when you're going through it. It's not, when we're doing these samples, it's pretty tough on us because some carcasses are gone. And I do understand that concern around that we're doing this work. Yes, and we face them downriver. It's just really important for us to be able to tell what is happening with this dam and what is going on, if they're making it through and they're not spawning because they can't get through it. And so those are some of the information we're trying to find out, and we are working on that, and it takes long-term data to do that. But we're not taking live samples. These are fish that have already spawned or not spawned. So that's the kind of information we're finding. And thank you for your question.
But on a more, I guess, respectful note, thank you for the project you all are doing up there and what work you're doing for the salmon.
Next, we'll go to Charlie.
Good morning, Brandy. I want to thank you and commend your people for all the work that you're doing for the salmon up there on your side of the border. And I really appreciate the presentation, that shows us what's going on up there and what you guys are doing. so we could bring it back to our villages and report that. That's been a big question for a long time. So I really appreciate the presentation. It was very good and informative. And we look forward to working more closely with you all and being able to maybe present some of your information to our side of the border so they could see. We need to answer people's questions along the river and work in unity. And I just appreciate all your work and just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. I appreciate that.
Next, we'll go to Virgil.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you. Brandy, that was a very good presentation you gave. I want to compliment you on that. And I have a question, well, a couple of questions actually. One of them is Mitchie Creek is where a lot of the fish that they raise in the hatchery are released. And are the adipose fins clipped in those fish, which I think they are? But have you done any, when you're doing those carcass surveys, have you attempted to determine how many of them were naturally spawned and how many, that spawned, were naturally spawned, and how many of them were actually hatchery fish with the adipose fin clipped?
I don't have exact numbers, but yes, we do. Yeah, the adipose is clipped. That's how we can tell they're hatchery fish. And the best place to tell that on the carcass surveys is below the dam. We look and we record if they're hatchery or they're wild, and the success of their spawning. We do collect them at Mitchie as well. And the last couple of years, though, which ones that we can find that weren't eaten before we got there, because we can't get into Mitchie as often. We only do one survey at the end of that when the main spawning is the beginning of September. So a lot of times getting in, we're a little late, and there's not much left to be able to tell if it's hatchery or it's or even if it's spawned or not, because a lot of them have been eaten up. But yes, we do determine that. And it's part of our analysis of understanding if they're hatchery or wild. But what I do recall from the last couple of years, it's been mostly wild that we have seen, that we've been able to collect. Below the dam, this year was in 2025, we didn't actually have a lot of salmon that we found down there below the dam because they were getting through the ladder, do some attraction flow adjustments that were done on the ladder. But previous years, we were finding quite a bit of hatchery fish and quite a bit of wild fish that were not making it up. So, like we said, this work informs what is that there needs to be something done about that ladder as well. So, yeah. And I mean, there's multiple, the fry releases in there. We're involved with that, but we also are doing some juvenile assessments to understand how long the fry or the hatcheries are hanging around as compared to wild, and a little bit of other work that goes with that. But thanks for the question.
Hey, my other question, and maybe you don't know the answer to this, but I'm sure someone in the room does. But I believe that if the salmon eggs are not fertilized, if they're in the water very long, they're going to turn white. And I noticed that all those eggs in the edge of the stream that it showed in your video, they were all nice bright red. And my experience hunting in areas where the salmon are spawning is that most of the eggs there are red still. They haven't been bleached out white. And so those eggs, though the place I'm talking about is mostly chum eggs, but the grayling are in there digging up the reds, and of course the bears are there trying to catch them as well, and they, disturb the reds. But anyway, I don't know if anyone knows the answer to that or not, or whether you do, but my theory is that if they're fertilized, they don't turn white, they stay red. And so that's all I've got. Thank you. And maybe someone can answer that question.
I can answer as best I can. I'm not going to tire a biologist, but yes, the eggs that we are taking out are out of the fish. They haven't been fertilized, but they're not turning white yet. But once we put them in the water, they will, because they weren't. and we haven't seen a lot. Like on Mitchie Creek, you might see some places, but most of the times the reds we get there, we don't get to see what's happening afterwards. We're in the 3 days, we're counting the reds, we're looking at if there's females or males on it, and then and really just looking at a live enumeration for that. But I don't know if anybody wants to answer it or if we have time, but I know Lars is online. So he might be able to kick in and further help me with that question, but I don't know if we have enough time for that right now. It's up to John, Mr. Chair. Do we?
Yeah, we have time for sure.
Okay. Lars, you want to come in and pipe in?
I will just acknowledge from the Whitehorse office that Lars is not in the room right at the moment. He's nearby.
Well,
I'd
maybe we
like
can.
to quickly note, maybe we might have somebody else in the room here that could address it as well. But any folks that did shut their cameras down, that they want to turn them back on now that we've gone through the presentation, you can feel free to do so. And thanks for your assistance with that, for sure. Is there anybody else perhaps that might be able to further address the question? Not seeing any takers, Virgil. Mr. Chair.
I'll weigh in. The short answer is yes. So typically when eggs die, they turn white. If they're fertilized, they stay a more orange or red color. So I believe that's what you were asking, Virgil. Is that right?
Get further up to so those eggs that were there, like were coming out of the carcasses, so they're still orange at that point, and they will be in the water that might have as part of doing our work that might have poured out onto the system, into the creek. But usually we try to put them out further. Those are just sometimes when you catch the carcasses, they automatically come out of their body, and they are, for the most part, orange, depending on the K level. But yeah, sometimes they're black. So in such cases, at the end of the video there. But yeah. Okay.
Okay, next we'll go to Sven Pauken. Go ahead, Sven.
Thank you. Thank you, Brandy. Excellent presentation. I like Charlie's idea of trying to get that shared to folks on this side of the border. One of the slides you had YEC monitoring, and our packet has WRGS monitoring. Can you tell me what that stands for and what that is, WRGS?
Whitehorse Rapid Generating Station. So that's the Yukon Energy Corporation. It's the dam. It's the water license was issued last fall, and part of that program is it's called MAP, we call it, but it's a monitoring and adaptive management plan implementation. So there's a number of studies and further mitigations that need to happen through this program, that they are the conditions within the license. Some of the stuff that we really wanted in that license through the water board hearings and the concerns and recommendations brought forward by the Southern Lakes First Nations and others was really around mitigations around fish passage, both in and out migration. And so working on that and ramping. And so basically it's a larger monitoring program that KDFN finally can be a part of, not conducting our studies individually. Like we did the entrainment study, was further followed up to be supported by YEC because the Southern Lakes First Nations wanted to have a part of that. So now getting quite involved with not the operations, but the monitoring the impacts and ensuring that we could be at the table to be basically make those conditions of the license being addressed. And so that's what that's all part of. So the history was we didn't have an opportunity to be able to sit at the table and make these recommendations. We didn't even have the opportunity to say yes or no when the dam came in. So this relicensing was within 20 years, the first time that the First Nations in the Southern Lakes actually had a voice at the table in some of the recommendations and mitigations brought forward. We initiated the assessments on both the on the turbines and entrainment and the ladder, as well as the hatchery components of it. So a lot of things that we did to get ready for that relicensing, to get some of the mitigations in place, but also, working towards the next step is the Fisheries Act authorization and putting some parameters around that and conditions, which is in what we're doing right now in the Southern Lakes. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Kind of a follow-up. Are there any other generation stations, dams on other tributaries that have salmon spawning?
Yes. Well, they're not spawning up there anymore because they don't have a ladder, but the Mayo River, Stewart River has a dam there. And again, Lars, where are you? This is his project, but there is another dam. It's further up the river, confluence of the Yukon River. It's not on the Yukon River.
Go ahead, Whitehorse Meeting Room.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. It's Lars Jessup here with advisor for Nutchinag Gun. I was just going to confirm the question there that there is another hydro dam in the Yukon that affects salmon, and it is on the Mayo River. And Brandy mentioned it, but there is no fish passage at the Mayo River Dam. So what spawning habitat is left for Chinook salmon on the Mayo River is below the Mayo Dam, which is about 12 kilometers. So that dam, when it was constructed, took about approximately 75% of the total available spawning habitat. It took it away. And that dam has been in place since 1951, 52. And First Nation of Nutchinag has had a project in the works for many years to try to get salmon returned upstream of the Mayo River Dam. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Lars. Appreciate you providing your insight and expertise. Not seeing any other immediate questions. So I do have one for you, Brandy. Again, thanks for such an excellent presentation. It's clearly a presentation that will resonate and is much appreciated by the panel here, as well as the effort to try and do it in January. But I'm curious, what other, I guess, prior opportunities and any potential future opportunities that you and the First Nation might present this, even different versions of this presentation in different venues, at different meetings, to different groups or organizations. What has been done beyond just the Yukon River Panel, and what you might see opportunities in the future to do to provide this or a even updated version of this presentation.
Thanks for that question, Mr. Chair. So we have shown these videos quite a bit, like not all together, like this presentation. Here and there, we've gone to schools. These we were recognized on the global market. We took some of these videos. They weren't in quite the version that they were now, to Norway and Finland for the International Indigenous Salmon Peoples Gathering. We also spoke at the Arctic Net Conference, global, another national project. We've been asked to showcase these at different venues. These will be playing at the Whitehorse Fish Ladder Interpretation, at the ladder, sorry. And then we just got asked through the Fish and Game. Is it Fish and Game? It's a little separate, not ADFNG, but we just sent the videos. I can't remember. There's Fish and Game, I believe, in Alaska. They're going to show it at their film festival that's coming up here. And then further to the second part of your question, we will continue to show these like individually, depending on what the stage is. But our next collaboration is to bring all these videos together and make one long video. So it's a little bit more easy flow. But however, right now, because of how these were done, the carcass survey, the last one was, Nature Fund was more or less the contributor to that, to pay for that one. But through the R&E, we set a series of 2 to 3 videos, and that's what our obligation was through. So that's why I brought the R&E portion it to you, and I did add the carcass survey onto that because that was kind of closer to date. So we're going to make a little bit more put that together. There is some other information that we need from elders to make it a bigger video, but that's something we can bring forward. Another thing that, it's really highlighting some of our projects that's, up and going and wrapping up is the Salmon Stewardship Center, which is in its 3rd year of feasibility. But we're looking at, location finalization and design concept at this point. So yeah, lots of stuff to come. Like we're never done. Some projects, we think of them as legacy projects. It's just things that we got to keep contributing to that we love and our community asks for. But a real important one for us too is really looking at our freshwater fish program that is really ramping up, that has been brought forward from our community through resolutions. And that is a project that we're really going to showcase and get deep boots in the creek on that one too. So, or the lake. So that's another one. So there's always something coming. We're always working hard. We're always trying to think of new ideas. We're always, working with partners and collaborating on what, we could do in here. And like I said, thank you. But I do have an amazing fisheries team, amazing pile of, consultants that help me out and advisors that make, our vision from our communities, including Tonquitchin Council, including Carcos-Tagish and Champagne-Ajac First Nations, visions come alive and meaningful projects come out of that. And I know good results as well as community capacity and resource building. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And I think Lisa Stubbe with Sportfish here in the Fairbanks meeting room might have some clarification on that venue in Alaska. Lisa?
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, and thank you, Brandy, for submitting those 4 films. I was the Film Fest coordinator for the Alaska chapter of the American Fishery Association, and these, along with other excellent films, were submitted, and I have to tell you, they were very well received. Thank you again.
Thanks for that,
Thank you,
Lisa.
Regina.
Yeah, thanks I'm glad to see there's so much opportunity to disseminate that information. And it does occur to me too, when we were talking this morning about some of the panel's priorities moving forward on R&E, the public awareness component. And I think videos like this, and we've certainly seen others in the past, and I'm sure we'll see more in the future in that regard. But for anyone listening, as well as Brandy and Kwantlen Dun First Nation or any of the other proponents for R&E, if this is a good example of that would fit into that category of public awareness, especially if there's so many opportunities like Brandy you just described about future presentation and prior opportunities to present this information. So just wanted to point that out. Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brandy, I really love those videos, and I just want to add my voice to that. In the work that you're doing. I was also wondering if you have, by chance, reached out to the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society about your videos, because they would be a really great forum for that as well. They do a lot of work on all fish and wildlife issues, and I know that they would really love to see that. And if you haven't had a chance to reach out to them and need their contacts, I would be happy to do that for you.
No, I have not reached out to them. Honestly, I haven't really just been through these markets that people see these videos, then they ask for more for us to come and do presentations. So if you can send me that information, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments for Brandy on this excellent presentation and videos? Okay, not seeing anything. Thank you again very much. I'm so happy that we're able to get our technical difficulties sorted out here, Brandy. But thanks again for such a great presentation, and we'll look forward to perhaps seeing more and updated versions in the future.
Thank you too, Mr. Chair and the River Panel. Thanks for this opportunity and thanks for your support.
Okay, we have completed our morning agenda items. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. We do have several individuals that are signed up for public testimony. We might as well go ahead and get started with that. If folks that are in person, if they might have been awaiting an 11:30 start time, we can certainly come back to you if they're not in the room and available right now. But Mr. Chair, does that sound like a good way to proceed? Sorry, proceed to public testimony. Does that sound acceptable to you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was distracted by the list of individuals that are registered, but yes, I believe we can proceed. And with that, just encourage any members of the public or individuals participating online, if you are interested or are planning on providing testimony, please ensure to sign up early on. We do have, after this morning, one final opportunity at the end of the day today. Mr. Chair, our past experience has shown that we see a significant influx of registrations within the last hour leading up to our public testimony period. What I will say is that looking at our schedule today, Mr. Chair, we are a little bit ahead of schedule, and with the change to our meeting agenda, so item number 22, which is the Yukon River Juvenile Chinook Salmon Out-Migration Research, there's a likelihood that we'll transition to public comment and testimony opportunity earlier than scheduled. And then likewise, we are ensuring to conclude our meeting sessions as close as possible to 5 o'clock. If the opportunity presents itself, we may conclude early because, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, I know that there are some panel member and delegation members that are scheduled to travel shortly after conclusion of session, Mr. Chair. But happy to proceed at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, thank you for all those clarifications. I think that we will see what we get by way of any additional signups for testimony in our final opportunity this afternoon. We may have additional time, as Mr. Co-Chair mentioned. I would like to note that those that are, I guess, thinking about testimony at the afternoon session, that it's always going to be in your best interest to sign up as soon as possible because there are a limited number of slots available. Once those slots get filled, we're going to have to close down any further submissions or requests. With that, let's go ahead and proceed with our first public testimony for the pre-lunch session. All of these will be in person, and the first one is Stanley Pete. Please feel free to come up to the front of the room. Yes, thank you, Stanley.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, co-chairs. I was actually feeling more comfortable in the back.
If you would like to have a microphone in the back, we can do that.
Well, I'm here now.
Okay.
My name is Stanley Pete. I'm from Nunamiq, coastal lower Yukon. It is flat, wind-swept tundra on permafrost. My family's bond is strengthened through subsistence. In my short time, I've observed changes in salmon abundance, changes in fish health, seen cultural and subsistence impacts because of salmon decline, experienced food insecurity, seen economic hardship with no commercial opportunity. The changes in major hydrological changes like the Kluane Lake absolutely altering historical productivity of once prime fall chum producing habitat. The final report, CRE-145-17 Kluane Fall Chum, DFO, was a research project funded by the Research and Enhancement Fund. reports that glacial meltwater that once flowed into Yukon now drains to the Gulf of Alaska. The goal of the report was to document and assess the effect of a major natural hydrological change on the Yukon River fall chum spawning grounds in Canada's Kluane River / White River system. Report says this information may facilitate an understanding of changes to productivity from this spawning area and have implications on overall future productions and ultimately chum salmon management in the upper Yukon River. Report says the water level of Kluane Lake dropped approximately 1.7 meters lower than its long-term mean level. This loss of water inputs from the Slims River is considered to be permanent. High densities of spawning adults have been continually observed at sites associated with groundwater inputs. Areas of groundwater upwellings are likely an important determinant of spawning locations in both lakes and river environments. Much of the upwelling groundwater area that historically provided spawning for Kluane Lake chum salmon was above water in 2017. In the report of 2017 by DFO, it says there is insufficient spawning habitat to accommodate spawning escapement. There was evidence of intensive predation on spawning chum salmon in each of the major spawning areas. This was mostly in clear and shallow water where fish were afforded minimal cover or escape routes. It has been 2 life cycles of fall chum since Kluane Lake dried up. It shows that any and all management measures are not increasing runs. The continuous planning, monitoring, analysis, and assessment to meet goals is not getting anticipated results. To better understand this, if the Yukon watershed is 10 chicken coops and 3 of those are represented by the Kluane Lake drying up, that leaves 7 chicken coops. The 3 don't have a chance of being fixed. You only have 7 coops. You can't manage for 10. It's apparent the Yukon River drainage fall chum management plan needs to be revised. Lower escapement goals, adjust escapement goals to new standard. The historical productivity is no longer there. Therefore, it only makes sense to change escapement goals to manage to maximum sustained yield. My other concern is escapement goals affecting coastal villages. From the Naskunuk Peninsula, the start of the management area for Alaska Department of Fish and Game on Yukon River, it is 370 kilometers to Pilot Station sonar on Yukon River. That's roughly 200 nautical miles. At the rate fall chum swim, that's 2 weeks of swim time. Once escapement goal is met, there is no more fish in this region. Management escapement goals essentially benefit communities upriver from sonar site. This allocation or harvest opportunity for coastal communities is unwarranted because of management strategies. The geographical location in relation to sonar puts limitations on these communities. In the 1980s, or 40 years ago, the need to harvest fall chum was very low in these coastal communities. Now, because of 7-year moratorium on Chinook, initiated by Yukon River Panel agreement, people are now utilizing fall chum. The cumulative effects that cause the decline are numerous. The people still need to eat. If the only solution is to starve out the people who use salmon and disregard all other factors, it's unfair. The April 2024 agreement on Chinook says, in the absence of fishing. Thank you, co-chairs.
Thank you, Stanley. If you could maybe stay to see if we have any comments or questions from panel members. We'll go to Andy. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that, Stanley. I'm curious, living where you're at, do you have concerns for the issues in Area M with intercept fisheries affecting your region?
In my testimony, I said there are cumulative effects other than subsistence fishing that may be contributing, whether it's permafrost degradation, hydroelectric dams, mining, intercept fishery, bycatch. Those are all effects that I don't know if this body has any control over, but to put the full burden on the people that utilize the resource for sustenance, it seems unfair in my opinion. I don't know if this body has any control over what happens in any laws being implemented, whether it's EPA or the marine environments. It's hard to come to meetings now because it seems that I've been coming here for a while, and a lot of the people here have been coming for numerous years, and they're not getting the anticipated results we all seek. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm also curious, given that you're on the coast, are you seeing smaller fish coming back to your region, whether it be salmon or halibut, or I'm not familiar with all the species because I know it's pretty numerous along the coastline, but I'm just curious if your people are noticing that fish are returning either younger or smaller. The food that you're eating is what I'm getting at. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I do know that last year that we were harvesting humpies because we're allowed to do that. But the throwbacks or the questionable fish that we were throwing back was almost 30% of infection, and it discouraged me and my family from even attempting to try to put up humpies because a lot of them were sick. And so we stopped because it just broke our heart to cut a fish open and having it to toss it back. I mean, I feel that it's essential for my family to utilize subsistence to create the bonds needed in a family environment. But at the same time, you are concerned that is this fish healthy? We are seeing. You're right. We are seeing smaller fish returning. The sockeyes are smaller than they used to be. In fact, I think a lot of the people are seeing smaller fish that they don't yield the amount of protein that they used to. The bulk is not there. But even with that, the limitations on subsistence are is heavily felt in the lower river, just as they are felt in the upper portions of the Yukon. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments for Stanley? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for being here with us today, Stanley. I appreciate you taking the time and energy to come and give us your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Serena Ahlstrom. She'll also be here in person. Serena, as soon as you're ready. If you would like to speak from the front or the back, it's your preference.
Gosh, I want to speak from the back. Well, good afternoon. It's great to be here. My name is Serena Ahlstrom. My Yupik name is Juchitjo. My parents are William and Hilda Ahlstrom of St. Mary's. My grandparents are Fred and Domitilla Ahlstrom of St. Mary's. And my maternal grandparents are late Tommy and Martina Heckman of Pilot Station. I'm the executive director of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, also newly appointed to the Yukon River Panel, and sit on several committees here, but I'll be speaking on behalf of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. I think it's a great opportunity. I really enjoyed Craig Chythlook, who's the new appointed executive director of the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission's report. I feel that there's a lot of organizations that are working on really great projects in the Yukon River drainage, and I believe that they should be reported out and talked about. I don't know if even all these years that I've been here that many of you may know some of the projects that we're actually doing with YERDFA. We do have a lot of partnerships. We work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, ADF&G, NOAA, Tanna Chiefs Conference, Association of Village Council Presidents, the Yukon River and Tribal Fish Commission, and many various other entities and institutions on many of our projects that we do. We have grown a lot in the last 4 years. Starting out when I first started with YERDFA, there was only 3 of us, and I was the only full-time employee. Now we got 8 employees. We have full-time biologists. We have several project managers that are working on a lot of different projects, and I'll try to just specifically speak to the projects that we are currently working on that involve Canadian origin Chinook. Next week, we have our preseason meeting in Anchorage at the Hotel Captain Cook on Tuesday and Wednesday. This project is funded by R&E. We do pay for representatives from every tribe to attend this meeting. During the last Yukon River Panel meeting, we volunteered our use of that meeting to focus on the Chinook rebuilding plan. So we've been our facilitator for that meeting, and the consultants that were hired to start gathering information for the plan, Chinook rebuilding plan, designed the meeting to where we will be doing a lot of breakout sessions and engaging with the people and the representatives from the communities and get feedback directly from them and provide that input in hopes that it'll help with the Chinook rebuilding plan. Usually in our program, we don't, if we asked for full funding for every representative from each tribe to attend the Yukon River Panel, or I'm sorry, the YERDFA preseason meeting, we would be asking for a lot of money. So every year with our program, we do ask for a reduced amount of travel. We have more than 50 tribes along the Yukon, just on the Alaska side, and to ask for funding to pay all of that airfare, per diem, lodging is quite a tall task. We do invite a lot of people. We do have a lot of stakeholders, partners that do also join that meeting. It's open to the public, so anyone is welcome to attend. We also invite our Canadian partners as well. I work closely with Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, and with Brandy Mays and many others that I'm not going to name. And it's a really great opportunity just to get everyone face to face. And right now, with this meeting in particular, with a majority of the Yukon River Panel members not in attendance, it's really difficult sometimes to really engage and go through, make some decisions regarding, the process. And I really believe that the Yukon or the YRDFA preseason meeting is very valuable in that aspect. This year we'll be also reporting out from last year's preseason meeting. We did have a lot of breakout groups as well. Gathered information and sent it off to the consultants that are working with the Chinook rebuilding plan, and we're building off that. So we'll have a really good report out during this preseason meeting. Right now, my staff are diligently making all the reservations and accommodations for our participants, and they're not able to attend the Yukon River Panel right now. We also have our in-season teleconferences that we host. Over the last 3 to 4 years, we've had some trouble getting funding for that teleconference. Last year, we partnered with Canada Chiefs Conference and the Yukon River and Tribal Fish Commission, and they gave us funds to host the teleconference, and it is, I just heard back that we will receive funding from them again for this year's teleconference. And so be prepared for our first teleconference on the first Tuesday of June at 1 o'clock, utilizing our same number we've had for more than 20 years. So be prepared for that. It's always great to hear from people from the river, another great communication tool. It's great to hear about environmental changes, even the weather, if the ice is going out, if there's high water, any kind of information like that is really helpful to gauge what kind of environmental settings are within the community, and just eyes on the river. I'll talk about a couple other big projects that we're developing. One of them is our clearinghouse project, where we're going to have a platform used to have a majority of research projects at this one site and location. Grace Kirky, who's one of the project managers, is working diligently on that project, and it should be out. Project ends in 2027. We're working with our partners, Indigenous Sentinels Network, to develop that platform. Also to start collecting our own data, and that's one of YRDFA's priorities, is to start collecting our own data, just to start all the surveys, all the interviews, all the projects that we ran with YRDFA will be housed there and will be compiled and looked through, and hopefully, useful as we try to rebuild our stocks on the Yukon River. Another project that might be coming down the pipeline, and we're waiting funding for, we have partial funding for it, is a drone project, and we're hoping to start with some of the assessment sites that have shut down in some tributaries on the Alaska side. We're hoping to use drones to start collecting data and assessing those tributaries. We're working closely with the outfit out of Quinnahock, actually. They've been using drones and utilizing drones for about 5 years right now. No, I'm going to probably butcher their name. Nagaskak is the company we're working with, and tweezing out any kind of issues that we might foresee as we start to try to go down this path. Hopefully it'll be hashed out and it'll save us some extra time and money as we want to start looking at furthering our ability as YRDFA. Many other little projects that are coming to an end. There's a few videos that will be coming out mostly on our heat stress projects that were conducted on the Andrewski and the Kaikuk River. we got some great videos coming out, great data, along with our carcass survey as well in those two tributaries. And I'll leave it at that. I really encourage you to look to our website, yukonsalmon.org. We do have a lot of information on there, and look to our newsletter as well. If you would like to get on the mailing list for hard copies, just throw me an email. We do have a listserv as well. We do post it on our Facebook, on our Instagram, and our TikTok. So yeah, reach out. And there's just so much work being done on the Alaska side with our organizations and our different partners working together. And we're just hoping that down the road, we're going to be working more closely together just to start doing more things to help our salmon back in the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Serena. Excuse me. Appreciate the information and update. Questions, comments from panel members? Joe, go ahead.
Thank you, Serena, for that update. And it's great to hear about YURTFA's ongoing work. You mentioned the heat stress project coming to an end, and I wanted to ask if that was the project where I think there was a rapid response team that would maybe be initiated or help out in a heat stress situation in the water in the Kaikuk River. And I was wondering, we've heard some comments throughout the meeting about the temperatures potentially being higher this year in Alaska, and wanted to know if that project is ongoing in any way, or if that is what you were referring to that's coming to an end, and if you could explain what it was about.
Thank you for that question, Jill. That project was funded through the NPRB fund, and it was a 3-year project, and it was in partnership with a whole bunch of different entities. ADF&G is one of them, USGS. We dropped temperature loggers in those streams, and the whole reason behind that project development was back in 2016 when we had that high heat event, and local people were reporting chum salmon floating down the river, both in the Kaikuk and Rusky rivers. We decided to first of all develop a response team in those areas, that where if there is another heat event, that local people will be on the ground and reporting out, contacting biologists, whether it's with ADF&G or U.S. Fish and Wildlife, to see if they want to do anything on collecting samples of those fish, and they have been trained to do that. So that sampling will take place right then and there when they do see anything like that. In the last 3 years, it was quite difficult to get the temperature loggers out from the Kaikuk River because of the high that it would get flooded, and then the water would drop really, and so our logger would get buried, and our local technicians there, they would have to move the logger. So we do have that data. The final report for that project is going to be coming out in the next couple of months. But alongside that project, we do have interviews that were conducted in Imanak and Alaknak with local people, getting interviewed on, looking through the history of, salmon and whether or not they're getting smaller, and just the different changes through the years. And that report will be included as well. And it's just a to capture how the salmon health status is as they enter the mouth of the Yukon River, and as they go up to these tributaries, which is Andrewski is the first major tributary on the Yukon, and and then further up in Kaikuk on their fat content, which is very linked to the carcass survey. And so fat samples and thymine levels were collected from carcasses for sampling, and these two projects are very intertwined together, and those reports will be coming out soon.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Serena, and in particular bringing about some awareness regarding the considerable good work that YURDFA is undertaking. I also want to take this opportunity to both acknowledge and commend the leadership that you've shown in regards to keeping the in-season teleconference calls going. I know that you participate in almost every single one, and you've brought about some tremendous improvements in the structure and the engagement through that opportunity in season. And so, yeah, thank you for your commitment and the continued work that you're doing to maintain those connections that we have throughout the Yukon River watershed, even during years where perhaps there may be little to no fishing activity. I think it's still very important to have that platform to enable people from throughout the Yukon River watershed to hear about what's happening in season as the salmon migrate up from the mouth to the headwaters. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I have to shout out to our co-chair, Charlie Wright, and he's our co-chair. He's the Fish Commission co-chair. So working with Charlie, the Canada Chiefs Conference, Yukon River and Tribal Fish Commission made it possible for us to continue those calls. And I'd just like to throw out there that I will be, I don't want to say in the field, I'm going to be in the communities this summer. And one of the in-season teleconferences we're going to be hosting out of Emonic while I'm there during the biotechnician training camp that we'll be having this summer. So we'll make sure we bring it out to the community. They'll be in the hall. It'll be a little bit different setup, but just a way to engage more people from the community.
Okay, not seeing any further questions or comments. Again, thank you for your testimony and information to the panel today, Serena. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up for testimony here in person is Jim Simon, the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission Policy Director. And Jim, if you want to come to the front, at the back, whatever your choice.
Thank you very much, members of the panel, Joint Technical Committee. Just to be clear, while I am the new policy director for Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, I'm just speaking on my own behalf. Really, as a more than 20 years ago member of the Joint Technical Committee, one of the many co-authors on the JTC's plan from 2005, and I believe it's only Jill and Bonnie who are, at least on the American side, still involved. And I also spent more than a decade as the vice chairman of the steering committee that were the funders of a bunch of Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Sustainable Salmon Initiative research projects focusing on Chinook salmon, and just how very disappointing it is to more than 20 years later to see the state of Yukon River Chinook and fall chum salmon. But, and on the AYKSSI, tens of millions of dollars of research has been spent, and yet nothing that has been done here or at the AYKSSI seems to have done anything to keep us from being in this dire situation, which, as you could hear from Mr. Pete, who's one of the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission's Executive Council members, that pain has, over those intervening decades, has reached the Bering Sea coastal communities, which brings me to Brandy Mays and her hope. And Brandy, it's been a couple of years since I've seen you. It was so great to see you virtually. I look forward to seeing you in person. And thank you so very much for your presentation, for the hope and the demonstration of decades more of this crisis with our First Nations neighbors and relatives on the Canadian side. I think tribes and First Nations were all in the same boat now. And I think that the work that Brandy has laid out, as well as many of the other First Nations, just demonstrate that there is still lots of work to be done. And it's my hope that we can get on the American side, our tribal citizens, our youth out in the streams and monitoring and doing the work that Brandy so eloquently has demonstrated with her team. And with that, I won't take up any more of your time, but Brandy, thank you so much. Gives me hope.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jim. I also want to recognize you for your many decades of service, not only to the state of Alaska, to also to a lot of the tribal entities throughout the state in various regions. You play a pretty important role and have really helped in a lot of different areas. Given that you have so much experience and knowledge, I'm wondering if you could talk to the panel briefly about some of the things on the Alaska side that you see from your perspective would be helpful in the rebuilding plan. And I guess I'm hoping that you'll direct some of those comments towards the issues in the marine environment, hatcheries, bycatch, Area M issues, that sort of thing. So if you could just kind of give us some of your wisdom and some of maybe what you would hope would happen, and maybe also a little bit on co-management or other systems of improving the system we have right now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that small, little, simple question, Andy. Yeah, it's, as a settler, multi-generational Alaskan family descendant from the Copper Basin, it's been my pleasure to work with Alaskan tribal leadership and citizens for more than a couple decades. I think there is some recent developments through some actions of this past winter that my boss, Craig Chythlock, mentioned, and that I believe John will be, Mr. Co-Chair, will be discussing more with trying to, successfully address some of the marine interception issues and the bycatch issues. Back and Caroline may help my memory, because I had to even start Googling to find out when I was on the JTC and when I was at the Division of Subsistence, and just could not handle everything. And that's when I tapped Caroline, to fill that JTC role that had originally been expected for me to do. But back around that same time, the late Jim Magdance from Kotzebue and I had started to put together chum salmon subsistence harvest information in about 2007 for the council as they were contemplating a chum bycatch action. Well, it took almost 20 years since they started that process to actually take the final action that they just did. And so the slowness of particularly the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and I might say the Yukon River Panel, is very frustrating to me for someone who's worked in this for years. And yet to then see, a sort of a student of mine on the Board of Fisheries take such a leadership role as a young person involved in state management to try to address some of the interception issues, which have also, as we all know, have been decades long going on. But those aren't the only solutions that we need, right? It's as Mr. Pete mentioned, we need that's multifaceted issues, and we need a gravel to gravel approach, you know, and the fact that national governments, at least on my own national government, has this, and state government has this partitioning. You know, it seems peculiar that an anthropologist such as myself would have to explain to a room full of biologists that the whole life cycle is important to salmon, you know, and that these structures that divide salmon life cycles into these separate management regimes is ridiculous. But the state system also takes a lot of time too. And then a new administration will come in and you'll get, you know, we had what Virgil worked so hard for more than 20 years ago, and along with the late John White, who taught me so much about what I know about salmon now. You know, it just takes one election and new boards members to get seated to undo those area and time restrictions that were put into place in Area M in 2001. You know, 2004, it's completely different. So the governance is problematic, I think, but that's where it's my hope that intertribal commissions, such as the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, can demonstrate how more effective getting local people directly involved and the tribal governments involved. And I just would reference my, I think, 7 years working as a consultant for the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission that has been reaching the midpoint or above the escapement goal for Kuskokwim River Chinook salmon for a decade now. Whereas if you, based on Andy Monroe and Elizabeth Chenoweth, I think's 2025 March report on salmon escapement goal attainment, et cetera, you know, the state of Alaska has reached from the period 2015 to 2023, a 9-year period, the lower end of Chinook salmon escapement goals statewide 41% of the time. 50.2% of the time have not reached the lower bounds of the escapement goals, and 8% of the time there has actually been over escapement. Now, granted, bad years, right? We know that production is problematic, but Alaska became a state because of salmon, right? And because to get the federal government out of salmon management. And so the very first commissioner of Fish and Game spoke to in 1961, I believe it was, and in that 50-year of the Department of Fish and Game celebration, this is all quoted from there. The first commissioner said, "Gentlemen, you know, if you allow an over-escapement, you're going to hear from industry and commercial fishermen. But if you allow an under-escapement, you're going to be fired." And I frankly think we need to revisit 1961 because the data, the report card on the state of Alaska's attainment of escapement goals speaks for itself. And simply some of the recent conversations I've heard on December 4th, 2023, less than 2 months before our colleagues in Canada talked about the 7-year moratorium that was then subsequently signed, I think 2 more months after that. But on December 4th, 2023, the current commissioner said they would not put more salmon across the Canadian border. Less than 2 months, we have the state agreeing to a 7-year moratorium. Recently, also, the Commissioner of Fish and Game has said in the absence of commercial fisheries, we shouldn't even pay attention to the escapement goals. And on December 4th, 2023, I said, if you say that, you will never have fishermen sit on the bank again through an emergency order closure of fishing opportunities. The fact that there are other people asking the questions of board members about what do escapement goals mean and what are they used for is very disturbing to me. How can you implement a subsistence priority law passed by the Alaska legislature to provide a priority for customary and traditional subsistence fishing? You need to know what the harvestable surplus is. And if you don't operationalize escapement goals, how will you ever know what the harvestable surplus is? And maybe that's why we haven't seen the prioritization of subsistence in the state of Alaska, and why we have seen the continuation of commercial fishing in areas where subsistence fishing is closed further upriver or in the river in total. So I've focused on governance here, but all Alaskans need to vote in November. And I think that these kinds of salmon crises need to become campaign topics. There are a lot of other things, in the biology and stuff that even this anthropologist could talk about in response to your question, Andy. But I'm sure that even though we have some extra time, you've all heard enough from me for now. Thank you.
We do have some additional questions and comments from folks online. We'll first go to the Whitehorse meeting room and then Brandy Mays. So Whitehorse, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Senator Senior here. I forgot your name again.
Jim Simon. Hi, Stanley. I haven't seen you in a couple years.
Yeah, okay, well, okay, the video's not coming back clear up there online, so hard to recognize anyone except for Andy. I think I got probably some questions and then more questions, but some comments. This one went compliment Brandy for great videos and presentation. I think that just tells us we have goals to work towards and achieve, and I think it's in the interest of everyone to look at what we should be doing for the salmon of both countries. And we have this very, I'm going to repeat myself here. We have this very large area up here in the Yukon, and there's a lot of habitat up here. And a lot of the headwaters. You go up the Teslin River, there's a lot of river systems up in the tributaries of that river system, the salmon spawn in, and other side of the dam. There's a lot of spawning areas in that area, and also up the Porcupine River. And I think that that has to be definitely something that we're striving to work towards, to have the salmon coming up there for both countries. It's to our best interest to do that for both of us, because it's our food. It's not, basically a lot of the money that's made off all the fishery and how it affects the salmon coming up the river on the Yukon side. But all in all, I think you've been in the government system for a long time. You're retired. So what would you have done differently that can make changes for the benefit of salmon? Do you think that if there's any way to do incubation and talk about hatchery and incubation, bringing salmon to the IH stage and looking at that approach, since you're speaking so openly about after your retirement, what do you think about that approach? And what's your view of it? I think it's something we haven't talked about a lot, and I think since it's generally time for the public, I just want to ask you those questions and see what your views are after your term. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stanley, for the question. It's a really good one. What would I have done differently if I had the agency as a former member of the Division of Subsistence? I would have listened to the elders that more than 20 years ago along the American side of the Yukon, at least, who were saying something is wrong with our Chinook salmon. Their body shape and size has changed, and it means something is wrong. And this is all fresh in my mind because I've just got done sharing that observation and those concerns with colleagues in the commercial industry in the Copper River, in my home region of Alaska. And I think that's why it's so important that this body has the Traditional Knowledge Committee, chaired by both Charlie and Brandy. And I think that's essential. I think it is essential that traditional knowledge be a fundamental contributor to a rebuilding plan. And with respect to enhancement, it's such a tricky prospect, right? And even meeting a couple years ago, joint meeting between some Janessa and I from Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission when I was a consultant, Northwest Indian Fish Commission with the 20 treaty tribes of Western Washington, and the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. This issue came up with hatcheries and enhancement. I don't think that it's time to give up on wild salmon. Some of the recent research that's been done that the department, I know, of Fish and Game in Alaska has been very critical of, but done a comprehensive assessment of the billions of dollars invested in trying to recover wild salmon in the Pacific Northwest, found that of all those projects, there was perhaps 3% that contributed to wild salmon recovery. Back 23 years ago, when the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Sustainable Salmon Initiative Steering Committee contracted with the National Academy of Sciences, National Research Council, to provide guidance in the development of the comprehensive AYK SSI research and restoration program. They cautioned us that before you even consider enhancement or restoration activities, that you need to understand the biological mechanism that resulted in your population, involved in the population dynamics. Why are your wild stocks depressed? And I don't know that we have answered that question yet, so I'm very cautious and perhaps, like a good scientist, a bit skeptical whether or not that's the solution. In meeting with the representatives from the 20 tribes in Northwest Washington and looking at how the Endangered Species Act has affected their cultural and ceremonial uses of salmon, they can't use wild salmon. And the largest tribal harvest from the data that I saw was 1,100 salmon for cultural and ceremonial uses by one of their tribes, all of hatchery salmon. I would hate to see Alaskan tribes and First Nations experience that. I think, of course, our colleagues in Canada, First Nations, have been living with this for decades longer than Alaskan tribes now are experiencing. But I think we need to be very cautious about moving in that direction. I don't, there's a lot more that I need to know about the White Horse Dam and the fish ladder, et cetera. I know from Brandy and the presentation today, but conversations with Brandy earlier about the juvenile mortality of coming out of that dam, and then what is the supplemental hatchery, sort of the replacement efforts of that system. How has that worked? Is enhancement or hatchery production simply going to become, the next source of commercial fishing opportunities, like it has evolved from the original intentions of the Alaska Enhancement and Restoration Act from 73 or 74 or whatever, which was that Virgil can give us much, much depth of knowledge about what the original intent is and how that has shifted, and what the larger ecological implications of producing more pressure on marine resources during the significant portion of salmon's life cycle. So I know that may not be a very well-received response to Stanley's question, but I think it is prudent to pull together Western science and traditional knowledge and to be cautious and precautionary about potentially making the situation worse by putting more pressure on marine resources, as well as spawning habitat, et cetera.
Stanley, did you have a follow-up on that, or is there a new question there in the White Horse meeting room?
Yeah, I just want thank you for that. I think it's helpful to have an understanding and perspective to see where things are at and where they're not at with the salmon. In terms of a couple of questions I was asking, but I just want to, again, I think we still have a goal to achieve. And again, I want to thank Brandy for her presentation, but with the resources that are available and made to us on the Yukon side, I think we never missed a beat in terms of doing a lot for the salmon. Just to repeat myself again, over the years, we have done what we can for the salmon on our side, and Yukon 45 River. We have created a refuge for the salmon, the chum salmon area, and the Fishing Branch River, the lean jig, and we have protected that whole watershed. And we've basically really worked and really dogged the government. We were just dogging them to get that area protected and really pushing them on it to get that area protected, the whole watershed, the whole ecological reserve for the Fishing Branch River. And we basically, the opportunity was there. We didn't miss that opportunity. We did what we can, and to the extent that we could, and we protected the whole watershed, the whole ecosystem. We've done the homework on our side because the resource was available to us, and the political atmosphere was there. We took advantage of it. Like you say, it's more a bit quirky on your side. What could change at Area M in that area, just based on electing a new party into the government system, that can change. And that's really basically inconsistent, but it is what it is. And we can, we look at how we can continuously have the same message to protect the salmon, right from, like you say, gravel to gravel, and how we can do that. I think we're continuing to do that, and I think we're getting there. Slow process, but we're achieving it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you through the chairs. Thank you, Stanley. I think I have a lot more to learn about your First Nations, how you accomplish that, but it is not lost on me that of any goals that have been reached, it's the Trojinjic, Fall Chum goal that has even provided some limited subsistence fishing opportunities on the Alaskan side, even though they're pretty far from any of our communities. But that, and I don't know if there's a direct relationship between those protections that your sovereign government has put into place in fishing branch and et cetera, but I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, thank you.
Next, we'll go to a final comment question from Brandy Mays, and then we'll break for lunch. Go ahead, Brandy.
I just wanted to make this short. Thank you very much, Jim, and it's really nice to see you there. I'm sad I couldn't see you in person. Thank you for your compliments, and I really do agree on this collaborative approach and starting to work together closely through the tribes and the First Nations, outside of this as well, of this river panel process. But I think it's really important that the different organizations in Alaska and Canada bring forward some of their concerns and also, some suggestions and, how we could further collaborate our work that could, help in this process, in boots on the ground and, really building those relationships that are important for us along this river. It is, we got together in 2019 and we made a declaration that we would do this and we need to follow up with that. We all signed on to that and it was really important work at the time and it needs to be a collaborative effort. And what that declaration was one voice, one river, one voice. Doesn't matter how many of us are involved with it, whether we're tribes, whether we're just subsistence fishers, or whether we're, nations and governments. This work is really important, and I'm really glad that you guys are taking that step and including that and really recognizing, that history and the knowledge from the land and the people and the culture that, really should be looking to guide this work. And how we can recover our salmon population so we can get back on the water and have our fish camps running again. I think that, it's unfortunate that it has come to this point when people, our elders have said this many, many, many years ago, what was happening. And even in negotiations, when we were doing this treaty in 2002, our elders were saying it should be closed for 2 life cycles at that time, foreseeing that. I remember Charlie Green said to me, he goes, I never thought in a million years that, our salmon would be shut down and that we wouldn't be fishing. And he goes, he heard it from an elder over 20 years ago, from Teslin, not from his nations or anywhere. So, or from a government that was managing these stocks. So I really think that it's important to continue this work and collaborate and to really connect and build those relationships. And goodness cheese for your compliments. Once again, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jim, for joining us here today and providing us your testimony and comments. Appreciate it. Kate, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. We're a little bit behind schedule, not too bad. I think given that we did have a reduction in our agenda items for this afternoon, we can take a little bit longer on lunch if you're agreeable, Mr. Chair, and return at 1:45 Alaska time, 2:45 Yukon time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the testimony. Look forward to resuming at 1:45 Alaska time, 2:45 Yukon time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started now with our afternoon session. I hope everybody had a good lunch and adequate time. Take a little break. I will call myself to the podium for the next presentation with an update on the Bering Sea pollock fishery salmon bycatch report to the panel. So give me a moment to transition and I will dive in. Okay, I'll start with my, I guess, introduction. John Linderman, Department of Fish and Game, U.S. co-chair of the Yukon River Panel. I think most of you probably know that by now. And also to just acknowledge that this is not my area of expertise. I am definitely reliant upon and thankful for many other federal staff in particular in NOAA, National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, as well as NIMP staff, National Marine Fisheries Service staff, that are the subject matter experts on this topic. And I'm thankful to them for their assistance and helping me to understand my own questions associated with this topic. So again, this will be the 2025 salmon bycatch report to the Yukon River Panel on the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, or BSAI. You will see that acronym BSAI repeated throughout the presentation. That's what that refers to. And the groundfish fisheries that occur out there in the Bering Sea, Eastern Bering Sea in particular. This is based on an annual report to the Yukon River Panel, which will be presented each year at these pre-season meetings. Next slide, please. So this report to the Yukon River Panel, historically, for many decades, bycatch information has been included in the annual Joint Technical Committee report. Probably about 7-8 years ago now, based on a request from panel members to provide more specific and detailed engagement through presentations such as this, and a specifically drafted report on bycatch on an annual basis. We took the information from that JTC report and we turned it into what's now about a 7-page document. It includes bycatch information. As I said, it's also contained in the JTC report that is now distributed, and this is the first page here on the right, as an annual standalone report to the JTC. It's also contained as an appendix along with information on bycatch in the JTC report itself, but it's an appendix in the JTC report. One thing to note is that the copy that is contained in this year's JTC report is dated from January of 2026. That's the timeline for when JTC authors need to complete their different chapters and what they're responsible for. So this report here has been updated. That's being presented to the panel much more recently, in particular because between January and now, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council took additional action on chum salmon bycatch measures. So that wouldn't have been included in that January version of this. Again, it's distributed to the Yukon River Panel at these annual preseason meetings. The main reason that it's during these April meetings is that because the fisheries operate on a calendar year basis, several months are needed to compile the most recent season's information on harvest and bycatch, to compile that information, summarize it for inclusion in these reports. The report contains the following components. There's background information, then annually updated bycatch information. Stay on the prior slide, please. Thank you. Annually updated bycatch information that is always included impact information for Yukon River Canadian origin Chinook salmon. And most recently, starting this year, with this year's report, it also includes impacts on Yukon River fall chum salmon. There's a summary of bycatch management and regulation in those groundfish fisheries of the Bering Sea. There's a summary of how assessment and adult equivalent impact methodologies are produced and analyzed. And then there's also more detailed tables contained in that written report with both the annual bycatch updates as well as AEQ information for Chinook salmon. Next slide, please. So what are these Bering Sea Aleutian Island groundfish fisheries? They're federally managed. and they occur in the 3-mile to 200-mile limit of federal waters around Alaska, also known as the EEZ, which stands for the Exclusive Economic Zone, which means that they're U.S. federal waters that are reserved for U.S. fisheries for the United States. They occur in the eastern Bering Sea region of the Bering Sea, mostly in the northern portion of the Aleutian Island region, very northern and kind of western portion of the Aleutian Island region, and primarily in the eastern Bering Sea region that you see here on the map. Most of that fishing activity is centered around what's called the Bering Sea Shelf Break. It's really that section that's in the red circle here on the map, because that's where a lot of the productivity occurs from the deeper water of the off the shelf and the shallower water in the western portion of the Bering Sea, eastern portion of Bering Sea, excuse me. It's an annual fishery that's comprised of 2 seasons. It operates on a calendar year basis. So the A season is from January through June each year, and the B season occurs from July through December each year. There's 2 primary sectors, and there are more breakout sectors. That these are just the 2 primary higher level ones. One is the inshore sector, which is predominantly comprised of smaller vessels that operate closer to shore, inshore. And then the offshore sector, which is comprised of larger fishing vessels and inclusive of large fisher processor vessels that both catch and process the catch that they take. And most of those vessels operate further from shore, the offshore sector. Next slide, please. So now we get to the meat of each annual report. So this is now broken out into Chinook, and this will be followed by non-Chinook or chum salmon as well. So for the 2025 calendar year season, A and B seasons, the total Chinook bycatch of all groundfish fisheries was 23,231. That's 38% above the recent 5-year average bycatch, Chinook bycatch for all groundfish fisheries. And then of that 23,000 figure, 19,773 of that bycatch was taken within the pollock fishery only. That represents about 85% of the total bycatch was taken in the pollock only fishery. For chum salmon, which is consistently referred to as non-Chinook bycatch, the reason that it's referred to as non-Chinook is that the vast majority of that bycatch is comprised of chum salmon, but there are some other very small proportion or number of other Pacific salmon species that are in that bycatch, but the vast majority of it is chum salmon. Of the total bycatch for all groundfish fisheries, the chum or non-Chinook bycatch in 2025 was 156,203. That total bycatch figure was 40% below the recent 5-year average, but as is also noted in the written report, that is an increase on the total bycatch compared to just last year, but it is still below average compared to the recent 5 years by comparison. Similarly, within the pollock fishery only, the bycatch was 151,334. And again, that's of that 156,000 figure for the total bycatch. So the pollock fishery only bycatch represents about 97% of that total. Next slide, please. So now the real significant question here about this bycatch is, what is the impact on the stocks that are contained within that bycatch? That's referred to as, or based upon adult equivalent analysis in some form. I will have more explanation of what AEQ is and some of the considerations to be aware of and what the analysts take into consideration on that AEQ. So for Chinook salmon, and again, this is Canadian origin. So bear in mind that, Yukon River has US origin and Canadian origin. So this information is just specific to the Canadian origin component of the Yukon River salmon or Yukon River Chinook salmon stock. The time frame for this analysis is applied to is from 1994 to 2021. Within that time frame, the Canadian origin Chinook salmon run ranged from 32,970 to 182,564. The Canadian origin AEQ bycatch for Chinook salmon ranged from, please go back, thank you, ranged from 322 to 2,292, again over that same 94 to 2021 timeframe. And the impact rate, which is the essentially of the total run compared to the AEQ, the percentage of the total run ranged from 0.37 to at a low to a high of 2.81%. And over that entire 94 to 21 timeframe is about approximately 1% impact rate on average. By way of example, for the most recent year that final AEQ estimates are available in 2021, the Canadian origin total Chinook salmon run was 32,970. 493 Canadian origin Chinook salmon were taken as bycatch. That's resulting in a 1.4% impact rate for that 2021 return year. And to maybe describe it a different way is that if those 493 Canadian origin Chinook salmon had not been taken as bycatch in years prior, then that 32,970 figure would have been 493 fish more that had returned in the adult spawning run in that 2021 year. There is updated AEQ, adult equivalent analysis information on Canadian origin and other stocks, Chinook salmon in a draft EIS on chum salmon that the council has been working on. That draft information will be incorporated into this report once that EIS has been finalized. There's the potential for additional analysis or for that draft EIS or AEQ information in the EIS to change, and this report will be updated with that information once finalized. Next slide, please. So, back one, please. Thank you. Yes, that's correct. So this is now new information that hasn't been contained in either the written version of the report or in last year's report. And since I turned this into a PowerPoint presentation last year, but that is impact on Yukon River fall chum salmon total run. Again, similar to Chinook salmon, this is based on the draft chum EIS AEQ analysis. In that regard, it's using a very similar methodology that is used for Chinook salmon AEQ. It is not available for the Canadian origin fall chum component of the run. It's only available for the total run, in other words, Alaskan and Canadian stocks combined. The most current estimates available are from 2011 to 2022. Within that date range or year range, the total run of, again, total fall chum Chinook salmon, Yukon River fall chum, ranged from 94,011 to 2.3 million 400 and change. So that's the total run of Yukon River fall chum. The total run AEQ bycatch for those same years ranged from 2,175 to 16,415. And similar again to the Chinook, what I described for Chinook, the total run impact rate as a percentage for that same 2011 to 2022 timeframe ranged from a low of 0.22% to a high of 4.98%. With an average of just over 1%. It's about 1.03% average over that entire time frame. Again, by way of example, the most recent year that these estimates are available in 2022, the 2022 total fall chum salmon run returning to the Yukon River was 173,614. And just a note that I'm sure you are all aware, that's a very low run size for a Yukon River fall chum since the crash in 2020. And then 2,615 fish or fall chum salmon, Yukon fall chum salmon, were taken as bycatch. So again, similarly, think about this a little differently. If those 2,615 fall chum salmon had not been taken as bycatch, you would have seen that 173,000 figure increased to more along the lines of just over 176,000 fall chum salmon would have returned in 2022. So that's the crux of the new information, especially with this chum salmon information that the council has been working on for the past couple of years. I'm going to kind of stop there and see if there's any questions from panel members on what's been presented so far. The remainder of the presentation is going to describe the regulatory structure, how bycatch is regulated, and additional background information. So I'll pause for any questions that folks might have at this point. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, second time I've heard that Canadian fall chum cannot be detected. Why is it that we can detect them genetically in river, but not in any of the marine fisheries?
It's a great question, Andy, and thanks for asking it. So Canadian and U.S. origin, Alaskan origin fall chum are genetically distinguishable. Andy's correct about that. But the thing that needs to be kept in mind is the scale and number of stocks that are needing to be analyzed in the bycatch. We're talking about salmon stocks that range from Japan all the way through Russia, Alaska, all Alaska in that regard, down to southern BC, British Columbia, and into the Pacific Northwest. So that bycatch is comprised from stocks of any salmon species throughout the entirety of the North Pacific. So it's somewhat of a combination of that reality, that at the scale of what you're trying to detect in these mixtures and having to have confidence that you're accurately identifying all of the stocks from the North Pacific, in combination with the relatively small proportion of just the total Yukon fall chum run, is that it's not able to accurately break it down any further than the total fall chum run. It's also bearing in mind that when it comes to the proportion or proportion contribution between Alaskan origin and Canadian origin is historically on average 25 or a quarter of the entire run. It's much less in recent years. It's in the teens to lower teens, and its proportion contribution to the total run. So it makes it even that much more difficult to try and break out that Canadian component of the run when you have multiple different factors of having to have confidence in the accuracy of your stock composition estimates from genetics. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to help me understand that. So basically what you're saying is that they take a sample of the bycatch, or is every single fish caught and then done genetics on? Because if every single fish is done and they're detecting Canadian fall chum, you should have a hard number for Canadian fall chum. If it's just trying to find a percent of the total bycatch, I could see where that might be pretty insignificant or difficult to tease out. So that's where I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, no, understandable. And maybe another way to think about it is when I mentioned the scale and the number of stocks you're having to accurately detect. If you are assessing just within the Yukon River, the only stocks you have to concern yourself with to genetically differentiate is Alaskan and Canadian. When you're assessing the Bering Sea and have to account for every single North Pacific stock, that's a very different equation of having to account for all the stocks in the entire North Pacific compared to just two stocks within the Yukon River between US or Alaskan and Canadian fall chum. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So basically what it boils down to is it's possible to do it. They basically choose not to do it because of the fairly, what they consider to be insignificant numbers of fish. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, it's not possible to do it. It's not insignificant. There's nothing insignificant about it. But when we're looking at fractions of a percent or just a couple of a percent, even for the entire total run in that regard, further breaking that out is just going to increase the error of the accuracy of your assessment that much more when you're having to account for 25 or 30 different stock groups and be as accurate with those stock groups as you are with that one individual stock group. That's such a small component of that total catch to begin with, even in the context of the total fall chum salmon run in that regard. So if they were to do it, Andy, is maybe a different way of saying it, that the Canadian component of the run would probably be zero, because it's just not detectable at that scale, because it's just such a small component of the overall number of stocks that are being analyzed and broken out. Further questions, clarifications? Okay, not hearing any. Let's go on to the next slide. And if you do have questions on some of that bycatch information, we can certainly come back to it here at the end. So the fishery management structure of the fisheries, the groundfish fisheries, in that regard, again, as I mentioned previously, it's a federally managed fishery. It's governed by the federal Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. That's the legislation that created the councils throughout the country, United States. Again, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council is one of many throughout the entire U.S. in that regard. And it's all governed by the federal Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. The fishery is managed and the regulations are developed and implemented through the North Pacific Fishery Management Council process and the council itself. You'll see that same acronym, MPFMC, often repeated in not just this presentation, but other materials on a regular basis. That's what that was referring to. The fishery is regulated by the National Marine Fisheries Service, or NMFS and MFS. That's a common acronym as well. NMFS is housed within NOAA, the National Oceanographic Atmospheric Administration. And then this fishery, along with any federally managed fisheries in Alaska, there's more than just this one, they're all managed under individual comprehensive fishery management plans, or what are referred to regularly by the acronym FMP. Next slide, please. So how is the bycatch regulated within just the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands groundfish fisheries? For Chinook salmon, it was managed for quite some time under what were called time and area closures. So it was kind of a hotspot scenario, that when the bycatch of Chinook salmon was starting to increase or peak during certain times of any A or B season, the fishermen would move to other areas where the bycatch of Chinook was expected to be known to or be expected to be lower. In that regard, it was somewhat informal at that time. But starting in about the early 2000s and about the mid 2000 and 2005, as many of you are probably aware, the bycatch of Chinook in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands groundfish fishery started to increase. It peaked with, to this day, record high bycatch of over 120,000 in 2007. So around 2005, given those increases and the concerns being expressed by, I'm sure, many people in this room during that time, the council started looking at implementing additional or new bycatch reduction measures in about the 2005 timeframe. The first action that the council took was Amendment 91. It was focused specifically on all Chinook and all groundfish, and inclusive of the pollock fishery. In that regard, it was implemented in 2011, so it took multiple years of analysis, developing different options, developing a Q analysis to get to the point of implementation. It implemented caps, or a cap structure of a upper cap of 60,000 Chinook salmon and a lower cap of 47,591. It included what's been referred to as a performance or incentive plan. What that means is that those vessels, sectors, groups of vessels, et cetera, that submit a performance or incentive plan of how they're going to go about avoiding and reducing their individual or sector bycatch of Chinook salmon, they would be governed by the lower cap that's described in this amendment. And those that did not submit a performance or bycatch reduction plan would be governed under the 60,000 cap. It also required 100% observer coverage of every vessel participating in the fisheries in the Bering Sea Aleutian Island area for the purposes of ensuring adequate and accurate data collection on bycatch and other, not just on salmon, but other species as well. This was followed by Amendment 110, which was further action taken by the Council on Chinook salmon bycatch. But this action was focused on Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim, or AYK Chinook salmon, so inclusive of the Yukon, but not exclusive to the Yukon. Amendment 110 was implemented in 2016. Again, it was intended to further reduce Chinook bycatch during low abundance years within the AYK region. It's based upon what's called a three-river or sometimes three-system index. That index is the sum of the annual Chinook runs for the Unalakleet River in Norton Sound, the Yukon Canadian origin specific component of the Yukon River Chinook salmon run, and the Kuskokwim River Chinook salmon run. What it functionally stated was that if that annual three-river index is under a combined total of 250,000, then for the following season, the following year, those original upper and lower caps of 60 and 47,591 would be reduced to 45,000 and 33,318. So the same structure, incentive plans were still in place. If you had an incentive plan, it was the higher cap. If you didn't, it was the lower cap. But those lower caps were triggered anytime that index fell below that threshold of 250,000, which was arrived at essentially because it represented a below average combined index of those three different systems, run size index. And for clarification, which should be of no surprise, that those lower caps have been in place continuously since 2020, been well below that threshold. And so the Chinook bycatch has been regulated by those lower caps being in place since that time. Next slide, please. So this is, again, new information that's somewhat hot off the press that I imagine many of you in the room and in the audience and online are probably aware of to some extent. But the council did recently take action on implementation of further bycatch reduction measures for chum salmon, or again, non-Chinook, as I described earlier. So the NPFM, the council, started evaluating chum salmon bycatch reduction measures in recent years, about 3, maybe 4 years ago. They'd been discussing chum bycatch for some time through the 2010s. In that regard, one of the big concerns that was perennial in those discussions is that any action taken on chum salmon bycatch reduction cannot have an effect on increasing Chinook salmon bycatch in that regard. And I think it's safe to say that since the crash on fall chum, both throughout Western Alaska, or what are called summer chum, including the Yukon, and fall chum, since 2020, it increased the understanding and certainty that further action on chum salmon bycatch reduction measures is needed. This resulted in the development of a draft chum salmon environmental impact statement, or EIS, in February of 2025 at the February council meeting when it was first presented and discussed, or leading up to that meeting. That EIS presented and evaluated multiple chum salmon bycatch reduction measures for council and public consideration, with significant testimony coming from many, many people in the AYK region and throughout the state, that's for sure. That EIS was then subsequently updated in September of 2025, And it does include chum salmon AEQ analysis information in that EIS, which was what I just presented in one of the prior slides. At the February 2026 council meeting, the council made recommendations on final actions to implement for chum salmon bycatch reduction measures. That included the recommendation of a bycatch cap of 45,000 Western Alaska chum salmon. So it had a Western Alaska chum salmon focus. And for further explanation on what Western Alaska chum salmon means, that's Kotzebue chum to the north, that's Norton Sound chum, that's Yukon summer chum and fall chum. It's including both of the Yukon River chum salmon stocks. It includes Kuskokwim River chum, it includes Kuskokwim Bay chum, and it includes Bristol Bay chum. So that's what the Western Alaska chum salmon more or less definition refers to. When that 45,000 cap is reached, it implements a partial corridor closure north of Unamak Pass in the Bering Sea Aleutian Island pollock fishery. That area was selected for closure because of the recognition that greater than 80% of Western Alaska, so all Western Alaska, chum salmon are taken in that corridor. The majority of the total Western Alaska bycatch is taken in that corridor between June 10th and August 31st every year. So that's what defined why that corridor was chosen for potential closure if the cap is hit, to further reduce, in an effort to further reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. That cap would not be effect following a year, when the Yukon River summer chum salmon run exceeds 3.871 million summer chum salmon, and when the Yukon River fall chum salmon run exceeds 1.39 million fall chum. And as I understand it, those figures were arrived at because they represent, I think, the upper 80 to 90% of the historical highest summer chum and Yukon fall chum run sizes that we have on record. So those represent pretty big Yukon summer chum and fall chum run sizes. The next steps of this recent action taken by the council includes addressing public comments on that draft EIS, then finalizing the EIS, finalizing the regulations that the council and that I just summarized here took. And then the final regulations may be in place for the 2028 fishing year, so the 2028 calendar year fishing season. Next slide, please. So some additional consideration on how salmon bycatch is assessed. This is, again, pretty specific to the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish fisheries. So first you have the salmon bycatch data collection. How's it collected? How do we know how many salmon are taken as bycatch in this fishery? First, it starts with that first regulatory amendment on Chinook of 100% observer coverage so that you can account for the salmon bycatch and other bycatch that's taken on each vessel. Then the catch is sorted to determine salmon bycatch by species. Genetic samples are taken to analyze for the stock of origin from those salmon that are accounted for in the bycatch. Age, sex, length in samples and data are also collected on that salmon bycatch. And then post-season, further data compilation and analysis is conducted to start to compile what is the genetic stock composition, what is the age structure of that bycatch, et cetera. Some general considerations associated with assessing salmon bycatch include recognizing that salmon bycatch is comprised of multiple stocks from throughout the North Pacific, which I mentioned in response to Andy's question. Bycaught salmon are immature. Annual bycatch is not equal to the annual adult return in any given system, regardless of the stock composition in that regard, because they still have several more years to grow to maturity before they would be returning as adults. So therefore, the bycatch must be adjusted for natural mortality, fish that would have died naturally in the ocean if they had not been taken as bycatch and lived to return as an adult spawner in any given year. That bycatch is adjusted for natural mortality, and that's what's referred to as AEQ, or adult equivalent analysis. So what are some of the components of that AEQ analysis and the resulting impact analysis that I described in some of the update slides, data slides? The AEQ analysis relies on the following data. You need to know your total salmon bycatch. You need to know the bycatch genetic mixtures and the stock identification, so the different stocks that are within that bycatch. You need to know the bycatch age composition. That goes back to the ASL, age, sex, length data collection component. You need to know the salmon maturity schedules. And what that essentially is referring to is different salmon species are going to mature some are older, some are younger. So by way of chum salmon to Chinook salmon comparison, chum salmon are going to take less years to mature to adult stages for a spawning return compared to Chinook salmon that return on average at older ages. So you need to account for those salmon maturity schedules depending on the species and even the details of some stocks in, say, Kuskokwim compared to Yukon compared to Bristol Bay. They might have slightly different age structures in the dominance of certain age classes. Those things are all taken into account when they're looking to do these AEQ analysis. Salmon mortality assumptions have to be made for marine habitats. In other words, how many of those bycaught salmon of any species would have died through natural mortality before they reached adulthood and returned as spawning salmon. And then after all that's taken into consideration, the bycatch impact is essentially comparing the AEQ bycatch, the numbers of fish of a given stock, to that stock's annual adult return. And that's essentially where you get the percentage impact rate. Go ahead, Sven.
Mortality assumptions could be?
Boy, I'm trying to dig into the memory banks here a little bit. It's functionally recognizing that if you look at the age structures, this is what's driving the assumptions. And I guess the first thing to clarify is an assumption is an assumption. In this case, that assumption can't really be tested. You can't verify the assumption, but you can get indications out of what the data is telling you. But you couldn't, say, conduct an actual experiment on these stocks and on that bycatch in that regard where you could verify the assumption. But it's looking at those age structures, kind of those maturity schedules to some extent. Is that if you're looking at the age structure of age classes of all of the bycaught fish, and they range from X to X, that if you have a fish that's say 1 year old, it's going to spend a lot more time in the ocean before it's going to return as an adult compared to a fish that's taken as bycatch that was aged at 4 years old before it returns as an adult. So those assumptions are somewhat related to is that you know that that 1 year old fish is going to have much more potential or a higher potential to die from natural causes because they're going to spend a lot more additional years in the ocean before returning as an adult compared to a 4 year old fish would. So that's what the assumptions are referring to, is that you can treat different samples differently depending on how old they were when they were assessed and caught as bycatch. Does that help at all? Okay. Just checking to see if we have any additional questions. No? Okay. Next slide, please. And we're almost done. So some additional resources to be aware of. And again, I'd note that the report itself, the written report, it contains links to these additional resources as well. So bycatch numbers are reported by the National Marine Fisheries Service at the link that's described there. Bycatch updates are reported by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. The link to the council salmon bycatch reports is there. Some of the references to be aware of is the MPFMC 2022, which is the update on Chinook salmon mortality and impacts due to bycatch in the Eastern Bering Sea pollock fishery. That's what the true 2021 AEQ analysis is contained in that report. And then the EIS that I just referenced here on chum salmon, which again does include draft updated Chinook AEQ, as well as all the options, the AEQ analysis for chum salmon as well. That's the link to that document. And then some significant publications that are referenced in the written report is the Ionelli and Stram 2014. That's the report that outlines the methodology for AEQ. And then the Murphy et al. 2017 was an effort to look at the distribution diet and bycatch of chum salmon in the Eastern Bering Sea. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Could certainly address any further questions that folks might have as best I can. Dean, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Sorry, I think one of the questions Andy asked didn't get answered, but so is the full amount of bycatch sampled, or is it some sort of proportional subsampling?
It's a good question. Off the top of my head, I'm sorry to say I don't know if it's the entirety of it or if it's a subsample. Certainly, the counting of the bycatch is fully assessed. Whether or not there's then a further subsample taken with respect to that full accounting, off the top of my head, I'm not 100% sure. Apologies. Oh, go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, I was just going to offer to help with that question. It's my understanding that, as Mr. Co-Chair acknowledged, they account for every fish in the bycatch, but they and collect genetic samples from every fish in the bycatch, but they only run a subset of those due to the cost that it would take to actually analyze every fish. So there is a subset regime, subsampling regime that's being implemented.
And I guess for maybe some further clarification, I would assume that's for the ASL component as well, not just the genetics. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate that. Further questions, comments, looking online as well? Okay. Not seeing any. Thank you all. And again, if you have further questions, you can feel free to find me. I'll do my best to try and address them. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate this presentation of very important information. And by way of a reminder to panel members as well as the audience, this is an annual report that is received by the Yukon River Panel at its preseason meeting session. So we will again be receiving the report at the spring 2027 meeting. And Mr. Chair, while you make your way back to your seat, I do note that we are at our regularly scheduled afternoon break period. We have two options: is to continue through the break with the marine salmon research update presentation, or alternatively, we take a 15-minute break now and resume on our regular schedule for the afternoon, starting with the marine salmon research presentation, followed by the Slims River, Yukon River glacial recession presentation, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it'd be good, and Ben, if you could just entertain us a little bit longer, we can go ahead and take our break now, and then we'll return in 15 minutes, and we'll get right into your marine research presentation. Is that acceptable to you?
That sounds good. We'll see you then.
Thank you. Appreciate your flexibility. So 15 minutes, we'll return at quarter of the hour. So folks could finish up their conversations, get some refreshments. We'll get going here in about a minute. Yeah, I just talked to Robert.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like he's having fun down there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I got all that. You know, you want the. I haven't, I got Christmas in the one. I got this one, sort of. I have those 8 months for summary. So I think I can just start every summary.
Yeah, I can do raw data too.
Yeah, I got raw data. Every single. So if I have these. Yeah, that's just because it's so every line. We measured every single part of land.
Okay, we're going to get started here, folks.
Everything that was cut for snips is you know, we just wait for this. Oh. There was more. There was no, it was the volume was so we see lots. I think that's what it's saying. There were people that please. So many.
Me and Ragnar are here, yeah.
Mike, do you want something to put?
Next week. Okay, we will go ahead and proceed with our afternoon agenda items. Next up is a presentation on marine salmon research from Ben Gray with our Salmon Ocean Ecology Program within Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Looks like our presentation's queued up. Ben is online. So Ben, the floor is yours.
All right, good afternoon. Can everyone see and hear me? Good.
Coming in loud and clear, Ben.
All right, great. Well, yeah, thanks everyone for having me here today. My name is Ben Gray. I'm a fishery biologist with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I work with the Salmon Ocean Ecology Program. And I'm here today to give a marine salmon research overview. Next slide, please. So a quick outline of what we'll talk about in this presentation. We'll talk some about the Northern Bering Sea Survey and what that can tell us specifically about Yukon River, Chinook, and chum salmon. Then we'll talk about some of the Chinook salmon egg thymine research that's been going on over the past few years, both juvenile and adult fat meter research, some results from the marine ichthyophonus sampling, and rounded out with some salmon tagging information. Next slide. So to begin with, I'll introduce the Northern Bering Sea Survey. So this survey has been going on since 2002, and it's a joint effort between NOAA and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Much of what we know about Yukon River salmon, and especially Yukon River salmon, their marine life cycle, comes from this survey. This goes out it goes out and samples this area here within this rectangle. This is primary habitat for Yukon and Norton Sound fish. When we see them on the surveys, they look like this photo here is juvenile salmon. These are fish that are spending their first summer at sea. So this survey goes out each year in September. September is a good time of the year for the survey because it happens in between two critical periods for juvenile salmon. So the first being the period right after they are smolt and are leaving the marine environment, or leaving the freshwater environment rather, where they have to grow fast to avoid predation. And then the second period being the first winter at sea, where they have to rely on the fat stores and energy stores that they put on in that first summer at sea to be able to survive and make it through that first winter at sea when energy is poor and prey is rare and poor. Next slide, please. So one of the key pieces of information that we get from this survey is an abundance index of juvenile Chinook salmon. That's what we're showing here. So this is juvenile Chinook salmon of all origins here in particular, because we don't have 2025 genetics yet back. So here we're looking at abundance of juveniles on the left plot over time, and then we're looking at distribution of the juvenile Chinook during the year 2025. If we look at that distribution plot first, you can see that juvenile Chinook salmon in 2025 are primarily distributed near shore, not so many being offshore. If we look back at that left plot again, those gray bars are just showing juvenile abundance over time. That black bar in the middle is showing the average over the time series. Since 2013, there has been a pretty dramatic decline in juvenile abundance over time. But in 2025, we did see a bit of a rebound. Since the parent year escapements of 2024 and 2025 were similar, this could be indicating a bit more productivity for the 2025 year class, but we'll know more about that when the genetics become available for 2025. Next slide, please. So what can we use this juvenile abundance index for? We can use it to build forecast models. So if we look at this left slide here to begin with, we're looking at Canadian origin returns along this left axis, and we're looking at juvenile abundance along the bottom axis. And you can see that the relationship is pretty good. When we see more juveniles on the survey, generally we're going to see more adults return later into the future and vice versa. And this good relationship gives us a couple of good points of information. Since that relationship is there, it helps to pinpoint which parts of the life stages of Chinook salmon are most problematic in setting up adult returns. And this relationship is pointing more towards early life history factors as what is causing these poorer returns. So that's the time before we're seeing them on these juvenile salmon surveys. More so than those things that are happening later on in life after their first winter at sea. Because if those things were later on in life having a very large effect, you wouldn't see this nice straight line relationship. Those points would be kind of scattered throughout the plot. So with that, because that good relationship exists between the juveniles and adults, we can use that to build forecast models and look at Chinook returns up to 3 years into the future. That's what this plot to the right is showing. So we're looking at Canadian origin salmon runs on the left axis, and then the year trends with year along the bottom. Those gray bars are the actual run returns. That black bar, that dotted line with the whiskers, that's showing the actual juvenile forecast. You can see that it's done a pretty good job over time. There were 2 years in particular where it hasn't done as well. That was 22 and 23. You can see that those years came in below that prediction. Those years were particularly high ichthyophonus infection years for the adults, and this model doesn't currently account for ichthyophonus infections. So there's work to include that in the model, but also there's been some good. It's looking like ichthyophonus is starting to decline a bit over the past couple of years too, so that's good. Next slide, please. In addition to the information that we can get from Chinook salmon, we can get information about chum salmon, fall chum salmon, and getting an abundance index and then looking at their distribution over time. We'll start off with the distribution.
Sorry, Ben, to interrupt you, but we just really lost volume. I don't think it's on your end. Keep going and see if it gets better. Just try and stay closer to your mic or as close as you can.
Okay, I'll come in a little bit closer. Yeah, so in addition to what we get with Chinook, we also want to look at fall chum salmon or chum salmon, and we can get an abundance index for them And we also get information on their distribution. If we start here looking at distribution on the right, the distribution is different than Chinook. They do go offshore farther than Chinook salmon as juveniles, and you do see that they are, in particular last year, they were heavily concentrated down near that furthest southern section of the grid near Nunivak Island. If we go back and look at the plot on the left, those gray bars are showing the juvenile abundance over time, and that black bar is the average. You see it's been highly variable over time, kind of a bright spot back in 2024. The largest abundance index for juvenile chum salmon was seen, so we're hoping that bodes well for chum salmon moving into the future. Next slide, please. The hopes with the chum salmon research is to be able to build a forecast model similar to what we were showing for Chinook salmon. Unfortunately, the relationship is just not good enough at this time. It's weak. So here we're looking at adult return abundance along this left axis, and we're looking at juvenile chum along the bottom axis. That relationship is weak, and it's mainly being driven by one particularly strong year in 2014. The 2017 and 2018 were two big outlier years where we didn't see what would be expected in a return given the abundance of juveniles seen on the survey. So we think there could be at least one big thing going on for chum salmon that's different than Chinook salmon, and why this is being problematic to build this model is that juvenile chum salmon distribute in a different way than Chinook salmon, like we were just looking at those plots earlier. Juvenile chum salmon move faster offshore, and they're also being picked up in other surveys throughout the Bering Sea, so they distribute throughout the Bering Sea, whereas Chinook salmon are kind of generally staying within that survey area. So there's efforts ongoing to use methods that would allow to include multiple survey efforts and other types of variables within them to hopefully increase this relationship and create a forecasting tool as good as what we've been able to see for Chinook salmon. Okay, next slide. So beyond abundance information for juvenile salmon, we get information on their condition and their diet prior to their first winter at sea. Again, that first winter at sea is a crucial time because energy is poor and it's hard to come across food during that time of the year. So you're really relying on what you put on during the summer to make it through that. So here we're looking at trends in energy density with sea surface temperature. Energy density is just a measure of fish condition. The higher is better than lower. And then sea surface temperature along the bottom here. The general pattern that we've seen is with increasing ocean temperature, these fish have been in poorer condition. There appears to be there's this increase to a degree with sea surface temperature in energy density and kind of this optimal range that you see kind of within the middle of these data sets. But as soon as it gets too warm, then you start seeing this drop off in energy density, which equals poor condition for these fish. Next slide, please. So in addition to the condition, we get the information on their diets. Here we're looking at trends in stomach fullness index, which is just a measure of how much prey is in a stomach, and those trends with sea surface temperature over time. If you look at both of these lines, you can see that it's sloping downwards, so there's a negative relationship between the two. So as sea surface temperature increases, we see less food in the stomachs, and we actually see more empty stomachs when the temperatures are warmer as well. I put the 2025 values up on here. You can see the stomach fullness index for Chinook salmon was slightly below average given the temperatures that were seen in 2025. But they were well above average or what would be expected for chum salmon, which is good. Hopefully bodes well for them over the first winter. And then, other things with temperature, there's kind of different food available to fish during different, temperatures, whether it's cold or warm. Like Chinook salmon will shift from eating more abundant capelin in cooler years to different forage fishes available in warmer years. And chum salmon have different diets. They eat zooplankton or little marine invertebrates. And in warmer years, they're eating things that have poorer lipids like jellyfish, but in cooler years, they have more lipid-rich prey available to them. Next slide, please. So we're going to switch gears a little bit here, and we'll focus on Chinook salmon for at least the next couple of slides. And this is a project that was looking at was driving these record poor Yukon Chinook salmon runs in the past decades. In particular, with this project, let's think back to that good relationship I was talking about between the juvenile abundance and the adult abundance for Chinook salmon. Because there's that good relationship, it really does help to pinpoint that part of life for Chinook that is problematic in setting up the adult returns. And we believe that's pinpointed as that early life history stage. And this project in particular is really focusing on about as early of the life history stage as you could, because it's looking at the health status and nutrient status of the salmon mothers coming up the river, and then their ability to depart those nutrients, impart the eggs with those nutrients, and just being able to survive the trip up to the spawning grounds to do so, to spawn and have successful offspring. So here we'll particularly talk about the thiamine research and some of the fat meter research that's been going on there. Next slide, please. So there's a lot going on in this slide. This is some 2023 data that was looking at trends in thiamine concentration of eggs as fish were moving upriver. So just briefly, thiamine is a vital B vitamin that's needed for the salmon need it, we need it. We can only get it through diet, and it's useful, or it's used in converting food into energy. And thiamine deficiencies in salmon can create a range of issues for their eggs, such as egg or fry developmental issues, or if it's low enough, it could cause mortality of egg or fry. So in this plot particularly, we're looking at the concentration of thiamine along this vertical or left axis, and then we're looking at how it varies moving upriver all the way up into the spawning ground. So we're looking at it at entry, transit, and spawning. And if you look at this, it looks like what's happening is there's this decrease in thiamine as the fish are moving upriver. But actually what's really being shown here is largely a dilution effect. And I'll explain that as in kind of just the metric in which thiamine is being looked at here. So thiamine is being measured in gram of eggs here, which you can imagine multiple eggs could go into making a gram of weight. So when these fish come in river, generally those eggs are small and unripe at Pilot Station or in the lower river. So more eggs could go into a gram of sample, which would make the sample higher in thiamine. But as these fish are moving upriver, those eggs are being provisioned with protein, moisture, lipids, and getting larger and getting more dilute in thiamine, all the way up until when they're the largest is when they're on the spawning grounds. Even though that's the case, you can make comparisons, especially at the spawning grounds. That's the most appropriate place to make the comparisons against established threshold values. And that's what these horizontal lines are showing, and the numbers along the vertical axis. So at a thiamine concentration of this 8, anything above that is considered to be in good condition. But when you get below 8, and especially 5 and 3, then you start having these eggs being at risk of thiamine deficiency, and it just gets, progressively more at risk the lower it gets. So from here, at least you can see in 2023, those eggs that were on the spawning grounds were most likely impacted. Next slide, please. So we're switching gears here one more time. I wanted to keep both the fat meter studies together just because I thought it would flow a bit better. Just briefly what the fat meter is, I think a lot of people know, but you can kind of see it here in this figure. Person's holding a yellow one, but they're just a small meter that has a strip on the bottom. It uses a microwave to go down into the fish. It reads actually the moisture content of the fish, and it has a calibration built inside it that converts that moisture reading to lipids. And then we get a lipid value, a percentage for the fish. So here with the juveniles, what we wanted to do was be able to make measurements with it while we were out at sea, and kind of have it as a rapid reporting device to where we could either send off reports of condition while we were on the ship or after we got off the ship. Kind of the issue with doing these things in laboratories is it takes quite some time to get the results back. So for each one of these dots you see on here, that was a fish that was measured with the fat meter on the ship. And then that fish was sent to a laboratory and had laboratory lipids analyzed. And what you can see from these plots is there's just wasn't that great of a relationship between the two, unfortunately, especially for Chinook and sockeye. Some of the other species it did a little bit better, but still not good enough for the objective we were trying to get at. So we're continuing to look at this. We have data from other surveys that we have lipids values for those, and we're going to continue looking at this relationship because it would be a useful way of measuring fish lipids on the ship. Next slide, please. So here we're looking at some of the adult fat meter work that was done on the Yukon River. This was particularly looking at 2023 and 2024 on Pilot Station. Along this left axis here, we're looking at average fat content as measured by the meter. And then on the bottom, we're looking at genetic stock of origin. So lower US up into Canada. And, the general trend that I've seen with this, I've looked at these types of data since starting taking it in 2022, is this pattern you see here. It's kind of stepwise moving up from lower US to Canada, and a very nice progression of lower fat content of fish in the lower US and high fat content in the Canadian stocks. And, this tends to fall within, studies I've seen elsewhere throughout the Pacific Northwest. Yukon fish generally fall within those ranges. However, Canadian fish have the highest fat content of any Chinook salmon throughout their range. Some of them do anyways. But you can look year to year here, and you can see there's not a whole lot of variation by year. The unfortunate thing with the fat meter is we don't have data, 10, 20, 50 years into the past that we can compare the data that we're getting now with. So a lot of what we're doing right now is essentially building the baseline as of now that we could compare with into the future. Next slide, please. So just some pros and cons that I've come up with over using the fat meter over the years. Pros, they are rapid, they are non-lethal, which is great. So those are really good pros for the meters. They are user-friendly. Once people are trained with these, it's fairly easy to just take the measurements. They do appear to work well for the adult fish, but there's some caveats there. Cons, the model that we use, the Distel model shown here, they are expensive, and they have few species-specific calibrations. So Distel sells these meters with preloaded calibrations, or the ones that they made commercially, and right now they only have them for Chinook, sockeye, and coho. And I've talked with Distel, and their Chinook calibration was based on fish from Japan and other areas of Pacific Northwest, and it was actually built on a range of fat that was lower or like much lower than the fat content that we're seeing on the Yukon. So we're making some extrapolations with the meter, and I mean to be most confident with the readings that we're getting, you would need to build species specific, Yukon specific calibrations for Chinook and chum salmon, which means you're going to have to measure those fish in the field and then freeze them and send them to a lab. And beyond that, it's just we've seen it doesn't work so well with juveniles. Next slide, please. Switching over to some marine ichthyofauna sampling. J.D. Ferguson and his team at the Fish Pathology Laboratories in Anchorage with ADF and G have been looking at lots of fish from the Northern Bering Sea since 2021 to try and determine at what life stage Chinook salmon are being infected with ichthyophonus and at what vector that's coming, what prey they're eating that would be causing those infections. So they've looked at a lot of Chinook salmon over that time. They've never found it in juvenile salmon, so those are the salmon that had just they're spending their first summer at sea. But they have seen it in immature Chinook salmon, and those are fish that have spent over a year at sea. So what that tells us is that ichthyophonus is something that's not happening in the freshwater environment as fry or smolt or during that early marine residency time in the first summer at sea. It's something that's happening later on in their life. They've tested hundreds of forage fish. Fortunately, they haven't found it in any forage fish small enough for Chinook salmon to eat. They have found it in adult pollock, but adult pollock are too large for Chinook to eat. And interestingly, they have found it in pollock ovaries and eggs, but we're not sure if Chinook salmon are actively consuming pollock ovaries and eggs. So this research is ongoing. Next slide, please. So now we'll kind of start ending here with the tagging. So in 2027, Sabrina Garcia is going to be deploying satellite tags on Chinook salmon in the Bering Sea. Satellite tags look like this device in this yellow square here. These are programmed to take location, depth, and temperature data, and then on a pre-programmed date, they pop up and they send that data off to satellites. So the idea here is to use these data to determine where these Chinook salmon are going within the Bering Sea and to determine what kind of habitat they're using and use those data to build these types of predictive models that would allow the federal fisheries, the pollock fisheries, to avoid Chinook salmon during their fishing activities and hopefully to reduce bycatch. Next slide, please. And finally, this is some work that Sabrina Garcia just did this past summer. So this was some chum salmon tagging that was done in the area M fishery. And this is satellite tags, just like what I showed in the previous slide. So the idea here was to assess the post-release survival of these chum salmon and then get information on their habitat, their vertical and horizontal behavior, and kind of where they're going. So it's kind of hard to see in this figure. It gives you the idea of where they went and what their fate was. So their symbols, they're all triangles. The green one, I believe, is the ones that were, no, the blue one, sorry, they were caught in the fishery. The purple ones had a premature release of the tag. The orange ones are salmon sharks. They were eaten by salmon sharks. And the green one is a scheduled pop-up. So you can see kind of like a lot of interesting things that happened there. Like that's a pretty interesting amount of salmon shark predation on these fish after they'd been tagged. And you can also see that some of these fish are taking those routes through the Aleutians into the Western Alaska area and popped up in Bristol Bay and Kuskokwim Bay and then rounding around Nunivak Island there. Okay, next slide, and that's the end. Thank you all very much for having me. I'll stick around for some questions here. Got my email address, and if you scan that QR code, it'll take you to our Facebook page. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ben, for a chock-full and very informative presentation. We'll go to Brandy Mays. Go ahead, Brandy.
Thank you, Ben, for that very informative presentation. I must warn that I'm not a biologist, so some of the stuff that I might be asking you, I might have to try and get it interpreted. But anyway, I know that you were talking about the fat content and that you only have it going back maybe 20 years, but the traditional knowledge and the local knowledge is when Alaskan fishermen would catch salmon and Chinook salmon in particular, they knew it was Canadian origin because of the fat content in those fish and the size. They would say they'd be just dripping with oils in their fish camp. So I think we do have that knowledge, knowing that that was always known by most of the people along the river. Secondly, just a follow-up to the fat meter. Is this something that could be done on carcasses after spawning?
I think you could, and I've actually thought about doing that myself because I have been involved in carcass surveys. I think it would depend on just, of course, how far gone the carcass is. It would be interesting to see what the lipids levels are for carcasses. My assumption is going to be that it's going to be very, very low. But I think that would be, interesting to see. It's just not something that I've done.
I mean, yeah, it'd be interesting to see, absolutely, because I would think that, I'm just like to see what the comparison of, like, say, I don't know, we're not tagging fish. Maybe we do this on the tagged fish that, through the tower work that we're doing, look at that fat content. And then if they're tagged fish when they come through, or if we do catch them, get those fish in a carcass survey, by chance we could check like the fat content, how much they lose by the time they get there. A lot of times we're not always on them right away, but we could probably look at that. And this, following up to that question, it might be something that we could consider in our carcass surveys here at the headwaters, which is, of course, the furthest run besides the Nusutlan. What does a fat meter cost, and what is the training that is involved with that?
So the meters that we use, the only ones that I have experience with are these Distill models. And as of a couple of years ago, when I purchased these, they were anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000 US. With current, issues with overseas prices and shipping, because these come from Scotland. I don't know what they might cost nowadays. They might be more expensive. Training wise, there's not a whole lot to it. I've done training with staff at Pilot Station over the past few years, and generally what it involves is just people getting comfortable with the meters and understanding how much pressure to put, down on the meter onto the fish. And usually, like myself, since I've used it enough, we would just work back and forth to where we got, basically the same readings. So it's pretty user friendly. They are, yeah.
Great, thank you. Well, maybe with our free trade agreement with the EU or the we might get them cheaper than going through the US. Just kidding. It's a joke. Okay, so and then, like, following up on that question, maybe I should ask, do you think that it would be something like, I mean, considering the cost of these are $10,000 to $20,000, are probably nowadays, would it be something that you think, I just want your professional opinion, that's something that we could put into our carcass surveys. Would it have some kind of value? And you don't necessarily have to answer. Maybe it could come from others, but I just thought, like, if there's value in it, considering that you were considering it before.
I think it would be interesting since we can genetically distinguish Chinook stocks within the river that you could take, measurements in the lower river and know what stocks those are coming from, taking those measurements in the upper river and having an idea of fat consumption along the journey. There's some things there I think that would be interesting that might be useful in ways of monitoring fish health and condition. Kind of, so I do think that there could be some value there. But yeah, of course, with any study, we need to really hammer out the exact objectives of what you're wanting to do with the study. But I could see that it could be very interesting to do so. Yeah.
Great, thank you for that. And I just say that because these are the kind of ideas that we come up when we're doing our programs here in the Headwaters. I just wanted to go now touch on, there was a very thorough and lots involved with that. So I have quite a few questions with your presentation. The thiamine deficiencies or and how that looks. I might have missed it, but was there, both the food that, and it kind of goes back to the previous presentation that was just brought in the bycatch. The food that Chinook eat, I'm not really going into chum right at this moment, but more or less Chinook because that's all we have up here. But do you think most of their deficiency is because of or is it might be an issue is because of their food source is disappearing?
We certainly think it would be a food. Somehow it's a food issue. I mean, thiamine has gotten through diet
as well.
Right, and thiamine can actually be destroyed by thiamine can be destroyed by an enzyme called thiaminase, and it's been shown in Chinook's other areas of throughout their range, especially down in California. There's anchovies that are really high in thiaminase down there that have kind of caused this issue for them. Unfortunately, up here, we've been doing, or Cody Pinger and NOAA has been looking at the thiaminase concentrations of fish, but he hasn't really found any particular one that would be high enough to be causing these issues. So there's a lot of mysteries with this between the thiaminase and some of the kind of where that ichthyophonus vector is coming from as well, because a lot of these fish have been tested. But yes, a diet issue mostly is what this is probably turning into be, because thiamine has gotten through the diet. But it's hard to say exactly what it is about the diet that would be causing this.
Well, I guess maybe to rephrase that question is, I mean, I know some other fish, but it's a vitamin B deficiency because they're not getting their normal food or they're not having enough of it and taking supplement food. From what I understand from local fishermen and other fishermen that are out there, that they figure that the herring populations have dropped quite a bit. They're not getting that food population or food source, but they're also, eating more stuff like jellyfish and other lower nutrient valued fish. Through this study, have you done that kind of work to look at that, if that's the case?
We began this study making diet analysis of returning Chinook a priority. And we started looking at that at LYTF. I mean, as you can imagine, it's very difficult to actually sample Chinook salmon returners in the marine environment. But you can get them, of course, at LYTF, or back when LYTF was running. But I personally looked at those stomachs, and the problem was they were coming back so the contents were just so degraded that we just couldn't tell what was in them, what they were eating. So we're just not entirely sure as to what is the main component of that diet, right, as they're coming in.
Okay, thanks for listening to my questions here. And next, going to the chum salmon tagging project. All those number of chum, were they just varied like Kuskokwim, Yukon River chum, or genetically tested and tagged, or were they just the fish that were caught? I didn't see or catch that in what you were saying. Sorry. I did have somebody show up at my door, but are they Canadian origin, or are they just Yukon, Kuskokwim origin fish, or were they random, just whatever you guys caught in the marine environment?
So I believe they did take genetics for those. I haven't seen the, and I think you'd probably want to go all the way to the end slide. Yeah. But yeah, so they went out and tested, or we went out and caught chum salmon kind of in the area and fishery. I know that I'm pretty sure they took genetics clips for those, and they set those tags to pop off about 25 days after they had gone on. So the idea was to see if they could, one, survive the tagging, survive the catching event that would go into the tagging, and then getting an idea of where they're going. And yes, some of those fish, I don't know yet for sure where they came from. I mean, the genetic distinguishability is pretty broad between, coastal Western Alaska and fall chum. But at least the direction that some of these fish were going, I mean, it would make sense that some of these were going to Bristol Bay, those ones down on this lower part, and then there's that one that's going up into Kuskokwim Bay, and that one that's rounding Nunivak Island. I mean, it could be Yukon, it could be Norton Sound or Kotzebue, but I do believe they have the genetics on these, and hopefully we'll get that information.
Great. Thank you very much. And thanks again for the good presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to John Lamont and then Ragnar.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thanks for that presentation, Mr. Gray. I have maybe two questions. One, dealing with juveniles. When salmon come out of the Yukon in late May, early June as fry, do they hang around the freshwater plume and grow, and how long are they within the freshwater plume? Is it through September or October? And then when were these studies done? The freshwater, or the sampling you did out in the marine waters?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, the juvenile chum, the smolt, they will use those river plume near shore estuaries kind of earlier on in their migration out of the river. It helps with kind of regulating themselves before going into the marine environment full time. So they will spend some time there. Those surveys that we are on go out in mid-August to September, and we're seeing those chum salmon out there then. So yeah, sometime between that May time period that you're talking about and August, we're expecting that most of those have moved out of those estuaries and into the nearshore Bering Sea.
Follow up, if I may. I was asking about Chinook, but
sorry.
Similar to follow the chum. So the other are Chinook similar? Then I mean, they hang around the coast there through September.
Yes, what I just said for chum salmon pretty much applies to Chinook salmon as well, and they're staying even closer to shore than the chum salmon.
And the last is a comment. Over the years, I know back in the 70s when there was, before the Magnuson-Stevens Act, there was a lot of foreign vessels out there trawling. There was really high bycatch of salmon shark. And we're getting a lot of good returns of Chinook on the Yukon. And then all of a sudden, there's no foreign vessels harvesting 30 to 50,000 salmon shark. And, you know, salmon shark love to eat Chinook salmon, you know, and any salmon, basically. And that may be one of the factors involved beside nutrients and the lesser amount of Chinook and chum coming back to AYK. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Ragnar and then Holly.
Mr. Chairman, I'll sort of follow up with John Lamont's line there. Mr. Gray, on page 6 there, slide 6, in the study area, Cape Prince of Wales to the north, down to Nunavak, around St. Lawrence Island. I've been in the marine waters in all those areas, and the Alaska coastal current runs, from south to north. So I'm looking at this Folsom plot on the right, and this is not only in this presentation but others. This would always confuse me. If those fish are coming out in the plume from the Yukon River, is from it basically goes straight to the north. From the satellite views, you can see it going straight out of the Yukon to Nome to the north. I always was puzzled of how in the world are these small juveniles ending up north and northwest of Nunavak Island if they're just coming out and they're fighting the Alaska coastal current. Do you have any theories as to, are they strong to fight the current and end up there, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, it's a good question. My assumption is on this is, these fish are coming out probably in the May, June timeframe, potentially earlier, but somewhere in that range, coming out of the freshwater environment, and they are growing very fast. They're eating and growing very fast. By the time that we see these fish on the August, September surveys, I would say that they were a size that could swim against a current. The chum salmon in particular are interesting, and how they distribute really throughout the entire Bering Sea. I mean, I haven't been on the Northern Bering Sea survey, but I work on the Southern Bering Sea survey the past 2 years, and we catch Yukon chum salmon in south of Nunavak Island, and they catch some of our the coastal Western Alaska fish up in there as well. So they really just kind of are all over the place in the Bering Sea. Yeah.
Go ahead, Holly.
Hi, Ben. Thank you very much for this presentation. It's really awesome work you guys are doing. It's a huge breadth of projects that are really kind of moving the needle on what we understand about these various life cycles. So I appreciate the work that you and NOAA are partnering together on. And I just wanted to kind of back us up to your juvenile Chinook forecast that's on the page 5 of your presentation. These forecasts are really special in that I don't think there's anywhere else in the state where they were able to produce this. And so it's great. But I had a couple questions about how you kind of talked about it. I might have had my information wrong, but I thought that, so on the chart on the left where you've got your juvenile abundance versus the adult returns, that's that kind of relationship and how you impressed that it stayed strong. I thought that it kind of weakened in the last few years, but I see there's no bullet points on there past maybe 2019. Can you just explain why we don't have it? Are you doing complete brood years, or am I misunderstanding that recent years the relationship was just kind of less good?
So the biggest thing I can say towards that were the years. So this, especially the 2022 and 2023 returns, where the ichthyophonus levels were so high that they just didn't return within the forecast. So with not having ichthyophonus included into the model, that's what I've been explained, I've had explained to me as one of the reasons why the model hasn't performed as well over the past handful of years, was because of that really high ichthyophonus prevalence.
Interesting. So that is kind of the thing that was hitching me up. So we've done a lot of the work on the ichthyophonus in river, and I guess I don't understand how you're making that connection, because this is using juvenile abundance, the relationship to adult returns. When you say that the level of, and I assume you mean in river ichthyophonus was high in 2022 and 23, that is why we didn't see returns, but that's implying mortality before adult return into the river at all. And I don't know where we would have that information from, because our data doesn't really suggest that at all. So can you, are you talking about some sort of subadult level of ichthyophonus you were seeing on the survey and I'm missing it?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure exactly how to answer your question, so I'm probably going to have to refer you to Jim Murphy here to see if he might be able to help you out with that.
Okay, and we can follow up offline. I just want us to be careful that we don't, I mean, you have really good slides that show that we're not seeing juveniles with ichthyophonus in the survey, but they do start to have it by subadult. But our in-river data doesn't necessarily indicate that the fish are dying before they even show up to the river. We're only just starting to see that en route mortality could be happening after Pilot Station and before the border. So I didn't want anyone to get the impression that we have data that's conclusive that they'd kind of be having a massive die-off in the ocean before they even return. But we can follow up and see if someone's making those conclusions, or we can just kind of work out those details later. I just wanted to be careful about that, because we don't have ocean mortality idea about ick, but we were measuring it in river. And it seems like en route mortality that could be occurring would be way upriver, not before they even arrive.
Yeah.
I think maybe Zach might have some more insight on this question. Zach?
Maybe just hit a couple of quick points. So Holly, you're correct. There isn't any information currently that suggests that we're having ichthyophonus associated, large scale ichthyophonus associated mortality in the marine environment. All right. So part of the challenge with the Canadian origin juvenile forecast in years where adults return to the Yukon River with substantial ichthyophonus is that the relationship that's shown on the left of the screen there is the juvenile abundance in the marine environment and how that compares to the adult return. The adult return is calculated using in-river modeling techniques that the JTC and the agencies have worked together to formulate. Those modeling techniques are known to have some challenges in years where there is large-scale undocumented mortality. So hence all of that is to say that this relationship, I shouldn't say the relationship, it's the performance of the juvenile forecast can have difficulty if they return of fish to the Yukon, if the adults coming back are heavily infected with ichthyophonus. It's because of the way that the modeling tools all relate to each other when developing these products. So really the point that I would drive home there is that we do think that we know that they get infected with ichthyophonus in the marine environment. There's no indication that there's large-scale marine mortality occurring, but there can be large-scale in-river mortality. But because we haven't yet finalized the tools that allow us to estimate that and factor them into our stock assessment programs, there's the potential for some challenges in those tools. All of that underscores why the agencies have partnered together to try to address this issue, is to fill that gap. So hopefully that helps just a little bit. But I will say that this panel has asked the agencies to provide some reports in coming meetings on the status of the ichthyophonus work, what's learned from that, how that's getting factored into stock assessment programs, annual monitoring programs, et cetera. And so I want to be a little cautious not to jump ahead of that so that we can make sure that our messaging is accurate. But maybe I'll stop there.
Yep, real quick.
Okay.
We need to
Yep.
move to our next one. So go ahead.
Thanks, Ben. So I just wanted to clarify that one point, and then for the broader group, you might have missed it, Ben, but the JTC did a great job of explaining how this is just one component of our current Chinook forecasting models, and that it is being adjusted for. And I have full confidence in our current forecasting models. It's been doing a great job of predicting our returns and helping us to let fishermen know what to expect. But the reason I pointed out is that, like you show here, these forecasts show they're often a little higher than the returns that we see. And the JTC has found some pretty good methods for kind of accounting for that and giving us a pretty accurate forecast. So again, no issues with the forecast, just wanted to be careful with our wording around ichthyophonus, but also to say that those lower runs that are coming up might be lower than those bars on the chart. So just thanks again for all your guys' hard work on these models. They're pretty complex and pretty amazing.
Okay, any further comments, questions? If we can make it pretty quick, we need to get on to our next one, but go ahead, Andy, and then we'll move to our next presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly, you mentioned that these fat meters are fairly expensive, but are there other systems? Is this the only one in the world, or are there other units that may be of a little bit lower cost? That's my first question. The second question would be, over time, if we were to collect data on fish entering the river near the mouth or a pilot station, would you be able to use that information to try and gain some kind of an idea or some kind of a correlation to food availability or conditions of fish out in the marine environment? So I'm just kind of curious if there could be that kind of a correlation developed on that. And I'm going to save Virgil from asking a question and say, God damn it, we need to buy a bunch of these and get them all up and down the river. This is important. Did I do a good enough for you? Yeah, thank you.
Well, to your first question, I do believe there are other meters. I don't have experience with them. I would assume you're going to have similar issues with those, that there's going to be a handful of, limited calibrations available, and you'll probably end up having to, go through a process of building these types of calibrations for Chinook or chum salmon. So far, to your second question, I'm not sure it would help so much with determining like diet necessarily, like exactly things that they're eating out there with the fat, but I do think if you were measuring them, in the lowest areas in river you can, which right now for us, that's pilot station, which is, it's already a fair amount of distance from the fresh water. But, if you keep it constant over the years and continue to do monitoring there, I do believe that you could pick up on sort of interannual variability on, the condition of the fish, at least when they're coming into the river. And if you pair that with some, measurements taken in other areas of the river, you might be able to get an idea of how much fat is required for fish to make it upriver. There's some avenues for studies with the fat meters that I think would be pretty interesting and useful.
Hey, thank you again, Ben. Some really good Q&A, and thank you again for a very informative presentation. Much appreciated that you took the time to share that with us today.
Thank you all.
Next, we'll move on to our final presentation on the Slims River glacial recession and water diversion and associated considerations for chum salmon production from Adam Odell. As Adam's getting queued up, I do want to note that we are likely to go into our 4 o'clock start time for public testimony. I'm hopeful that we'll still be able to have the individuals available that signed up for it. So we do want to make sure that they have an opportunity.
Hey, sorry about that delay. Yeah, thanks everyone. Yeah, so my name is Adam Odell. Again, I'm a senior fisheries biologist with Fisheries and Oceans Canada in Whitehorse, Yukon. So I don't know if I've really gotten too formal ever at any other point, but I think most people gather my role mainly focuses on stock assessment of salmon in the Yukon River. However, today I'm going to shift slightly, although very relatable still, and presenting information with a goal to share a review of data and knowledge and try to make sense of impacts of the Slims River diversion on Kluane River chum salmon. This has been at the request of the panel, so I'm pleased to finally be presenting this information to you, and I hope it satisfies that need, but I'm sure there'll be a bit of discussion to follow as well. Here, I'll see if this works, and then I'll just... Uh-oh. All right. I'll default to... Thanks. All right. So I'll begin with a quick orientation to the area, just to help everyone understand where we're talking about, and then touch on background information on chum salmon in Canada and move to a focused summary on Kluane River chum salmon. I'll speak to what we know about the diversion of the Slims River primary water source, and then how this event may have impacted chum salmon. Using available data, I'll present some analyses and comparisons that can help shed light on this impact, and then share a brief overview of next steps and a summary, following up with discussion and questions. Next slide, please. So the Kluane River is located in southwestern Yukon. For those of you who are unfamiliar, it's approximately 250 kilometers west of Whitehorse, or about 550 southeast of us here in Fairbanks. Its headwaters are located at the divide between the Kluane drainage, which of course flows into the Yukon River, and the Elsik River drainage to the south, which empties into the Pacific Ocean in southeastern Alaska near Yakutat. So Kluane River itself, it's a relatively short river at 80 kilometers. It's fed by Kluane Lake, which is the largest lake in the Yukon at over 400 square kilometers in surface area. And the river flows north to the Donjek River, which then flows to the White River, and then to the Yukon River, about 100 kilometers upstream of Dawson City, Yukon. So the main tributary of Kluane Lake is Slims River. So it's a 25-kilometer glacial-fed river at the south end of Kluane Lake, which you can see here on the map, kind of at the south end of it. Slims River is identified at the south end of the lake. And Kaskawalsh Glacier, which is shown just south of Slims River there, at the bottom of the map is the water source of Slims River, or the primary source. So while the Donjek and White Rivers, they're glacial fed with heavy silt loads, the Kluane being lake fed, it's a relatively clear river with many side channels in its braided sections that contain areas of groundwater upwelling. And so it's because of this hydrology and contributing to those hydrology aspects that both Chinook and chum salmon spawn in the Kluane system. Now, Chinook is not the focus of this presentation. However, they do spawn in Tin Cup Creek primarily, or notably, below Tin Cup Lake, which is just north of that orange circle on this map, I believe. Whereas chum salmon spawn in the side channels of the Kelowna River, and also a small population that has or does spawn in Kelowna Lake. Next slide, please. So stepping back for a moment here. So test netting of chum salmon that pass Eagle sonar supports genetic assignment of these fish into 4 major stock groupings from the Canadian mainstem Yukon River stock aggregate. That being identified in this purple area here, and well, purple circle at the south end of this map. So these 4 groups are the North Yukon River in purple, the white, which coincidentally is not in white, but it's in pink color on the left-hand side, the main stem in yellow, and the Teslin stalker, which is at the south end in that bluish shade. So since 2005, nearly 60% of these chum that pass pilot station have been assigned to the main stem stock, so shown in yellow here. And during the same time, the white stock, which is in that red-purple color, has been the other major contributor at nearly 40%. So looking at annual estimates for the white stock, however, shows that its contribution has dropped about 20% from an average of 46% between 2005 and 2020 to 25% since. Okay, next slide, please. Now, the Kelowna River is the main spawning river for chum salmon of the white stock. Its critical spawning habitat for chum salmon is within about a 30-kilometer stretch of the river, in addition to some lake spawners that I mentioned earlier at the south end of Kelowna Lake and elsewhere in the lake as well. So within this 30-kilometer stretch of the river, there have been 3 focal spawning areas identified here on the right. There's Glacier Creek, Swede Johnson, and Salmon Patch. So these areas have historically been the location of higher concentrations of groundwater upwellings, largely within those side channels of the river. And as many of us know, groundwater is key for chum salmon egg incubation success. Okay, next slide, please. So the Kaskawalsh Glacier, located at the center of the map here, kind of at the convergence of the 2 yellow lines. It sits at the head of 2 valleys with meltwater draining simultaneously to the Kelowna through Slims River and then to the Yukon River, and also to the Elsek River via Kaskawalsh River. So the Kaskawalsh being the one flowing more southeast. As with most glaciers, the Kaskawalsh has a history of advancing and retreating, common dynamics. However, prior to the year 1600, Kelowna River, as we know, it did not really exist. And the Kelowna Lake drained through Slims River and Kaskawalsh valleys and out the Elsek River. Now, in the mid-1600s, the glacier advanced and its deposits formed a dam, causing the water that was draining Kelowna Lake via Slims Valley to back up, and the lake levels increased over 12 meters that year until it breached the north end of the lake and created the outflow and the Kelowna River, which resembles today's river. So this remained until the spring of 2016, when there was an unusually wet and warm weather. The ice dam at the toe of the glacier gave way, causing the majority of the meltwater to now drain through the Kaskawalsh River and out the Elsek. So this diversion was quite rapid and resulted in a depleted Slims River with its water level 1 meter below normal. And as we heard earlier this morning during one of the public testimonies, consequently, Kelowna Lake dropped to 1.7 meters below average that year. So we can go to the next slide. And here we just have a few slides just with a bit of visuals to understand and appreciate it maybe a little bit more. I'm going to try to use this pointer. I don't know if you can follow along, Amy. Just the top one for the pointer or the middle? I don't want to. Yeah, okay. Perfect. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but here, this is the Kaskawalsh Glacier in each picture. Obviously 2012 and 2021. So the diversion occurred in 2016. So a pre and post. And this is I think what's referred to as Slims Lake. So this is the source of Slims River, primary source of Slims River water. And you can see it's kind of flowing out here. And here's Slims River that drains down the valley this way, whereas Kaskawalsh is down the valley on this side. So in 2021, there's still a little bit of water that's diverting down through Slims, primarily meltwater by the appearance, but the bulk of this water here, you can see first off, it's quite a bit smaller in area, this lake, but it is draining out this way primarily, and this is where the Kaskawalsh flows. So for just a bit of an idea of what we're looking at, it's the height of land there, I imagine, is actually quite low. And so for something like this to occur was probably a fairly good chance that it was going to happen, right? Just given the dynamics and shifting climates. And when you're dealing with ice causing or holding your water back, it's likely going to shift at some point. So we can go to the next slide, please. So this is a great image that was created or captured by NASA. And again, a pre and post. What we have here, you can just see it in, a bit more clear from a satellite imagery. The glacier, Kaskawalsh Glacier, again, shown here is the primary blue piece. And then north is Slims River as identified, and that easterly, southeasterly flow is the Kaskawalsh River, which I think it's pretty apparent just by looking at it. A quick view, the Slims River, the area of blue, the area of water, the wetted area is apparently, it's quite apparent that it's decreased in this time period. And I believe this is a June, I thought I had the dates on this slide, apologies. I think this is a June 2015 comparison on the left to a June 2016 comparison on the right. So pretty good time series and really quite tight as well, pre and post. And then likewise, you can see Kaskawalsh does appear to have substantially more water flowing down it in 2016. I mean, one thing to consider here when looking at it, you see this is Kluane Lake in the south end of it. And the shoreline doesn't really appear to have changed much between these two time periods. And I think that's just due to the fact that the image on the right here is a month after that diversion. So the lake level drop just hasn't been realized at this point. So it's not really coming through. So we can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, and so here's the Slims River. This is the highway crossing, the Alaska Highway, which I'm sure many of you have traveled and have probably experienced firsthand. I mean, it's pretty dramatic what you're seeing on this image here. Again, we have 2013 and then 2016, so a pre and post comparison as well. And those of you who make this travel nowadays can relate, at least in the summertime. Even in the winter when we drove here in the springtime, it's quite a dusty area nowadays with the lack of water in this valley. But it's pretty clear. You can see along the edge in the 2013 picture here on the top. You can see where the edge of the lake is actually reaching, and it's drawn back quite a ways, and that lake level has dropped, and that's now where the normal shoreline is on Kluane Lake. Not just to mention the Slims River itself, and the water that's coming in is greatly reduced. And it's interesting too, just the amount. I mean, there's quite the winds that can be coming down Slims Valley, and it was a pretty windy day this past year when we did our aerial chum survey in Kluane River, and there was a lot of dust and silt being blown down that valley. And even though it's a really large lake, that sediment seemed to be settling in the lake and then coming out the river, and it really impacted our ability to actually see the fish during the aerial survey because it was such a heavy silt load in the river itself on that day. So I mean, there's heavy amounts of dust and silt being blown down this valley nowadays. Anyway, I think these are some pretty good indications about what we're talking about when we talk about this diversion and the impacts on the ground, at least in focusing on the water aspect of it. Yeah, we can go to the next slide, please. So the decline in lake level, it has persisted ever since 2016. So here you can see the steep drop in maximum lake level since the spring of 2016, where the average level dropped about 1.6 meters. Also notable, potentially leading to adverse effects on chum spawning, is that the lowest annual lake level, so kind of just the very bottom level that's achieved each year, It's also declined over this period, but at a much more subtle rate, with 2024 and 2025 producing the lowest lake levels in this time period. However, it is possible that these more recent low water levels are due to a prolonged period of low precipitation in the area. Okay, next slide, please. So all this to say is, what does it mean for chum salmon? So first off, I think it's apparent that there was enormous loss of water in Kluane Lake, and this has caused the lake to drop, or the lake level to drop, and the shoreline spawning habitat has reduced with portions being too shallow or dry. In addition to the decreased water discharge in Kluane's Lake main tributary, the Slims River, sediment inputs into the lake have also decreased, and this may negatively impact the overall productivity of Kluane Lake. Now, the drop in lake level, given the surface area and the sheer size of the lake, it equates, very crude math, equates to a loss of about 600 million cubic meters of water, or 600 billion liters. I mean, I can't comprehend what that really means, but that loss, it's surely to have reduced the groundwater downstream. But it's apparent that the lower lake levels have reduced river discharge as well, and the focal spawning areas in those critical side channels seem to have less surface water, with some being dry. So lastly, this is a bit of a side note, and I don't know how applicable it really is, but it was an interesting thing to read. Researchers have previously, so even prior to this diversion, hypothesized that the diversion of meltwater down the Kaskawalsh River could be a precursor for a distant future shift in Kluane Lake to a flow south and into the Elsik River once again. So, but I'm not aware of any signs or subsequent work to suggest that this is going to happen or may happen. Anyway, just a neat tidbit. Next slide, please. So when reviewing the available data, we can look for indications that Kluane chum are experiencing declines that are unique compared to aggregate stocks or other stocks. So firstly, this figure here, it's comparing our annual aerial index survey of Kluane River chum, and those are shown in the blue bars, overlain with the border passage estimate in red dashed lines. So these two data sets, they don't line up perfectly, which I think is expected given uncertainty, particularly with the aerial surveys. But the general trends do line up quite well. Now, given the coarse resolution of these values and their comparison with each other, it's difficult to interpret through this alone whether Kluane chum are experiencing declines that differ from the aggregate as a whole. Okay, next slide, please. And now looking at these data slightly differently here, we have the stock-specific abundance estimates for the White River stock in gray and the main stem Yukon River stock in blue, as informed by the genetic sampling program at Eagle. So again, for context, that main stem Yukon River stock was that yellow component and the one that made up on average 60%. So these two stocks do contribute 95% of the chum in the Canadian Yukon River stock aggregate annually. So when one increases, the other is likely to decrease proportionally, just given that these are the two main components. And over the last 20 years, these two stocks have fluctuated in which is larger, with the white stock being more abundant in 8 of these 15 years. However, prior to the impact of the 2016 diversion, which would have first been shown in 2020 with the return of the 4-year-olds from the 2016 brood year. However, since 2020, the main stem stock has been larger in each of the 6 years. And although these are, as you can tell, they're all very low counts during this period, where am I? And although, the proportion of the White River stock has steadily declined between this period from 42% in 2020 to only 17% last year in 2025. Okay, next slide, please. Now, I know as most of us are familiar as well, a common metric for interpreting stock productivity is returns per spawner. So meaning the number of adults that return from a given brood year or spawning year. So here we're looking at the returns per spawner for for white river stock chum in green and main stem stock in orange. So their productivity is being compared both prior to the diversion on the left and post-diversion or afterwards on the right. So we would expect there to be a difference between these stocks post-diversion if one of these is being affected differentially. So if one might have some impacts on it that differ from the other one. So a bit of an indication using the main stem stock as a bit of a control. So both these stocks have experienced a significant decline in productivity since the diversion, which is apparent here. Both are currently experiencing very poor productivity, frankly. But although the White River stock productivity is lower than the main stem since the diversion, at least statistically speaking, it is not significant. Next slide, please. And now the same figure, but including the productivity of drainage-wide fall chum salmon in the blue. So again, there is a significant difference since the diversion for all these stock groupings. And although the white stock is less productive since the diversion, again, it is not statistically different from the drainage-wide and the main stem. But these figures, I think they're important to help us understand that this period that we're examining with a focus on the potential influence of the Casco-Walsh diversion is not showing strong signals that the white stock is experiencing a decline that is not also being felt by other stocks, including the entire drainage-wide fall chum return. However, given the low variability that we're seeing for the White River stock in terms of each dot here, so each dot on these plots indicates the returns per spawner or productivity for a given year, and that the White River stock is really depressed at the lower end of the other two. It will be interesting to see if the difference becomes more substantial in the coming years, particularly when, as Bonnie shared yesterday during the fall chum forecast presentation, the productivity for fall chum appears to be increasing. Okay, next slide, please. So a quick overview of some next steps that have started. So we are planning to redesign a monitoring program that measures groundwater and water temperature at spawning sites in Kluane River. So it's intended to capture changes in groundwater at red sites and importantly, general trends in water temperature that the eggs are experiencing and if they're freezing. So this work is partly associated with a recently formed working group consisting of representatives from Kluane First Nation, White River First Nation, Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance and the Council of Yukon First Nations, Yukon Government, Yukon University, and ourselves with Fishing and Oceans Canada, where our plan is for collaborative research and monitoring of Kluane chum salmon and their habitat. Next slide, please. So to summarize this information, well, first off, there has been a large loss in the amount of water moving through the Kluane Lake, through Kluane Lake's primary tributary, the Slims River. And this reduction has persisted since the diversion in the spring of 2016. The number of chum observed in Kluane River has declined to the lowest on record last year in 2025. And meanwhile, the White River stock has also declined in its proportion relative to the aggregate or the Canadian main stem stock grouping, with a low of only 17% in 2025. So the drop in White River chum productivity continues, and although not statistically significant, it appears to be disproportionately declining relative to these other stocks. Now, annual monitoring of Kluane and White River chum will continue, and subsequent years' analyses should provide interesting results when we potentially move into years of higher drainage-wide fall chum productivity. And with the recent formation of a Kluane chum working group, the hope and desire is there for a more collaborative approach and to better understand chum salmon in the Kluane system and groundwater as well, and how the groundwater that the chum salmon highly depend upon. So we can go to the next slide, and that concludes my presentation. So I appreciate any questions folks might have.
Thank you, Adam. I think a very timely and of high interest presentation. So thanks to you and to the Canadian section and Mr. Co-Chair for arranging for this. Much appreciated. Questions, comments? Sven, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that. I got a comment and a question. I know in 2016, I think a lot of folks on the Yukon, Alaskan side I noticed myself, the change in the watercolor in the Yukon that summer. It looked different from before. And it wasn't until I think when I went on my education exchange, I found out that a lot of that silt comes from the White River. So yeah, I think a lot of people on the Yukon kind of noticed that change in the Yukon color that summer. And the question I get, and I don't know if you would notice, it's good information, good presentation, what's happening with that diversion. Or is there any studies or anything done on the Alsac where the water's going now? I mean, is that like a salmon stream for southeast?
Yeah, so the Alsec River, sorry, I don't work on the Alsec River myself, but there are individuals in our office who focus on salmon in the Alsec River. Prominently, there's sockeye salmon, chum, coho are the prominent species. And I, just anecdotally through some conversations, it sounds as though this diversion might be increasing the water level and changing the Alsec itself, and maybe I'm not going to say it's expanding the range of sockeye, but it's allowing them to potentially access, or maybe in the future, some areas of the Alsec that they maybe weren't able to access previously. But specific to the Kaskawalsh, I can't speak to what changes may have happened in the Alsec since then. Yeah, sorry about that.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've got Annika Joe online that from Champagne and Ajac First Nation that confident has some direct understanding of the situation on the Alsec Riverside. Annika, did you want to provide some comments, please?
Hi, Annika Joe here, Champagne Ajac. I'm also a citizen. I've grown up on the Alsec drainage my entire life. At this moment, we have not noticed any, but it's also very thing that we would like to study. It is definitely on our radar on Champagne Ajac First Nation territory.
Thank you, Annika. Always wonderful to have folks with direct knowledge and experience in that regard. Appreciate you speaking up. Anything further, Sven? Next, we'll go to Charlie Wright.
I just wanted to add a little bit to Sven's observation. Between Tanana and the Yukon River Bridge, the area where I frequent, there's a lot of landslides along the river where the earth's going right into the river, and a lot of washouts in the creeks, big gorges, and the big creeks seem to be straightening out with the lack of permafrost. Really running straight earth sometime. They're just running really thick earth, the steaming mud going downstream. It's crazy. So there's a lot of turbidity being added to the river because of that. And hopefully the cold winter helps with that a little bit and straightens things out a little bit. Thank you.
Not seeing any further specific questions. I do have one quick one. Could you go to slide 11 real quick? And you may not have an answer to this, but I'm wondering, is of this input into Kluane Lake, is it the most significant input? What is, in other words, the focus on this is much appreciated, but what are the other inputs? Of other inputs and draining into Kluane Lake, how does this one rank, I guess is the way to say it.
Yeah, I mean, there's an easy answer to that one. The Slims is the primary tributary to Kluane Lake. There's numerous seasonal flows that enter Kluane Lake off the mountains and other smaller streams, I suppose, entering some of the different arms of Kluane Lake itself. And at the south end, there's some other ones, some which you cross on the Alaska Highway as well. But by discharge, yeah, the Slims River was the most substantial. And I don't have all, I don't have the information in front of me, and all these streams aren't monitored as well. So to understand even currently how the slims might compare to the other ones, I am not certain off the top of my head. I don't have that information.
And I guess I'm assuming based on that answer, that's kind of what I assume. So I'm clarifying my own assumption that this is the only one that's glacially fed.
Oh,
Are there other glacial sources of input?
There are, I'm trying to think if all the ones on the west side of Kelowna Lakes, I think those are more mountain meltwater. So Steve is waving at me here. He might have a better answer, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are some very small inputs, but the primary glacial input was from the Slims River. And the major source of water now to Kelowna Lake is rainfall and snowmelt. So as Adam had mentioned earlier, this is the largest lake in the Yukon Territory. It has a very large surface area and in turn a very large catchment potential. So rainfall, snowmelt is the primary driver. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Any further questions, comments from panel members? Not seeing any. Well, thank you again, Adam, and to Mr. Chair for arranging for this presentation. We know it's been of high interest to the group, and I'm sure we'll continue to have interest in this topic into the future. That concludes our presentations for the afternoon. We can now move into our public final afternoon public comment period. We do have 4 individuals that are signed up for public testimony and comment. We'll start with our first one, and I guess I'd want to double check maybe with Sasha or Amy. Do we have everybody online that's going to be virtual?
We currently have one of the virtual testifiers, and we'll let you know when the other comes online.
Which one?
We have Carrie Stevens.
Okay, thank you. So first one up will be Carrie Stevens. Carrie, if you're ready to go, please proceed with your testimony and comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Stevens, and I thank you for allowing me to speak to the panel and to the panel members and the co-chairs. Appreciate you all. I am zooming in from Vashrenko Arctic Village, which is part of the Yukon River drainage. I'm sorry can't be with you all in Fairbanks. Again, for the record, my name is Carrie Stevens. I am speaking for myself. As many of you know, my husband is from Stevens Village, and only for about the last 25 years I have experienced fishing in 5D, as the state refers to it. And of course, due to the salmon crisis, many of those years there has been no fishing. We always want to have gratitude for all of the tribal chiefs in the room, all of those in tribal leadership, and First Nations as well, of course, leadership. I thank you all for your service to your people. It's relentless work at this time where there seems to be a complete onslaught to wild resources, be them the salmon of the Yukon or the caribou of the porcupine caribou herd, moose. We are seeing in our area in the upper Yukon a drastic increase of outside hunters. So the salmon crisis is really being compounded by a multitude of other crises in the upper Yukon. You have heard me many times before. I don't know that I have anything in particular new today, but I always like to have it on the administrative record as a fishing person from the upper Yukon. The state of Alaska continues to fail to meet its legal obligation to prioritize subsistence use. The state of Alaska and the department really have failed at their duty and obligations to protect wild Alaskan salmon and to prioritize and provide for subsistence. We know that there is continued bycatch in the Bering Sea and in the areas within the state of Alaska's purview within the 3 nautical mile limit, and in particular Area M. Bycatch continues, yet there is a entire moratorium on subsistence fishing. So a couple of things to push on for the panel in particular. Last time I spoke, I continue to really be completely astounded at the panel's absolute lack of participation as called for in your legal mandate in these systems. I applaud the tribes of Alaska that fought and spent hundreds of thousands of man hours and dollars in the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council process to afford a bycatch cap for chum in the trawling industry offshore, really working to let the fish through, but again, disappointed and disillusioned at the absolute lack of participation and statement by the panel in that process, as well as really want to applaud Area M, Alaska tribes for on the Yukon working hard at the Board of Fish to address Area M. We were able to get a reduction of 136 hours in the drift fleet and 94 hours in the seine fleet in that area. And I think that in both cases, the council and the Board of Fish process, there is a very much diminished impact of bycatch. The CWAC Area M chum bycatch for 2022 was over 102,000 fish. 2023 over 82,000 fish, and 2024 over 123,000 fish. And when I say fish, I mean CWAC, Western Alaska bound wild chum. There is contention that these are small percentages of the catch. They are more than any subsistence user is catching throughout these drainages. So there's a real failure there. In 2023 alone, nearly 3,000 upper Yukon chum were taken from Area M. That is an enormous percentage of the run that we are not seeing. This continues year after year. Yet the salmon pay the price. Often we hear, well, they are diluted in a sea of hatchery fish. The Board of Fish in Alaska took no action on hatcheries. It is a problem. And again, the Yukon River Panel has done nothing. You are an international body based on international treaty and should absolutely be participating in this hatchery conversation. Yet again, we don't see you there. So again, as a fisheries body, I beg of you again and again to participate as you are legally obligated in these processes, the council, the Board of Fish processes. And of course, lastly, my concern of the dam. The dam has to be removed if we would like to see the Upper Yukon and the First Nations fish again, if we want to see the fish rebounded. A rebuilding plan that does not address the ocean, that does not address the dam, is no rebuilding plan. I have grave concerns that it is a bit of a farce that is not addressing the real issues affecting salmon. If the salmon were strong, if they had not been impacted by the dam, destroying 70% of them going up and, 30% going up and 30% going down for decades and decades, I believe they absolutely would have had the genetic diversity to survive climate change. We know that particularly Chinook are really a strong fish as our chum. They could rebound, but their genetic diversity was already vastly diminished by the dam for decades. The dam must be removed. Now is the time. We know that the reauthorization, of which again, this body was not engaged at the level it should have been. It should not have been reauthorized. Is calling for mitigation factors. There are none in the industry that will mitigate the damage done by the dam to the extent that keeping the dam is practicable with the rebuilding of the salmon stocks. There is no industry standard in dams globally that allows for the rebuilding of salmon stocks, bar none, period. That is fact. We know that the energy consumption is in a place whereby the dam really can be replaced. And so I urge the panel and everyone who cares about salmon and salmon people to continue to urge the panel to use its voice, to demand its voice as legally mandated at the council, the Board of Fish, and in the removal of the dam. I appreciate you all. This is where we are. I wish we were not here, but we must act. The last thing I'll say, I've taken up too much time very briefly, is that I continue to also be disappointed that there are not R&E funds going to the Alaska side. I've stated this for years. And so I would love to see R&E and R&M funds provided to tribes on the Alaska side as well, to build those relationships with the First Nations, who are doing an absolutely fantastic job on those projects, and support all of the work of the First Nations and the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission. So thank you, Anabasi Masicho. Appreciate you all giving your time to this work.
Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate you taking the time. We've certainly seen you several times here to provide testimony to the panel. So it's always good to see some similar faces in subsequent meetings. Any questions or comments from panel members on Carrie's testimony? Brandy, go ahead.
Thanks for your testimony, Carrie. I really appreciate it. You always come with really good logic, and always express your concerns in a way that you've done your homework, and I appreciate it. And yes, I can see your frustration, and I understand it. Being here in the headwaters with that damn is definitely something that is concerning the headwaters and the whole system itself. But you know, I encourage you to look at that relicensing hearing. There's some stuff that came out of it is public, and yeah, KDFN and the other First Nations, and you know, as well as a lot of others that were affected or that are impacted by this dam, and that had a say in that relicensing process, really put forward as much as they could. They did their research. I mean, you know, it was the First Nations, the Southern Lakes First Nations, that conducted those studies. It wasn't YC, and it wasn't DFO, unfortunately. They'd done a bit before us that actually looked at how that dam was impacting juvenile as well as adult salmon. You know, we put those assessments forward to, you know, to prove our case. And like I said, that was our first time to be able to do this work. And we put forward a really detailed testimony at that hearing to voice our concerns. We even put together a community committee that put together so much of a detail. We even got a book about the stories that were told in traditional knowledge, as well as the scientific studies. And yes, it is unfortunate that, you know, pretty much what came out of that relicense wasn't much different than what happened previously with the previous license conditions were. However, that being said, I'm not saying that this is good at all. Like, I mean, we're still struggling with these mitigations and getting it through, and the threats to the ratepayers and the threats to, on top of that, everything else that this dam impacts is, you know, we're having these frustrations around how it's going to be mitigated and paid for. And I think that's for public knowledge that that is the case that we are facing here at the headwaters. Not, I can assure you 100%, and to this panel, on not speaking as a panel member right now, as speaking on behalf of a citizen and beneficiary of Kwanlin First Nation, and as well as in my position and as and standing up for my nation as well, that we are doing everything in our power to see that this is changed and that these mitigation measures are going to be put in place. And the reality is, we know, I don't know if we can ever get this dam replaced with the way things are going, and if we don't connect to another grid or however it's going to happen. Either way, it's going to have impacts on our, if not through either whatever decision that they make going forward, it's going to have impacts on our people, on our land, and it might not just affect, you know, the Southern Lakes here, you know, and anybody below the dam connecting to the grid, or however that's going to look. So I thank you for bringing that forward. And I now put my panel hat on, do agree that the panel should be addressing this directly and putting our names forward and on all of the conditions and all your concerns that you put forward. I really think it's something that we should be talking about in a greater ecosystem, a river system, not just piecemealing each little presentation together, how we're doing it. I mean, it's a complicated process. As you know, you've been involved with this world for many, many years. And yes, it's time for some thinking outside the box and how we're going to address this, and start thinking about, you know, really how is this rebuilding plan going to play out, and how we're going to get some tangible ways to move forward that we can actually make a difference, besides just being that the subsistence fishers and people along the river that are the ones that are paying the price for what is happening through a greater avenue of big money and, you know, whatever it is, and not addressing, you know, these bigger issues that we know are some of the major impacts. And that was put in the 7-year agreement as well. And so I think we have to get very, very serious about that. And I suggest to our panel that we keep talking about that. So I really thank you for your testimony, Carrie, and I look forward to seeing you at the next one. Hank.
Is it okay if I respond real briefly?
Go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you so much. And must say, Brandy, appreciate that. Just a couple of quick comments. One is that I really appreciate you bringing up all the work that the First Nations did, Brandy. And I think that is the exhaustion that I have here is that the First Nations are not funded to do all of this work. The tribal governments of Alaska are not funded to do all of this work, to show up in all of these spaces, to fight all of this in a regulatory and policy space. And yet this body is and not there. And so I really, just continue to uplift the First Stewards, the First Nations, the tribal governments who are always showing up in all of these technical spaces, doing this technical work without the adequate funding to do so on either side. And I just cannot reiterate that the bodies that are funded to do the work, the state, the feds, to show up, the panel, are not. And so you are as a First Nation. So must see for that. And I just wanted to add that, there are the models that we have in the United States right now of tribes leading in salmon restoration, having funded dam removals, having microgrids, investing in sustainable energy systems. And I just have to continue to believe for all of us that our children will have salmon. I refuse to believe otherwise. So must see, Brandy, just wanted to share that on the funding side and the capacity and staffing side, and the First Nations and tribes continue to pick up the load.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Stevens, for your testimony. Always do appreciate it. I just wanted to take a moment to speak to some of the questions around the Whitehorse Rapids hydroelectric facility, the dam, and the relicensing process. So from the panel's perspective, and specifically panel engagement, at the start, or in fact prior to the start of the environmental assessment process for the Whitehorse Rapids hydroelectric facility, the panel did arrange for a special meeting session where the operator of the facility came and provided, it was about an hour and a half long presentation to the Yukon River Panel, which was followed by significant dialogue and questions from panel members. That insight provided to Yukon Energy Corporation helped inform their approach to structuring the we'll call it the relicensing and engagement in the relicensing process. That being said, that was several years ago, probably about 5 years ago now. As Canadian panel member Brandy Mays mentioned, the environmental assessment process has concluded and water use license has been issued for the operation of the facility. There is one fundamental difference in respect of this relicensing process, in that the Government of Canada has identified that a federal fisheries permit authorization is required for continued operation of the facility. And specifically, the permit will identify terms and conditions regarding protection of salmon and mitigation measures for salmon. That regulatory process is currently underway. We expect that an outcome will be realized, we'll say, by the fall of 2026, so by the end of this calendar year. And I'm referencing that because leading up to this meeting, Mr. Chair from Alaska Department of Fish and Game did request a presentation from Canada on the outcome of the Yukon Energy Corporation Whitehorse Rapids hydroelectric relicensing process. Although we're not able to provide that at this session, we have started to make arrangements for a presentation to the panel at its January 2027 postseason meeting, Mr. Chair. So taking the opportunity to convey to panel members and the public that there will be additional information forthcoming with respect to the outcomes of the Whitehorse Rapids hydroelectric dam relicensing process, and specifically some new terms and conditions which will be applicable specifically to protection of salmon as it pertains to operation of the facility, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Any further questions, comments for Carrie? Not seeing any. Well, thank you again, Carrie, for joining us here today. Much appreciated. I imagine we'll see you in the future as well.
Thank you. Must see.
Next, we will go to David Walker. David Walker, I believe you were able to join us by phone through Zoom. David, if you are ready to go, feel free to proceed with your testimony and comment.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is David Walker. Greetings to the co-chairs and panel members and staff. Those that don't know me, my grandparents are the late James Walker Sr. and Mary Walker, and Peter and Ruth Hamilton. Parents are James F. Walker Jr. and Irene Hamilton Walker. Their families fished on the Yukon and around Anvik and Shaglik and Holy Cross for years and years, and they never did share any shortage of fish, even though there was thousands of dogs, sled dogs, they had to feed along the Yukon. And my dad, when he was on the panel and he was going to fishery meetings, he predicted this crash, and I thought that I never did believe him or totally, and now that he's gone, we're living it today. I served on the panel before, and I got off because I was kind of personal life was had a lot of things going on, but what I seen was with the panel is, with all due respect, we have to start seriously looking out of the box. I kind of missed a report, the latest report on the bycatch, but I still think that bycatch has more impact than their the information, the data they're putting out. There's a lot of egg fish in that bycatch that's being killed. That you don't only kill one fish, you kill thousands of eggs too that they're supposed to spawn that year. And I kind of referred to the moose. A biologist figured it out that we couldn't kill cows because they calf. We're only allowed to kill bulls, and so yeah, that was what I seen, and I think we got to start looking outside the box, because the main stem of the Yukon, sure, there's some changes I see, in the channels. That's natural for the Yukon River because it's so silty. It changes very, and I don't see it affecting the fish, and we're not fishing in the main stem. So we got to start looking on both ends, the headwaters and what's happening in the headwaters and the Bering Sea. I don't know how many years of data you collected, and I commend the staff and the biologists for their data every year. We're probably professionals on data now, but there's no results. We haven't fished in 6 years in Holy Cross here, and there's no positive results. It's getting worse and worse in your forecast. So nobody's fishing. There might be a few outlaws that go out of now and then, but majority of the people along the Yukon are abiding by the laws. And, I think they should be zero bycatch by now. One time I looked at the graphs over the years of the bycatch, and, it was like 4 or 5 years before their numbers were really high, and that was like 4 or 5 years before our salmon starts crashing. So I think there's a lot of untruths that are past recording of how much bycatch they catch. And so, yeah, that's what I had on my mind for a lot of times, that when I was on the panel, I just didn't see there was projects going in both countries. There's putting projects in for restoration, and still no success. And it kind of reminded me, I don't want to flatter into the whole organization, but kind of remind me of the bison they planted around here, and they didn't know nothing about their elements. And a couple of years ago, we had a flood, and they swam around in circles, about 50% of them, until they drowned. And to me, that's kind of like my the way I see it with the panel and what the countries are trying to do. But the real problems are not on the river. So, thank you. Yeah, it was good to see some names there. I miss my friend James Kelly that passed, and he was on the panel with me. Good to see some familiar faces on the panel, and the co-chairs are hanging in there. I have a lot of respect for them. We'll look what the future holds here. I don't know. That's about all I got to say. I used to share jokes, but I'm kind of lost for jokes. So try to keep it on the light side of things. But yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, David. John Linderman here. Wonderful to hear from you. Miss you a little bit in your jokes. I can very much understand how at this current time it's a little hard to come up with them in that regard. But thank you very much for taking the time to join us here today, provide your knowledge and wisdom and insight. It's good to hear from you. Any comments or questions from panel members for David? Ragnar?
Yeah. Hey, Dave, it's Ragnar Alstrom. It's good to hear you. I feel a close connection being, dressed up for your brother, Carl there. So I consider you my brother. So very good to hear from you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Ragnar. Yeah. Always good to see you. You're there hanging in there. And, like we said, if we go down, excuse me, we'll go down together. Yeah, but even today I meet more people from downriver, and we got to stick together. I jokingly tell them every time I meet really nice people from downriver, I quit peeing into the Yukon. Yeah, so that was kind of my little personal joke I got. It was good to talk to John Lamont too, and good to listen to all the rest of the panel members. So, yeah, thank you for listening to me. We made a lot of changes and processing more moose meat to supplement our income, but our intake of, our native food. But man, I could feel that there are some Aniak people that shared some salmon with us that we just treated like gold and have a sample now and then. And then my body starts feeling whole again when I eat some of that, and that's what we're generations were raised on, and so it's definitely I couldn't imagine what the less fortunate people are going through. So yeah, thank you. I'm just rambling, but yeah, thank you for your time and allowing me to say hi and speak to you all.
Thank you again, David. Wonderful to hear from you. I hope we hear from you again in the future, in future meetings. Next, we'll go to.
Thank you.
Yep. Take care. Feel free to stay on too to listen. Next, we'll go to in-person testimony and comment from Glenn Carlo. Again, any folks that are here in person, if they're more comfortable speaking from the back, we can get you a mic, but feel free to come to the front.
Good afternoon, Glenn Carlo with the Nakanaga. And I'd just like to say it's been a pleasure listening to you, and the Nakanaga would like to reach out and invite you to their conference in June in Fort Yukon. We would like to share your information with the elders. We're an elder advocacy group. And one thing about the elders is, they all have their PhDs from hunting, trapping, and fishing. And they share their knowledge with the boards, the tribal, and through storytelling. That's the way they've always been. And I'll just make it short. Benedict Jones from Kaikook, who passed away last year, he shared a lot of information with fishing game boards, and I give him credit for making sure that the Nakanaga had a resolution before the fish crisis happened, that they get a group together with a brother and sister Native organizations in Fairbanks and start a group to help with, he knew the crisis was coming. And so we had our first meeting in December, and we decided not to fish the coming year, the coming season, to sacrifice the fish so the younger generation could have a shot at having fish in the future. So it was because of Benedict that happened. And it was a year or two later that mandates came out, fishing game for no fishing. So it's elders like that who have foresight and who guide us through the way. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all your professional hard work.
Thank you, Glenn, for your kind words, and thank you very much for joining us here for the full meeting. Hope you did get some good information that you can perhaps take home and share with your community as well. Thank you for that. Any comments or questions for Glenn? Not seeing any.
Not for Glenn, but for Holly. I know Fish and Wildlife Service has a bunk in for Yukon. I'm just saying. June is wonderful.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that. Next, we have another in-person public testimony and comment from Olivia Irwin. Olivia?
Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the last words of the day. This is a much smaller desk than I'm used to, though, so I'll have to.
There is one more.
Oh, darn it.
Sorry.
There were only 4 when I signed up.
I figured I bet you better let you know now.
Thanks.
Okay.
Zan Hazoon, Olivia Sauza, Dehun Danaka Hitle, Hanahi Seasni, Ina Gretchen Suzanne Sumter Irwin, Bauza Hagaila A, Ita James Timothy Irwin, Bauza Hagaila A, Tagatili Hutan Eslan. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge my elders in the room, Reverend Anna Frank, Manny Carlo, and Virgil Umpenhauer. I also would like to acknowledge Chief Rhonda Pitka is in the room as well. In my grandmother's language, I said, "Good afternoon, everyone." In English, my name is Olivia. In Danaka, they call me Henahi. It means the storyteller or the one who talks a lot. I am Anupiaq and Koyukon Athabaskan from the village of Nenana. My ancestors reigned from the Kobuk River Valley and Allakaket on the Kayakuk River off the Yukon as well. I wanted to come up and speak a little bit, beginning with how I got involved in the Yukon River Panel. 2 summers ago, I was afforded the opportunity to go on the last educational exchange that happened, where we had a group of U.S. Members go over to Canada. And that experience really shifted and changed the direction that I was going in fisheries management. It solidified the need for continued collaboration, unification, and conversation among all tribes and people who live and benefit from the Yukon River. I highly encourage those of you who are picking this year's attendees to pick the youngest and the oldest. I believe I heard there was a 22-year-old that applied and maybe a 67-year-old elder who applied. It is incredibly integral that there is a mixture and a combination of experiences, perspectives, and ages that range within that group. Some of the people who I learned the most from on that group, an individual was actually Howard Beasley from Galena, Alaska, who was on our trip. And our perspectives, where we came from in fishing, was very different. We came from the same river, we came from the same side of the border, but our experiences were vastly, vastly different. And seeing the way that he began to understand what his fishing practices and implications of those are years down the line was incredibly important to gain that perspective for our family on the U.S. side of the river. I was afforded the opportunity to go to Old Crow and to Moosehide, which I feel incredibly honored to have been able to be in those sacred spaces. So I just want to highly encourage the continuation of the educational exchange, encourage increased funding for the educational exchange, increased outreach, and increasing the stories that are being told after the fact so that can continue. For me, it has inspired continued conversations on our side of what does it look like for the U.S. to have educational exchanges of a degree to where we have upriver and downriver visitations. What does it look like for regions to be able to visit each other and understand their fishing practices better? Because as many of you know, our salmon cross through many management plans, many jurisdictions in their entire life cycle. And so for me as a person from Nenana to expect somebody from Alugganik or from Area M to understand what my fishing practices are is completely unrealistic if we don't create those pipeline programs to get people in those conversations. My relationship to salmon, unfortunately, is based on policy and regulation. My father passed away in 2020 from suicide. It'll be 6 years this month. And he was completely drained of his spiritual nutrients that drove him and gave him a purpose in this life to provide for people, for his community, and for his family. I thought that my story was really unique when I got into this work. And unfortunately, it isn't. It's not unique at all. It's a story that many of our people face and are continuing and still facing. It's not a violin, it's not a soapbox that I need to stand up here for very long, because I recognize that everybody in this room understands the weight of this and the weight of something like a rebuilding plan to keep our people alive and connected to culture. I know that everyone in this room already knows the weight of that. But I haven't been able to fish. I've barely been able to fish in my life. I would be completely uncomfortable filleting a fish in front of any of you right now. And yet I sit up here and I sit in these seats and I beg for my grandchildren to be able to fish. I really appreciate Brandy's presentation, and I was thinking about it because I believe she had mentioned that Kwanlin Dun First Nation had been working on this project for 25 years. So I started doing some thinking. In the last 25 years, 5 escapement goals have been removed or discontinued from the Yukon River on the US side. At least 3 weirs have been closed down. Multiple mark recapturing programs, multiple carcass surveys have ended. We are not expanding our knowledge of this resource through departments and agencies right now. We have systematically reduced it. Escapement goals have been discontinued, monitoring programs shuttered, and weirs have taken offline. This is eroding our foundation of informed management when it comes to a state and agency level understanding of fishing management. There is a structural gap and failure within our management system right now. And we're not just losing fish, we're continuing to lose knowledge. Now, in those 25 years, the First Nations have created monitoring programs. They have created carcass surveys. They have founded counting programs. They have continued cultural programming, advanced education of our fisheries, and participated in the restoration of spawning grounds. When I was in Whitehorse, I was afforded the opportunity to go out with Alvon Finster and see what the First Nation had been doing in terms of restoring their spawning habitats by removing beaver dams. These are the type of projects that we need to be doing and focusing on. As Dennis mentioned earlier this week, the process is not the outcome. It's a lot of process, and we're not comfortable with where it's going. For me, the rebuilding plan is in what Brandy just presented to us. We have the tools, we have the templates, we have the people and the resources to make this happen. But we're continuing to follow process rather than looking towards the First Nations and the tribes that are ready and ripe to create this rebuilding plan. And the rebuilding plan doesn't really need to be created. It doesn't need to be written up. It's written into the DNA of Craig Chythlook. It's written into the DNA of Charlie Wright and Brandy Mays. That's where the rebuilding plan lives. And that's where we need to return to. I also just want to mention a couple of things process-wise. It's curious to me what we're doing here these last 2 days. I don't understand what was spoken in the closed session because it's a closed session. So I can't tell you if the dam, bycatch in the ocean, bycatch in Area M, bottom trawling, protection of spawning grounds and habitats, avoiding hatcheries on the Yukon, improving assessment projects. I can't tell you if any of that is in the rebuilding plan or even being considered. As a member of the public, I have no idea what your priorities are. But I know what the priorities of Brandy Mays is, and I know what the priorities of the Fish Commission are. Those are the priorities we should be following, instead of spending days and dollars having a third party create a space for us to yet again discuss the things that our First Nations and tribes have already figured out. And the last thing I'll note is that I'm very big on following comment deadlines. And the comment deadline for the RME and RNM needs a little bit more work. So Communications Committee, I'm gonna task Andy with that one. So in closing, I just want to appreciate everyone for being here. I believe that everybody is here for the right reasons. And I just would encourage and implore the panel to consider what your effectiveness is right now. Are you being effective? Can we? How can we be more effective? And how can we begin to allow other people in on our conversations and know what's happening? Because it's really, honestly, sometimes still confusing even for a member of the public who sits on the Board of Fisheries to understand what is this international body doing if not looking at the Yukon River action plans for chum and Chinook and fall chum that are coming up on April 30th. It's an international body that covers both countries. The Board of Fish has to make a decision on April 30th on what to do for the next couple years while these stocks are designated a stock of concern, a management concern. And yet I have no input, the board has no input on what to do with that. So I'll leave it with a great example of why Brandy Mays is on the right track and why 25 years we need to be doing more. 25 years ago, the sustainable salmon policy was put into place. 25 years later, we still can't set an SET. But 25 years after starting this project, Brandy Mays can give us a presentation like that. And the Fish Commission can come back from years of being a small organization that hasn't had a lot of influence. So look at what's working and drive in that direction. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Olivia. Any comments, questions for Olivia on her testimony and commentary?
Yeah, you mentioned comment deadlines need work. Which ones?
Yeah, thanks, Chief Pickett. I was specifically speaking to the RNE and RNM one this morning that was mentioned. I know that I believe there was mentioned that there's a note on the website that says you can email someone if you have comments, but it's not very clear to the public. I think either a portal, a Google, you can do like Google surveys even, something to that degree, or just making it more publicly aware and posting it places that, and the Fish Commission and I think YRDFA are great opportunities on spaces also for those social media outposts. But just to know that there are comment deadlines for that and that there's an opportunity to do so.
Any additional comments or questions for Olivia? Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your testimony, Olivia. I think that the insight that you provide is incredibly valuable. The reflection that you bring to this table following, I think it was 2 years ago you mentioned that you had the opportunity to participate in the Yukon River Panel's education exchange is extremely important for this panel to hear. It gives us further insight on what we're doing right and where there's opportunity for improvement. And I think that you're right to ask the questions regarding the Yukon River Panel's rebuilding plan and our priorities. And from the panel's perspective, we hear you, we're listening, and we're taking your words of advice to heart. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Brandy Mays online. Go ahead, Brandy.
Wow, Olivia, I hold my hands up to you. You always make me smile. You make me emotional. Thank you so much for your comments and your compliments. I really love, echo what Steve said, love your insight, love what you bring to this table. And as a youth and our future generations, it's really important to hear your words and, echo after echo, like what people have been saying along this, especially in this panel and the last couple. It's, it really is such a tight process that doesn't seem to get out there and doesn't really seem to address the people along the river. And, trust me, even in this panel situation, it sometimes can bring that frustration forward too. Sometimes you're pretty lucky not to be at those closed sessions. But the bottom line is that, I really appreciate what you bring to this table. And I really, honor your voice in this process, and especially coming from a young perspective. And just to give you an idea, I've never caught a Chinook salmon, at least not a live one, for the purpose of eating in the Yukon River or in my territory. So I feel your pain. That's how long, our end of the river, some of us have been not involved with that. So, not having that traditional context to being able to fish. Even my mother has had very little experience, and she's considered an elder now. And so, looking at old pictures of my family holding huge salmon, and, that gives, and I have my great grandparents' picture on the wall here to always give me inspiration for this work and why I do it. But it's also, my inspiration is you, and the inspiration that I have, here in our territory is really around getting young, really, really young women and our Indigenous youth involved with this work and showcasing that, it can be done and that your voice is very, very important. And again, I really appreciate you coming to this table and, time after time and sharing your voice with us and your concerns. And it does not go on deaf ears. And again, I appreciate your testimony and I appreciate your praise. Thank you. Finish, cheese.
Thank you, Ganesh Chish Brandy. Also, I should have started with this, but I spoke on behalf of myself, just myself. So thank you.
Any further comments, questions? Thank you again very much, Olivia, for joining us here today. Much appreciated, and we appreciate your comments and wisdom. Next, we have an online testimony. Sorry, I got to get back to my spreadsheet here. From Carly Knight over Zoom. Carly, if you're ready to go, please proceed.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, coming in good.
Great. Jun Hozo, Shodre, Carly Knight, Fish and Wildlife Manager, Toronto-Cochin, Dawson City, Huichin. I work for Toronto-Cochin in Dawson City in Canada as the Fish and Wildlife Manager. I also serve as a First Nation advisor to the panel, the alternate co-chair to the TK committee. I'm on the steering committee for both the domestic and international rebuilding plans. So in relation to this process, that's how I fit in. That said, this is going to be less of a testimony like I've provided in the past and more so specific recommendations to the panel. I'm going to start with speaking to the Canadian Limiting Factors work that was published last year, titled Summary of Issues Facing Canadian Origin Yukon River Chinook Salmon, a Review of Limiting Ecosystem and Habitat Factors. Yukon River have been steadily declining since the 1980s, with precipitous declines in recent years. The current state of spawner abundance and total abundance are both well below the long-term average. Negative short-term trends both highlight the current crisis hitting the Yukon River Chinook salmon. Chinook are long-lived, returning as old as 7 years, sometimes 8, although we're seeing less and less of that in recent years. Meaning, though, that declining trends can be very slow to reverse. With regards to status, we're seeing about a minus 50% spawner abundance and a minus 68% total abundance. Working through the salmon life cycle, I'm first going to talk about freshwater fish in the egg, alevin, and fry stages. The biggest limiting factors that we've seen at these stages are thiamine deficiency, as well as localized effects, including hydroelectric dams, placer mining, and permafrost melt. Moving into the marine environment, we're seeing warmer water temperatures and related diet shifts. Competition for food with wild pink salmon, trawling bycatch, although we've deemed it low, but we've heard from other testimonies earlier today about confidence in that data. But we also need to look at ocean ecology. A significant and perhaps the largest portion of mortality for Yukon River Chinook salmon occurs during their first year of life in the ocean, which is considered a critical stage for their survival. Early marine phase, when juvenile salmon transition from freshwater to saltwater. It's crucial for their survival. Then moving back into the freshwater as an adult, the biggest impacts we saw were warming water temperatures, ichthyophonus infection, and historical in-river fishing practices. Historical Chinook fisheries targeted larger, older fish and took significant proportion of the Canadian origin Yukon River salmon population. There's broad consensus that this was a major driver of the historical population decline. Recent fishing, however, has been drastically restricted and stopped in recent years, which poses much less of a risk in today's lens. Some overall limiting factors include long-term trend of smaller and younger fish returning. We're seeing fecund females returning, but they're smaller and therefore they have much fewer eggs. Low spawning population sizes over time is equal to high risk for genetic drift or chance of disappearance of particular genes as individuals die off or do not have the opportunity to reproduce. And again, we've also included Indigenous indicators here as well. And one of the overall indicators of the reason why we have limiting factors for salmon is the loss of respect and relationship with people. People play a role in the ecosystem, and I think sometimes we forget about that. In conclusion, for this portion, there's no singular risk limiting there's no singular risk limiting the production of Yukon River Chinook salmon or silver bullet. Factors include warming water temperatures, connections, competition, disease, predation, habitat degradation, hydrological or geomorphological, I knew I was going to stumble over that word, changes and carryover effects from marine life stages on migrating adults and spawners. Secondly, I'd like to speak about the life cycle approach. Often at this river panel, we only look at in-river management decisions. We really need to focus more broadly on the whole life cycle and take a holistic approach to our management decisions. This includes the ocean ecology, including the impacts of trawling on ocean ecology. That's not just the numbers of bycatch that we're seeing, but the lack of balance in the ocean system, and we need to take action to find that balance again. Midwater trawling actually contacts the ocean floor from about 40 to 80% of the time. NASA has photos of the scars of the ocean floor. We also can talk about competition with other species in the ocean for food. I think these are all things that we need to start focusing on as a panel as well. With regards to the rebuilding process, I think it needs to help guide management decisions by the Yukon River Panel, things like border passage, for instance. It should help to prioritize and inform restoration and enhancement money allocations. And we also need to identify a writer, perhaps the agencies, DFO and ADF&G, as well as a completion date. As a member on the steering committee, I find the lack of a writer as well as a completion date a hindrance to the process, which is unacceptable as we have a responsibility to the salmon. Next, I want to talk about chum salmon IMEG review. I recommend conducting a limiting factor review, much like Canada did for Chinook salmon, which is what I led with. We need to include things like the drop in productivity for Kluane and White River stock when we're taking in consideration the IMEG review. Thanks, Adam, for your presentation earlier. I also think the panel needs to identify objectives for fall chum to help guide its committees, whether it's the JTC, the Traditional Knowledge Committee, or others, so we can provide adequate recommendations to achieve objectives for fall chum. I'm worried that we will end up with a lack of decision like we did in 2023 in Whitehorse for Chinook salmon. Our stewardship obligations and responsibilities to the salmon mean that we cannot allow that to happen. Lastly, and we've heard this a little bit as a theme from multiple testimonies earlier today, I think the panel needs to look at taking action and be more action-oriented in opportunities to engage. Things like the draft environmental impact statement on Bering Sea chum bycatch management. That was a huge missed opportunity, and I'm disheartened to hear that the Yukon River Panel did not provide comments. Additionally, public comments for Whitehorse Dam relicensing, the Mayo Dam relicensing, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council processes, the Board of Fish regarding Area M, and more. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Carly. Appreciate it. Any comments or questions for Carly on her testimony and commentary? Not seeing any. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I wanted to extend our appreciation and gratitude for you, Carly, for providing your testimony. I know it's always a little bit challenging to do virtually, so do appreciate you taking the time to share your perspective and also provide some advice and recommendations to the panel. So thank you.
Any further comments, questions from panel members? Okay, not seeing anything. Thank you, Carly, and appreciate you taking the time to address and provide your input to the panel today. That concludes our public testimony for our final and last in our afternoon session on public testimony. Thank you to all those over the course of this meeting that did provide their commentary and testimony and sentiments to the panel. It's always much appreciated. And I know that, as many members have said, it's one of the highlights of the meeting for them to hear from everyone in that regard. So thank you very much for that. We will proceed now with a couple of final kind of business topics. The first two is the scheduling of the 2026 postseason Yukon River Panel meeting, which shooting for a late January timeframe. The dates have been established as Saturday, January 23rd through Thursday, January 28th. That meeting will be held in Alaska, in Anchorage. For Alaskan-based meetings, we are going to start trying to get into the habit of doing these Fairbanks Anchorage rotations. So we'd be in Anchorage for the next one. The specific location and venue is still to be determined. All that information will certainly be updated on the Yukon River Panel's website once it has been secured and defined. For the 2027 preseason meeting, the confirmation of the dates will be from Saturday, April 10th through Thursday, April 15th. That meeting will be held in Canada. The specific locations to be determined, and perhaps Mr. Chair might have some more information to provide us with on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further insight at this point in respect of the specific location for the meeting that will be hosted in Canada in April 2027. However, confirming that the dates are correct, April 10th to the 15th, we will endeavor to confirm the specific meeting location in time for the panel's postseason meeting in January 2027, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Sounds very good. With that, we'll then move into any closing remarks or comments that panel members have. Once we conclude closing remarks, we will then close out our meeting proceedings with a final closing prayer. So any final comments from panel members? Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate my request for time at our next meeting for the full panel to discuss marine life stages of salmon, as was requested earlier. And I base that upon not only panel members' desire to proceed to work on that issue in regards to our rebuilding plan, as well as a considerable amount of identification of that need by public testimony. I'll leave it at that. Thank you. But I would like confirmation that there will be some time spent at that at this time. Thank you.
I think that's something we can try and work into the agenda, so appreciate that. Any further final remarks and comments from panel members? Maybe I'll just, go ahead, Rhonda.
Thank you.
Start going down the line.
I'd just like to thank everybody who testified today. I really appreciate all of your comments and your words. I usually take a lot of notes during public testimony time. One of the things that I would really like to see addressed is the chronic under-resourcing of fisheries projects on the Yukon River. The amount of money that we get is shameful, especially during this crisis. The amount of money that NOAA puts out for federal fisheries disasters is ridiculous compared to the amount of money that we get to try to mitigate all of the constant pressures on this river. We haven't had a State Department person come and sit into our meetings in several years. I'm not even sure if I know the new one, or is it still Dimitri? No clue. I really appreciated Brandy's presentation today. It was really illustrative of how the RNE funding has managed to strengthen programming in Canada for First Nations. And I truly appreciate that. And it's a really good example. But that kind of parity is not present on the United States side. And I'd very much like it if we could not only get more projects on the United States side where the fish are coming into the river, and we need this information in order to make decisions, in order to be informed. The last two presentations of the day were so informative, and I feel like I've been asking and harassing poor Adam Odell for years about the Kluane River because it's been such a mainstay of the fall chum salmon run. To see the numbers and then the loss of water through time, I mean, that's really disheartening. And then through the years, when I've asked that question, it's always been like, well, we really don't know what's going on. You know, it could be this, could be that. And when you see the graphs and the numbers really illustrate how much that river has declined, it's shocking. Like, there is no amount of stewardship project that will bring that particular chum salmon run back. I mean, unless we can wave a magic wand and increase the water level to those spawning grounds, it's going to keep being keep having further degradation, and it's going to further drop the chum salmon run to a place where it's completely unsustainable. You know, through the years, we've gotten so much information on certain topics that I think that sometimes we get a little bit overloaded at the end of the day. And I could see it on everybody's face, including Stan DeJulie. So I really appreciate all of your attention through these long meetings where we go through the process about 700 times. And it seems so god awfully repetitive. But I appreciate everybody sticking it out and really, you know, staying connected to the resource. And I really wish that Dave Walker would turn in his application for Yukon River Panel. Thank you.
I'd like to note it's only like 500 times. 700 is a bit of an exaggeration, I think. Further final comments and questions again from our Canadian members online as well. Please feel free if you'd like to make some final comments. Go ahead, Sven.
Yeah, thank you. I like the presentations that like Brandy and Adam Odell had presented. Kind of going back, and I had a question maybe for DFO with Mr. Co-Chair's presentation on the bycatch and Adam Odell's presentation on Kluane. I know that Board of Fish is going to be going over stock of concern. I guess I was just curious if DFO has something similar for possibly the Kluane stocks. I know that's a label for the U.S. side, but I'm just curious if DFO or Canada had something kind of similar status for something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the question, Sven. Not specifically at this time. We are monitoring the situation closely, but as far as specific designation for Kluane or White River chum salmon, not at this time.
We'll go to Brandy and then Cameron. Go ahead, Brandy.
Maybe let Cam go so I don't repeat, if that's all right. First, thank you.
Go ahead, Cameron.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just two quick comments. One, I think everyone in the room was clearly impressed with the presentation from Brandy. I think it really showed all the work that's been done in the state of salmon and the headwaters. I think as we work as a panel on the rebuilding plan, maybe this is more towards the communications committee, but I think presenting the rebuilding plan with whether it's a video or something similar would go a long way when we talk about reaching out to the public on what we've done. So definitely put that in the minds of the communication committee. And then also I'd suggest maybe it's, well, we don't meet for another year, but start having discussions. There's been a lot of really good public testimony. We just heard a lot of good recommendations from Carly on how we can document the public testimony and our responses from the panel. So it doesn't, I'm just afraid it'll become it's really good public testimony, but then no potential sort of follow-up. So I'd like to see us work on that. I'm not sure what the solution is right now, but something like that would be great. But other than that, thanks a lot for everyone's testimony and presentations over the last couple of days.
Next, we'll go to Jeffrey, then we'll come back to you, Brandy.
Hey, hope everyone can hear me okay. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate all the presentations and all the expertise and knowledge that that people have offered over the last couple of days and well, over the last 6 days actually. But you know, I struggle a lot with trying to find balance sometimes, and I think we all do. And you know, I'll give an example of just like my personal life. You know, I really would much rather be there in person, but um, I struggle with like being able to contribute to this process. But then at the same time, I live in a remote community by choice because I want to provide my family and my two young children with an opportunity to connect with their culture and their language and their community and practices like fishing and hunting and spending last week north of Old Crow and Crow Flat and Vuntut trapping muskrat and being out with other young families. So it's a struggle, you know, to try to find that balance. And but what I really appreciate about this process is everyone's experience and commitment and knowledge to contribute to the process. But then really, I also really, like everyone else, appreciate the public testimony that helps ground us and validate things like my choice to spend time on the land and boil it down to what's really important. Getting people to yeah, to fish and to try and keep culture alive and keep practices alive and traditions alive when we're in times of low salmon like this. So I really appreciate the public testimony, the people that hold us to account and provide outside the box thinking and keep us pushing forward. So thank you very much, everyone. Masi Cho, and I'll be seeing you at the next meetings.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Good to see you and good to hear from you. Go ahead, Brandy, and then we'll go to Charlie Wright.
Might hear the janitors are at the office now. I just wanted to say thank you to all the people that testified and to the panel and to the advisors and Carly for bringing forward some of those important messages and things to consider and really bringing up around the whole idea of what we should be looking at and doing and, you know, guiding this process as well. And our advisors are important. They're called advisors for a reason. And I really think that we should be considering what, you know, this testimony that's coming forward and the and what our advisors are putting forward. They have some very good ideas. And I say this kind of in a I guess, personal level. Carly's kind of been an advisor to me. She's a young woman, but she's very, very smart, and she does her homework. And I really appreciate that she brought that testimony forward. And I just, I had some closing remarks, but I'm not going to get really into that. But I just think about, too often there has been no meaningful engagement with the people who live with the consequences of decisions made at this table. Questions are not really framed to what needs to be done to restore salmon. They are framed in ways that place you in a room to battle over over the 71,000 escapement goal. It seems to be the process, but to get there, we have a lot of things to do. We have a lot of work to do. So while we're doing this, meanwhile, the people on the river are doing their part. They're on the land and in the creeks, protecting habitats, stewarding restoration projects, removing barriers and monitoring impacts. They are initiating research, scientific studies, and better understand what is happening to our salmon. Many of the projects, I guess, that we're doing, but there's tons of projects going on throughout the Yukon, such as what Lars is working on the Mayo Dam and some of the work that's being done there, and Joffrey and his team up and Jeremy up in Van Tut and Jillian and that's right. I know what these projects are that are happening in Yukon, and I hear what ADF&G is doing in Alaska, and a few things that the Intertribal Fish Commission and URFTA are doing, but I don't see how the people along the river are getting their feet in the river. Are these creeks doing this work because they're not funded to do these projects? It's not highlighted, it's not showed. I don't even know how, if Fish and Game and these different bodies are actually directly working with the nations to get them to be a part of this rebuilding. The only thing I could see that the rebuilding from our lens on this side is that they're not fishing. That to me is exactly it. That's their part. We're not fishing, and that's not right. I think about Olivia's mother, our father story, and that story is not unique. She's right. And I'm really sorry about that, Olivia. I'm sorry about your dad. But I just think that, if people were directly involved with this rebuilding, doing this other part around, getting out there and being funded in their communities to be monitors and stewards and doing some of this work, it would give them, buy into this, what is happening. I don't know if it's buy-in, if I'm saying, but just an effort from their communities that they're doing their part besides not fishing, that they're getting involved with this important work, even though it's science, it's not culturally led. And then eventually knowing that hopefully one day this work that they're doing, besides testifying here, is a meaningful impact, and that that they're a part of it and they could see it. So I think that's really important to have more resources put to it, and get more people involved on both sides of the border, up and along this whole river system, to really highlight what we could be doing further. And that's what those videos were about. It wasn't about to showcase what Kwalin Nunn was doing. It was kind of to share the message throughout the watershed to, let's collaborate, let's work. This is what we're doing here and how our connection is. But really, when Cameron said that, it's like really about, it should be a full case through this whole river system that is doing this work and showcasing it, and using that as a communications tool, and to really get that message out to these other bodies that are doing the marine work and who are involved with that. So anyway, that's my kind of closing remarks, and just want to let everybody know I hear you that testified, others that were have concerns around the panel and what our process is and what we're doing here, and some of the processes going forward, and how the agencies are taking this forward. And I'm hoping that there's somebody with some money in their pockets on either side listening to this conversation, saying like there needs to be more put towards this. We are in a crisis and we are in trouble. And
little piecemeals are not going to make it work. So anyway, sorry again that I wasn't there in person, everyone. I really miss you. Miss my panel friends, and I had some very personal stuff to take care of. But I'll see you in at the postseason and maybe before that. Take care, and it was really good having this few days of meetings again. Kunish cheese.
Thank you, Brandy. Next, we'll go to Charlie. Charlie Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I just want to thank everybody that works really hard to put this meeting together. Coordinators, can't happen without you. I really appreciate you. Appreciate Brandy Mays and her presentation. It was really eye-opening to the work that you're doing over there. Really appreciate you and look forward to seeing you in person also. This is a lot of hard work going to happen here soon. And like said around the room, and like she said, we need more funding to do this meaningful work. We need to start really, I don't know, it's kind of impossible to have a magic wand to bring more money, but we got to start putting our minds together and try to do more for the fish and do it faster. Fish having a hard time waiting. We're going to lose them, so I'm worried. We have a little bit of improvement, but I just want to thank everybody for their dedication and their sacrifice of their time away from their families, the people who travel a long ways. Really appreciate it. Look forward to next time and seeing you all and keep going forward with the hard work and meaningful work. Really appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Ragnar and then Virgil.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I stated this at when we're in Old Crow here in January, and this is my personal feeling. There's something about the process with the REM that bothers me. And I think what bothers me is that I said this at Old Crow. There's on the Alaska Peninsula and Lucent Islands. There's Alaska Native villages, Alaska Native tribes. There's Alaska Native villages and there's Alaska Native tribes out there. And at some point, we celebrate what we perceive as a victory. What if it's not? They still fish for 9 days. I'm already getting calls from fishermen from out there saying, watch us. We got 9 days to, what if it doesn't work? Are we going to look for 6 days? Are we going to try to close the June fishery? The state's not going to do that. Let's look at this with open eyes. 120-year fishery. At some point, in the Alaska Federation of Natives this year, it said what? Unity. And we don't even have dialogue with those tribes. Are they bad tribes? Are they bad Alaska Natives out there? I have fished out there, not in Area M. There are Alaska, believe it or not, there are Alaska Natives out there that have been longer, are supposedly around longer than, they're supposedly the ancestors of the Eskimo. But anyway, that's beside the fact. If this doesn't succeed, we think it's going to, cutting down to 9 days of fishing. If it doesn't, what are we going to do? At some point, all I'm saying is we need to have a dialogue with those guys. Because this ain't the unity I seen a big banner up at Alaska Federations. This is, and I'm speaking to, I'm a tribal member. I've been on the tribal council. And this celebrating, whether we believe they're Alaska Native or not, celebrating maybe their demise, it bothers me personally, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ragnar. Appreciate that. Virgil, go ahead.
This meeting was a little bit different. It was pretty laid back, actually. I think people are so darn depressed that no one can really get mad at anyone.
Oh, right?
Yeah. Anyway, but there were really some good presentations made, and I think Brandy, in my opinion, gave the best presentation. But I wanted her to know that. Okay, I'm hoping we have a little bit of a regime shift, because in the Fairbanks area, we had the coldest winter on record. When I say winter, I mean the month of December, January, February, and March was the coldest on record. And we had, I'm not sure how much snow we had. It was close to 8 feet of snow, 90-something inches of snow. And once it started snowing, it never warmed up again. And so the ground was insulated good. The ice was insulated good. And then the sea ice on the Bering Sea went further south than it's went in many years. I'm not sure how many years, but a long, long time. And so I'm hoping that that causes a regime shift or the start of one where productivity will get better. That's my hopes. Because if it doesn't get better, our runs won't improve very much, no matter what we do. But we did make changes, and you've had reports on this, but Olivia was a big part in getting the Area M Fisheries Management Plan changed. We're trying to get it to the same as what I got it in 2001, but we had one turncoat that was supposed to be representing terminal interests, sport fishermen, and river fishermen that stabbed us in the back, basically, or we would have got that. And so he caused us to have to change our mind a little bit, or Olivia and one of the other board members, but she really carried the ball at that Area M meeting. Olivia did. I want people to know that. She is sharp and can think on her feet. She might make a good attorney. I don't know. But she did a really good job and tricked some of those Area M guys into saying things they did not want to say on the record in deliberations. Anyway, that's all I've got. Like I said, a pretty laid back meeting, good reports from all the staff, and hopefully things are going to get better. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, any further closing comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I acknowledge it's late in the day, so we'll keep it brief. I want to extend our sincere appreciation and gratitude to our hosts here in Alaska. As always, the meetings have gone exceptionally smoothly. The accommodations were excellent, and the hospitality was second to none. Thank you very much to the members of the public who attended meeting sessions this week. Thank you for your patience and your interest. And then also in particular to the individuals who provided testimony. And then finally to our panel members, advisors, technical support staff, and personnel from all across the Yukon River watershed. The considerable time and effort that you invest in preparing for these meetings is what enables us to ensure that they continue to occur smoothly. As far as this panel and its function and its relevance moving into the future, I think that it continues to serve as the primary venue and really the best place for people from across the Yukon watershed, river watershed, to come together, from the headwaters in Canada to the mouth of the Bering Sea in Alaska. And from my perspective, I do value this as a critically important venue to creating space to hear those different perspectives and frankly have the difficult conversations, because ultimately that's what will guide and inform our path forward towards a future, one that sees salmon continue on the landscape and continue to be fundamentally connected to the people of the river. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess Joe would like to provide some closing comments as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you and echo a lot of what the others have already said, and appreciate all the people that spoke up during this meeting and had the courage and knowledge and ability to do that, and appreciate that. So, and thanks to everybody online. And on one hand, it's really nice to be back in this forum. On the other hand, it's difficult to see the situation that we're in and the challenges that everyone is still working on. and we'll just look forward to getting more involved as I continue to come to meetings and get back informed on what everyone's been working on. Thank you.
I always find it difficult to come up with closing comments after all the eloquent comments and statements that not just our members have made towards the end of our meeting, but all the testimony that we hear over the course of these meetings. So besides to say you're welcome for the accommodation, we certainly will always make every effort to make our Canadian partners feel welcome when we host them for these Yukon River Panel meetings. We'll look forward to doing that again in January. I am optimistic that we will start to see some significant progress on the rebuilding plan. I think a lot of the comments and constructive criticism that we heard over the course of this meeting has been taken to heart, and we will have new and efforts and focus placed on making progress on that. And I hope that some of those questions and concerns will be addressed when we potentially meet again in the fall time to have further engagement with the full panel on that topic in that regard. I look forward to seeing our Canadian members, I hope, in January as well, on, if nothing else, seeing you again when we do convene again in Canada in the springtime in that regard. I want to wish everyone safe and happy travels home. I'm sure that many of us have a long distance to go in that regard. I want to thank all of the public members, especially those that traveled so far to be with us here today. Your efforts to do so is not gone unnoticed, and it never is. And I want to thank you for making that effort. I'm sure it's not easy, and I hope you understand our appreciation for that. With that, I think we will go ahead and close our meeting proceedings. We again have Reverend Dr. Anna Frank here to provide us with some closing comments and a closing prayer.
First of all, I want to say thank you for letting me sit and listen. And that gives me to put all of you on my prayer list and continue to work out the issues. Let us pray. Creator, we ask your guidance today. We thank you for those that have left their family home and want to return. Bring them back safely. We thank you for those that have sat here and listened, not just with their minds, but with their heart. We pray that you will continue to bless this organization, give them the strength that they need, and continue to look at the mountain and not just rush and climb it, but look at what part of the mountain they want to climb. We ask you to bless each and every one, especially those that have worked so hard to put this organization together. And I thank you for ears and eyes and mouth, that we speak what is needed for the people that are hungry out there and don't understand the changes in this world, and help us with that. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Anna, can you wait a minute there?
Oh.
I heard you talk about your grandson and you're going to visit him and you don't have no fish to share with him. So answer your prayer today. I have some fish to bring you.
Thank you. You will appreciate that. I have my grandson, like all of us that have family and grandchildren. Sometimes they just think they have too much brain and they don't know what to do with it. And they just fall off the path. And this is what this young man, so he's in a military academy. And let me tell you, they are teaching him how to obey. And so I'm bringing this down with me because we taught him to live off the land. And that's all he thinks about. Grandma, I want to come home and we're going to go hunting. And so that's my plan, is to take my grandson out in the boat, out into the Minto Flats, and go hunting there. And he knows what to do. All I have to do is sit and say, here, do this, do that. Get wood, cut wood. So thank you. So thank you so very much for this opportunity. Bessie.